Hello. We have no Verizon war today. I'm so happy. I'm so happy we have no war. The war is over, y'all. For today. I don't know if it's over permanently. I would never jinx such a thing. Sorry, my mic is just being weird a little bit. I think it's just because, I think the housing for it is a little old. So, you know. It's been through a couple moves. I don't think it was supposed to be moved as often as it was, or in the way that it was, but yeah. Hello, everybody. Today we are going to be playing Our Life. It is very exciting. I'm super excited. Let me put on a light in the background. Is that my dog? Stash. You want to say hi to the people? Hi, buddy. She's crawling out of her little cave. There's her little waving tail. Hi, friend. Hi. She always hides under my bed. What? That's her little chill out spot. Okay. All done. You can't see my arm. Do not see my arm. You're gonna try and steal my arm again. Don't do it. Okay. But that is usually like her little hidey spot. It's her little stash cave. Hey! I know. I love you. You're so cute. Anyway, we were doing lights. These look like a good color. Okay. Let's go play some Our Life. Let's have fun. If I press continue, it'll be okay, cool. Cool. Into the game we go. And of course, the game frame is not set up because I never set that up. Give it a second. There you go. Now we're doing drinks. Ooh. Oh, are we doing drinks at night? Okay. It was late enough in the day that you were surprised to hear a knock on the door. Seeing who was waiting on the other side only doubled the surprise. Good evening. I've returned from my journey. Baxter's smile warmed like it was in the middle of the afternoon. Your confusion must have been written all over your face. He laughed as if he could read your thoughts. It was almost a week ago that you'd found Baxter in that same exact spot. He spun a tale about how he put in place some plans to visit old acquaintances in Northern California after his parents told him they were sending him to Sunset Bird. Baxter assumed being in the same state meant that he was reasonably close for a visit, but he learned the hard way how daunting it would be to drive himself to the opposite end of California. Before he left, Baxter ended that conversation with a promise. On his return, he would tell you of the arrival in person, and there he was, true to his word.
Nice to see you.
I feel I've been away for an age. That arrangement had seemed like a stroke of brilliance, adding more adventure to my stay in the state, and assuring myself I'd see friendly faces at least once in the season.
Nice to see you.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Baxter, I didn't mean to make you repeat yourself. Yet truthfully, I wouldn't have promised such a lengthy trip away from the town if I had known who my neighbor was going to be. As pleasant as they were, it simply doesn't compare to what I have here. What a charmer. I bet you say that to all the girls, Baxter. Wow, I'm so flattered. Your smile perked amusedly, but a part of you did sincerely mean it. While it felt nice to be missed, Baxter's candidness was something special.
Excellent.
You ought to be. Otherwise, I'd need to go back to the drawing board for my next attempt at a compliment. Before anything else, you let Baxter actually come in. He cordially joined you in the family living room. With the greetings and pleasantries all done and an invitation to talk extended, he got right to the point, as you would have expected from
I
him.
hope I'm not being too forward.
And I would like to spend more time with you. Okay. In fact, I was wondering if I might take you on a date. I spoke so boldly about that desire before, and it's long overdue. If that's what you want, of course. Yes! Yeah, I've been waiting for this. Crossing your arms, he made it obvious that he hadn't even needed to ask. Any trace of caution in his expression vanished, and a wide, confident grin took its place. I'm thrilled to hear that. And obviously this tentative date would be based on your own schedule. Why are you staring like that? Is there another cockroach? Do you see a cockroach? Nope. Just did you just eat a fly? Hi, Jake. I think I just saw Stash eat a fly. Hey, buddy, calm down. 1 second. Hey, bud. Okay. Alright. Now we are back. Cool. It'd be ghastly if I expected you to drop everything simply because I've now made myself available. Yeah, I mean, yes, it would be. It just so happens I'm free. Whatever works best for you, I will accommodate accordingly. It is late today, so I don't expect that, but I am entirely free tomorrow. Okay, so, not today. Sighing, your shoulders slumped, and then your head hung forward. Baxter lightly scratched the side of his neck. Sorry, but I'm spending tomorrow afternoon at a family thing. I probably won't be back home until pretty late. But we could do something in the morning, as long as you don't mind it being kind of short. You placed the suggestion hopefully. It seemed like it'd be a good compromise, but it was hard to tell what Baxter thought. He stood there silently. The look on his face changed. It was strange. There was a problem, certainly, but if he was so free, and so were you, what could be that much of a roadblock? We can hang out some other day if that's not what you had in mind. His expression shifted again, and not for the better. Whatever caught him off guard in the first place was nothing in comparison. Baxter was getting even more perturbed. Just as quickly, Baxter snapped out of it. Okay. Did you want me to invite you to the family thing, Baxter? He released a steady breath and regained much of his usual relaxed composure with the next inhale. Oh, I would be so stressed. I would be so stressed. This is the exact kind of thing that stresses me out when I'm, like, in relationships. Like, whenever it's like, oh, I've obviously upset you, but you won't tell me what, or tell me how. I cannot do it. I cannot handle it.
I apologize.
Forgive me for being distracted. Your idea is perfectly manageable. More than that, in fact. I don't believe you. I need you to tell me exactly what went on in your mind right now. Because that is, like, you looked really disturbed and, like, did I do something? Did I say something? Like, is the circumstance a little annoying? Like, could you just tell me? I'd prefer if we didn't put things off to another day. How about we go to a cafe and get coffee or tea or whichever drink you prefer? I've seen some very nice ones when I've been out exploring in the area, but I haven't patronized any of them yet. I feel like there's like... I was feeling like there's like still lasagna on my lips. That sounds good. Let's do it. Excellent. Tomorrow morning it is then. It was always going to be a busy day, but at least now tomorrow had an added dash of excitement. The anticipation was mutual and Baxter's tone sweetened. I'm still a little, you know, skeptical, a little stressed, a little worried. But okay. You got all the details squared away. Baxter volunteered to play driver for the short trip, and you planned to drop by his house in the morning once you'd gotten ready. When all that was settled, there was nothing left to do other than to say goodbye for the night. Baxter politely dipped his head. Bye, have a good night.
Goodbye for
you
today.
As well. I'll see you soon. As he turned to go, you found little ways to stretch the seconds, lingering for as long as you could. Then he was gone. The rest of the night passed pleasantly. Your thoughts wandered along all the fun paths tomorrow could unfold in. The next morning, you were up and out the door like a whirlwind. Your eyes were set on your goal as you went up the hill and across the street. Oh. Is my own body working against me today since Verizon decided to be decent? Like, what the... to Baxter's condo. Knocking on the door, you tried to guess the cafe Baxter had in mind. He'd mentioned before that there were a few that caught his eye, but you weren't sure what exactly that meant. Your growing curiosity wouldn't have to wait much longer. Or maybe it would. As you stood in front of Baxter's shut condo, you gradually realized that it was taking a while for him to answer the door, much more than was normal. Blinking, your head swiveled as you double-checked for your own sanity that you had the right house. You did, but Baxter was nowhere to be seen. You rang the doorbell next. Another couple minutes passed, and finally you began to hear a faint clattering inside the house. The door pulled open a crack. It was barely enough to see Baxter on the other side, wearing a half-lidded daze, and not his usual outfit, that was for sure. Baxter, everything alright? He yawned loudly and then sluggishly followed your line of sight to look down at himself. He frowned the second it clicked that he wasn't dressed for the event. You guessed those were his pajamas. Okay, well, last time he saw us in our pajamas. Now we see him in his.
Forgive me.
I will need an additional moment before we can leave. I'm running late, it seems. As he shut the door... Okay. As he shut the door, you were left there on his doorstep entirely at a loss. His bizarre behavior was unexplainable, at least for the second it took for your brain to completely process what happened. Stash, what are you doing? Quick. She just got some caps. I have a little dragon blanket, and my AC is on, so it's just to cover my legs because I'm a little cold. I get a little cold pretty easily, but then if the AC is not on, I'm gonna get too hot. And so it dawned on you that this was the first time you'd actually seen Baxter before noon, and how that would not be a random coincidence. He wasn't a morning person. Stash, are you alright? You bored? I just need to get Stash's toys, apparently, because you brought them all outside. Suddenly, the door flung all the way open, nearly knocking you backwards. Baxter was back, and this time you got a full view. Baxter was indeed wearing only his pajamas, black and white PJs, of course. Of course, because it's Baxter. Excuse me, that was rather impolite. You couldn't tell by the tone of his voice which incident he was even referring to. Shutting the door in your face, or the way the situation was dragging on forever, it was hard to know. But Baxter moved aside enough that you could pass by. Why don't you come in? Baxter's exhaustion was wearisome, but you shuffled inside anyway. It probably upset him more to leave. You walked through the entryway and into the living room. You paused to take in the space, unable to help yourself. After all those years trying to avoid this condo, you were actually inside. Honestly, you never thought that would happen. But as much as you wanted to explore, there were even more unexpected things taking precedence. Your attention returned to Baxter. He closed the door and followed behind. Baxter pinched the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger as his feet dragged. Please do take a seat. I'm so sorry for not being prepared. I set an alarm for an hour ago and I know I heard it go off. Somehow, in a matter of moments, that hour disappeared and now you're here. I have little doubt about your punctuality. He moved the hand to rub his forehead with his palm as if to catch the memories lost inside. You didn't rush him, instead settling yourself in a chair. I don't know how this could have happened. Baxter's words became too mumbled and faint to understand. That brought your gaze back to him directly. Hey, you probably just fell asleep again? And that's okay. And you got an eye full of his exposed stomach. Baxter was in the process of taking his shirt off over in his head, but in his groggy state, the material had gotten caught on his ears. I'll wait for him to finish. This is easily the last thing you ever expected from someone normally so formal, but you couldn't be that surprised either. Baxter was moving on sleepy autopilot. A flawed one, too. He struggled to free his face from his shirt, and before you could ask him if he wanted any help, Baxter let the fabric go. He readjusted it comfortably back on his body, working through the tiredness to conceptualize a plan B. You have buttons. You have buttons, Baxter. You could use those if you want. That would probably help. Then he squinted at you, confused. You followed your line of sight to his wrinkled clothes. Oh, that's not correct. I'm sorry. I'm used to living with dorm mates. They don't care about that sort of behavior. I've lost my manners. I'll go change properly in my room. There's no harm done. I really don't mind. No, no. He waved his hand, dismissing your notion completely. Damn. He sighed deeply, still seeming absent-minded. You're my guest. I'm being terribly rude. Please stay here. I'll be back in 2 shakes. Stash, stop. Why are you going for my... Where did you even find another hat? I didn't even know I had so many hats. Okay, and with that, the situation is out of your hands. You watched him fumble his way through the room. Baxter made it upstairs with the slam of a door and the house rattling. The following dead silence only lasted a split second. Sorry. His voice rang out from what you assumed was his bedroom. His next words were even clearer. He must have opened the door again to speak. I didn't mean to do that at all. That's okay. I think I pulled the door too hard. No problem, that happens. I swear the noise was completely unintentional. Okay. Stash? Do you have a problem? Do you need to go out? No, that's not what she wants to do, but she is being about it today. Another toy that Stash has. It's becoming a Stash toy haul. There you go. Okay. Do not knock it off the bed, please. Oh, she's absolutely gonna knock it off the bed and then she's gonna yell at me to pick it up. I am a single mother to a 3-year-old puppy. You remained where he left you in a rapidly growing state of disbelief. Or rather, that's what it feels like. I have people who help me out with Stash. It really does help out. I mean, make things better. To put it nicely, Baxter was a total mess, and somehow the universe deemed you worthy of having a front row seat. It was kind of fun to know that he was not always so poised. Cracking a smile, you wondered what other sides of Baxter he was keeping buried under the surface. A part of you had a good feeling that the disastrous morning zombie version of Baxter was going to stay in the forefront. After a few minutes, the clumsy bumping around upstairs faded. A part of you considered the chances of whether or not he had fallen asleep somewhere, but the sound of careful footsteps soon banished that thought. Baxter returned downstairs, properly dressed as well. He drifted his fingers along the buttons of his shirt, double-checking that everything was in order. Here I am, good morning. You were pleasantly surprised to see him already. Hopefully, he was actually doing as well as he was trying to. Hey, good morning. I can't emphasize this enough. Thank you so much for your patience. I apologize for that unnecessary bump in our plans. Baxter graciously moved beyond his earlier antics. If you hadn't witnessed it firsthand, you probably wouldn't have believed it even happened. Though, as you observed him more, you noticed the signs. He hadn't erased all evidence of a few minutes ago yet, if you knew to look for it. His usually pristine and deliberately put-together outfit was pulled and tucked in all the wrong places. There were even wrinkles. Baxter turned his head in an attempt to suppress a yawn, and there was a dull edge to his entire demeanor. He hadn't quite reached his usual razor-sharp wit yet. It was alright. You still quite enjoyed this soft, easygoing state of Baxter. So, you're not a morning person? You'd be correct, I'm not a morning person either. And next week I'm gonna have to start waking up at 5 in the morning for work. So that's fun. He let his gaze fall away somewhere to the side, frowning. I'm the furthest thing from being a morning person these days. Good to know, Night Owl. But then his smile slipped and you could see Baxter's guilt surfacing. I should admit directly that mornings are, as you might have surmised, a challenge. It wasn't always this way. I swear, the older I get, the more early hours become a chore. I got up at dawn for school for years, but college allowed me to actively avoid morning classes altogether. Yep. That's exactly what happened to me. In high school, I was always getting up at 5 in the morning. And then college? Noon. Like, now I can't remember the last time I had an occasion to be out before 11 at the earliest. Literally same, Baxter. Baxter rubbed the back of his neck. His frustration with himself was palpable. Seriously, you don't need to feel bad. Some people are built that way. Nevertheless, it's jarring to be entirely lost for a specific chunk of the day. Yeah. No, that happens. My mouse changed settings. There we go. I expected I would have a rough start, but I never thought I'd handle this occasion this poorly. I certainly would have made better choices if I knew this was the sight I'd be showing you. The intensity in his voice gradually lessened until the final part was delivered quietly. He couldn't even look at you as he muttered.
Fine.
If you're still interested, I would still be thrilled to have our charming cafe breakfast. It would be a shame to miss out on the chance. Of course I'm interested. A wave of relief smoothed out the worry from his brow. It was sweet and pulled a chuckle from you. Baxter's feet scuffed over the ground as he followed you out of the condo. He simply shut the front door before walking into the street. Hey Baxter, you might want to lock that. You couldn't believe he was about to leave the neighborhood like that. Well, with normal Baxter, you couldn't believe it. It made perfect sense with morning Baxter. Baxter paused and his face scrunched up in confusion. He pointed at the condo. He followed the motion, peering over his shoulder. A good catch, thank you. You waited by the car while he hurried back. From what you could observe, Baxter didn't need any more help locking the front door this time. Though he hesitantly glanced at your direction before he moved, and you give him a thumbs up. Baxter rejoined you on the road, and while he might have been living in a daze, when Baxter was standing at the driver's side of his car, you could see his focus sharpen. This was a task that neither of you wished him to fail. He unlocked the vehicle and slid inside. You climbed into the other side. Baxter seemed to be in better control of himself by the second. His seatbelt clicked into his place with perfect poise. When you were both ready, Baxter promptly brought up the directions to the cafe. Here we are. Sighing contentedly, you leaned in your seat and soaked in the morning sun that was coming in through the window. You were optimistic that the date was going to be great. The drive wasn't long at all, and no issues came along. It was smooth sailing. You hopped out, and the scents wafting from the cafe were enough to pull you towards the propped open front door. Once you were inside, the intermingled smells became easier to decipher. Chocolate, cinnamon, bacon, and eggs, and most especially, coffee. That'll probably help him. There was something about that particular brew of coffee that immediately reminded you of your parents. The two of them loved to have long, easy mornings in the kitchen with mugs of coffee between them on the counter. They might be doing that at home at the very minute. Before you could tug on that thread of thought further, a waiter passed by you carrying a sliced quiche. You breathed deeply. Maybe I need coffee. Picking out the various ingredients before your eyes could confirm it. It looked impressively made. Baxter led you towards the showcases. There were even added baskets of bread and other treats there. Every inch of space was fully stocked with options. Clearly, coming early had its advantages. Whether you ate anything or not, the sight was delightful, and there was a charm to how they presented the fresh pastries. That was the word he'd used when pitching the place. Charming. Baxter was right on the money there. It was a pleasant little cafe with a comfortably quiet atmosphere. Though it was a bit more formal than a typical coffee joint. Yeah, it looks a little bit more like, an office. Well, not like an office, but like, you know, like when you're in an office building and there's a coffee shop in there, like, you know, you're there to work. You're not there to sit and chat with your besties and spill the tea. You couldn't sit anywhere or order at the front. A member of the wait staff needed to seat and serve you. God damn, that's a formal coffee place. You found that detail to be a Baxter thing. It was absolutely him to choose a sit-down restaurant even for a casual breakfast. Yep. A server came over and gestured you to follow her through the room. She brought you to a shiny two-seater table and passed out the menus. Welcome! I'll bring some water, but if there's anything else you'd like to drink, I can put in the order now, or you can take some time to think about it. You'd be a lifesaver if you brought me a black coffee, please. I'd like an iced latte. Okay, iced coffee. Gotcha, I'll get that right out. Just relax and browse the menu, and you're welcome to take a peek from the front and see what baked goods we have prepared today. She clicked her pen closed and then left you two alone. Baxter sunk in his seat, slinging one arm over the back. His eyelids fell heavily closed, but his smile remained serenely in place.
Now.
Please order to your heart's content, whatever you fancy, but don't be alarmed that I don't have much of an appetite in comparison. Coffee is all I need this morning. Me in the morning, I also do not have an appetite, which means that come afternoon, I'm starving. Of course, you'd only want a black coffee. Baxter perked up at your joke. He leaned forward slightly, and the corner of his mouth pulled up.
Charming.
You're an absolute delight. I am! Thank you so much for saying that! You weren't entirely sure if you were gonna order anything yet. It was a deliberation you had with yourself while Baxter took a break. Luckily for you, the cafe's layout was open enough that you could observe the glass cases at the front from the comfort of your seat. You passed the time comparing what was printed on the menu to the real-life displays. Soon enough, the waitress was on her way back to your table. She passed out the 2 waters and then placed a white cup with richly colored coffee in front of Baxter and an iced coffee by you.
Perfect.
Were either of you ready to order? I'm taken care of, thank you. I'll have a pastry. There's no way you could resist. The treats by the front of the cafe look too good to pass up. The waitress smiled attentively and readied her pen. I'm all ears. I'd like a piece of cake. Great choice. That sounds really yummy. I'll get these menus out of your way then and be back soon with your order. She scooped up the menus and walked away, dropping them off at the front stand before disappearing into the kitchen. Baxter shifted his attention to you. I do not like baking cakes. I bake a lot of things. If you follow me on Instagram, you know I bake so many cookies. An obscene amount of cookies. And I'm always, like, in trouble in terms of, like, trying to get rid of them. But yeah, so I make a bunch of cookies. I love making cupcakes too. Not as much as cookies recently, but cupcakes are still good. I like making brownies. I like making all sorts of pastries. Cakes, the bane of my existence. I absolutely hate them. I think cakes hate me. Okay? They don't like me. I don't know what it is about cakes, but they just don't like me. They don't cooperate with me. They don't, you know? Like, I once made my partner, a D20 cake. And it was the hardest thing I ever did. And it didn't really look really good, but, like, I feel like it's the effort that counts. But anyway.
Lovely.
I'm pleased you're getting something to enjoy. Another long, wide yawn forcefully derailed Baxter's train of thought. He politely tried to shield you from the image by covering his mouth. Once he'd wrangled himself back into control, Baxter flashed you a grin, although it was quickly lost in a playful oomph as his eyes remained extra lidded. He had something in mind, but he also seemed fairly content to simply gaze at you languidly. I like that. Baxter lifted his coffee and pressed the edge of his cup to his lip. He took a slow sip before putting it down. Baxter propped an arm against the table so he could hold his chin up. Normally, that would be a casual gesture, but anyone watching could tell that he desperately needed the extra help keeping his head upright.
Is that fun?
Before food arrives and steals all your attention away, would it be fine to ask a question? Oh sure, ask away. What exactly is the event that you have in the horizon? Okay. It's nothing crazy. I'm gonna see my aunt and uncle. I'm looking forward to seeing them, but I'm already missing Lee. Who's Lee? My cousin, their daughter. We're about the same age and are friends, but she won't be there this time. She's busy. His response was cut off by another yawn, one that morphed into a wince. Baxter tried to smooth things with a sweet smile.
Sorry.
I promise that was not me being bored. He blinked, and it was hilariously obvious that his eyelids didn't easily unstick. You bit down on the inside of your cheek and tried not to laugh. It's alright, you're tired. Exactly, please continue. Yeah. Out of my aunt and uncle, it's my uncle who I'm directly related to. He is my mom's younger brother. We all get along. That's the part of my extended family we're closest with. Well, in terms of location. Laughing, you scratched the back of your head while you explained. Baxter nodded along, focusing on the sound of your voice. Oh, you're yawning. Oh my god. Stash just de-stuffing her stuffed toy. So, there's just so much stuffing on my bed right now that I'm gonna have to get rid of. During, like, break, which is just fun to see. It's not that I also don't have a good relationship with everyone on my mom's side of the family, but they mainly live in Hawaii, so it's harder to go see them in person. My grandparents used to be in California when me and Liz were little, so they could help out, but that was temporary. And yeah, it's nice having a family that we can see more often. Your voice trailed off with fond thoughts about your family, and then your eyes snapped wide open. All Baxter did was ask about your plans for the day, and somehow you'd ended up rambling about so much more. Oh no, I kind of went on a whole thing there. Nonsense. I enjoyed listening to everything you shared. My heart feels so full. It feels so full. Like, I have ADHD, so I ramble a lot, as you know, and so it feels so full. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening. Thank you for telling me about your family. It was so lovely to hear about them. Okay, you're welcome. The waitress returned with your order. She placed it carefully on the table. Enjoy. Thank you. You didn't waste a single second and gave it a taste. It was good. Since you basically covered everything about what you were doing later, you didn't need to juggle thinking, talking, and eating, just as Baxter intended. It was nice to preoccupy yourself with a treat. Baxter, meanwhile, only had his coffee, and he was acutely aware of that difference. Baxter pinched the side of his lip between his teeth while he tried to search through his foggy thoughts for something to say. He wanted to be in good company, but he wasn't sure how to accomplish that. Ah, I know. How would I tell you what happened when I was on my trip? That'd be cool. Let's hear it. In that case, then, Baxter sat up straighter in his chair and considered how he wanted to begin the story. He focused his mindset momentarily. I keep yawning. His focused mindset momentarily overcame the tiredness that clung to him. As you know, I traveled to Northern California, and it was monumental. It was a monumental drive. Several hours of me, myself, and the road. That car was wonderful. It got me there and here again without a single issue, when it had every reason to rebel against all the potholes I accidentally hit. Haha. Baxter paused on that note and took a drink of his coffee. He placed the cup down on the table and winced. It's somewhat silly now that I'm vocalizing it, but I feel a tinge of guilt for all the miles I've managed to put on that vehicle over the course of this vacation. Oh. No. If your friend lent it to you for a vacation, I'm sure they knew that you were gonna, like, put some miles on it. As long as you're getting gas and everything, it should be fine. It looks like a newer vehicle anyway, so. Sighing deeply, Baxter wore a wistful look. You understood the magnitude of this trip. Hopefully, his mysterious acquaintance was a laid-back type. On a brighter note, the drive was even more scenic than I'd imagined. It was a shame I couldn't snap a single picture. Still, I'm grateful I was able to leisurely travel across the state while I was here. I bet. All that fuss to see some old family friends. Believe it or not, they're actually people my parents have known well before I was even alive. Wow. Wow, indeed. I can't even imagine knowing someone for that many years, though between you and me, I don't have much of a relationship with them myself. Really? But you went completely out of your way to see them. I know, they've always been fond of me, almost as if I were their own nephew. They're more than happy to open the door for me given the chance, and this might surprise you or perhaps not, but I managed to get along famously with an older set. So it was only polite to make a social call while I was in the relative area, and there was plenty to catch up on and discuss while I was there. We even happened to catch some fantastic shows. It's nice that you enjoyed the trip within your trip. Baxter's nose scrunched as he chuckled. He took another quick sip of his drink. I can't agree more. The two of you began to chat about upcoming plans while finishing your drinks, and also in between several more extended and defiant yawns from Baxter. And me! Eventually, he glanced towards the windows and his brow pinched. He didn't say anything on his own, so you asked, "What's wrong?"
Well...
I'm worried I might be keeping you too long from your other plans. It's not too late yet. I don't want there to be a yet. Your family's important. Do you want to get going then? Yes, that would be for the best. No! He turned in his seat until he caught where the waitress had gone. Baxter waved and she returned a minute later. Could we please have the check? I'll appreciate the gesture. It'll be one ticket. You've got it. I'll get that for you right away. As soon as the waitress was out of sight, Baxter let out another yawn, but it morphed into a frustrated groan. I'm getting fairly sick of that. His tone didn't sugarcoat his— oh, it's the yawning? Yeah. A single feeling. Pouting, Baxter crossed his arms and tightly shut his eyes. It's a sucky experience when you're that exhausted. Baxter only murmured and roughly rubbed the sides of his face. His frustration manifested visibly as a grimace. I can distinctly feel my own eyeballs in my skull due to the strain. Oh no. His eyes dropped to the table and the glasses rattled softly. That only made his mood worsen. I hate that. I shouldn't have been so aware of my own presence in this body. Yeah, that's so— you patted him on the shoulder. You wanted to help him, but there wasn't anything else that you could really do. Baxter cracked an eye open at your gesture. You've been more than gracious for sitting through my complaints. I don't mind. It would be better if I could do more. No, you've done more than enough. I shall live through it. You smiled and Baxter genuinely tried to match it despite how he was feeling. The waitress approached once more with a small black folder and placed it on the center of the tabletop. Can I clear any of this away for you? No rush if you're not ready. Please take it all. We're about to leave. The waitress got right to work gathering the cups. Baxter, meanwhile, picked up the folder and opened it. I never really thought of those black little things as a folder, but that makes sense. After a few moments, the server was off again and Baxter peeked at you over the top of the folder. Thank you. I do appreciate you making time for me at the very last minute, especially on a day when you were already so busy. Thanks for inviting me. Of course, it's always a treat to see you. No, I can't. He said seasonal suitor, right? So that means I cannot fall in love with him. Because it's not gonna be, you know, like, it's gonna, like, he's on vacation. This is the problem. He's on vacation. I cannot love him. He's on vacation. Okay? Okay. Baxter's half-lidded gaze lingered contentedly while he reached in his pocket, and then those tired eyes snapped open. He'd reached the alertness he'd been striving for in an instant. My wallet. He stared at you helplessly. Baxter was sober and extremely aware of the reality he found himself in. I didn't bring my wallet. When I got dressed, I did not recall to take my wallet off the nightstand. Oh, okay. Then I'll just do this. I'll pay. Fine. It was like coffee and a slice of cake. It's gonna be nothing. You grinned boldly, but your cheer fizzled out when Baxter didn't respond. He continued to stare at the check in horror. Understandably, Baxter was mortified. Oh, he threaded his fingers through his hair. I'll quickly run back and get it and return, but then I'd have to abandon you here and that's not any better. Perhaps they might take an electronic payment I could send through my phone. All you got was a black coffee. I can cover for you. I got more. So, you know. The corner of his mouth twitched, and you read that as a sign that he'd at least heard you, though you suppose it was only because he'd reached a dead end in his own abilities to solve his problem. Baxter pressed his palms against his eyes, and his fingers curled tightly. He released a slow, shaky breath. Hey, it's not a big deal. He reached out, only to freeze halfway across the table. From his tense body language, he was trying with great difficulty to keep himself from getting truly upset. You shouldn't push him. You weren't sure how to help or what to do. You could only watch. He exhaled deeply once more, and this time he lowered his hands, folding them neatly on the table. I would appreciate that greatly. Baxter, you got a black coffee. That's the cheapest thing you can get in a coffee shop. Okay? Like, it's not a big deal. I got more than you did. I don't mind. Yeah, don't worry about it. You collected the check he dropped in his panic and slid your card into it. When the waitress swung by, you handed it over. There was no trouble to be found at this table. Thanks a bunch, just 1 minute. She walked off and you shifted your attention back to Baxter. In that brief period, his shoulders had lost a defeated slump, and he sat stiffly upright instead. He studied your reaction with a delicate smile. Please don't misunderstand. I am entirely fine. The issue is with my behavior towards you. You don't need to force yourself to make me feel better. It was all my mistake. Hey. Okay. I totally get it. But when someone cares about you, they're gonna want to help you feel better. It's not necessarily a thing that you're forcing yourself to do. It's just a thing that you naturally start wanting to do. Your gaze dropped to the tabletop and the awkwardness was too stifling to do anything else. The way Baxter was beating himself up for a perfectly normal misstep was horrible and you didn't like it at all. There was a reason people called these kinds of situations accidents, because there was no manipulative or malicious intent. His only crime today was being human and sleepy. It would have been great to remind him of all that, but Baxter was too far irked to hear any of it. He wanted to move on, so you bookmarked things there. The date wrapped up in a haze. The waitress returned your card and wished you both a wonderful day, and then you left. Baxter managed to muster up a few things to discuss on the car ride home, but the conversation was distant and disjointed from how you both normally clicked. Oh no! You made it home safely, though not before a silence had time to form. The slamming of his door to exit his vehicle was the first you'd heard from Baxter in a while. The two of you stood on the street face to face, but the awkwardness of the cafe had come along for the ride. This wasn't something that you wanted to continue between you and him. Neither of you made a move to leave, promising a sign that he was struggling with the same thought. Baxter was sliding his fingers through his hair, but then he paused mid-motion and dug his nails into his scalp. His controlled expression strained. This is all my fault. I not only forgot my wallet, but I made things increasingly worse by acting immature about it, undoubtedly making you uncomfortable. It may be hard to believe at this point, but I often deal with unexpected issues as a reasonable adult. Hey, it's fine. The day stung a little more than usual. I'm big enough to admit that. It certainly did not help that all of this was coming on the heels of the already disastrous first impression. You saw me in my pajamas once, and that didn't affect our entire hangout, so, like, no. I had been hopeful that I could still fix the overall impression by the end. Needless to say, I didn't succeed, and I'd completely understand if you were doubting the merit of a relationship with me at this point. I presented myself terribly to you. What a mortifying first date to go through. However, if you're willing to, I would like to ask you for a second chance. I can take you out for drinks again tomorrow night, or rather any night you have free. I promise the next one will be better. A dusting of a blush rose in his cheeks while he barreled through everything he needed to say before you could get a single word in. Finally, Baxter paused to breathe. He blinked, trying to absorb the magnitude of everything he just said. Now that he laid all his cards on the table, there was nothing left to do but anxiously wait. Above all, he had wedged open a space for you two to... That was a relief. He's not gonna want to hear that, so I'll do this. I had a great time today.
Really?
Yes! Why wouldn't I? I know you're embarrassed that it happened, but I don't feel the same way. We had fun with a few problems that all worked out. You were far too kind. Why are you mad? My bed looks like a cloud with what you did to it. Don't get mad at me for what you did. You broke your toy, not me. His gaze was gentle, if only for a single look. Baxter swiftly resumed his usual grin and... My dog, y'all. so you can learn to be calm again. There's stuffing everywhere. Not a big deal. His gaze was gentle, if only for a single look. Baxter swiftly resumed his usual grin and confidence.
Very well.
I'll be in touch later with a specific time then, and potentially a suggestion for what you might want to wear. Great. Have a lovely rest of your day with your family. Tell your mothers and sisters I said hello. I will. Excellent. See you again soon. He waved goodbye and earnestly seemed to be in a much better mood than only a few minutes ago. You waved too, even though his turned back couldn't see. Bye. He steadily walked home, and once he was safely inside, you couldn't hold your frown in any longer. All morning, Baxter acted as if he had to be the one who needed to earn approval. To him, you weren't individuals getting to know each other. He was an outsider who had to jump through hoops or be excluded. That was the impression you'd gotten, and it was more than upsetting. Maybe he took it that hard because he was so tired. That felt like wishful thinking, but you thought so anyway. It was possible Baxter would be more comfortable after he rested. And if he wasn't, you hoped that he would allow you to show him that your company didn't have to be like that. The rest of the day was focused on your family, and it was overall a great one. It was nice spending the afternoon with your aunt, uncle, and moms and Liz. You remembered to tell them Baxter said hi. You were half asleep when you finally made it home and collapsed onto your bed, and soon morning had come again. That afternoon that followed moved strangely fast and slow because you knew there was another date at the end of it. Oh, are we doing both of them? Okay. Exactly as promised, you received a text with the set hour to meet him at his condo. Baxter informed you that it was going to be late when you'd be leaving, so he recommended that you have your dinner as usual. Apparently, this place did not serve meals, only drinks and appetizers. Interesting, so a bar. Baxter made the eyebrow-raising suggestion that you should wear formal attire. Even more interesting, a speakeasy? Like, you know, like a fancy speakeasy? He included an assurance that he'd be prepared when you were ready to leave. During dinner, you mentioned that you were going out for drinks with Baxter later. Your moms were still commenting on your plans when you left to get ready. Even after a few teasing remarks over the dress code floated upstairs with you, when you opened your drawer, your mind was made up. You'd wear something formal. It was odd putting some of your nicer things when you had no clue what you were even dressing up for, but there was also something exciting about having that mystery too. Looking at yourself in the mirror, you admired the sophisticated person staring back. It wasn't often that you did this. Slowly but surely, you were figuring out this grown-up thing. There were a few minutes left before you had to leave, so you made sure that you had everything you might need while you were out. You ran through the essentials: phone, house keys, money, ID. As bad as you felt for Baxter, you didn't want to run into a similar problem of forgetting something important. It was a good reminder for both of you to be careful. Once you knew it was all there, you went downstairs and waved to your moms on the way out of the house. Their goodbyes and well wishes reached you as you locked up. You walked down the street and arrived at Baxter's house. Quite literally seconds after ringing the doorbell, you heard the rattle of the doorknob turning. The door casually opened, not too fast, not too slow, and there on the threshold was Baxter, though this time he wasn't in his pajamas, but instead a full suit that was naturally also black and white. Hello, thank you for coming. He took a deep breath, so much for looking the part. Wait. I thought he said something formal. So I dressed in formal. Was I supposed to wear a ball gown? Honestly, you intended to dress properly, but Baxter was still in another stratosphere in comparison. That suit was probably tailor-made, yeah.
You're incredible.
There is something about compliments that aren't just you look something. Like, you look pretty, you look nice, you look great, you look hot, you know? When it becomes you are, words are so important, and they are so beautiful, and that, like, the way one little change like that could convey so much meaning is absolutely insane. And what a wonderful thing languages are. You're fantastic. I can't tell you enough how delighted I am that you're accompanying me tonight. You sure? Absolutely. You'll be one of the best dressed attendees there. I don't believe you. And this suits you. Sure. Channeling every bit of your mom's fun power, you teasingly finished your joke by waving your hands in front of him. Baxter snorted and instantly tried hiding his face from turning away from you. Thank you very much. I had a feeling I might need this while I was vacationing here. Now that you'd gotten a good eyeful, you could discern that Baxter was truly himself. The exhaustion and the embarrassment from yesterday's morning adventure were entirely removed from his features. Okay. It's nice to see you've gotten some rest. Thanks for noticing. He flicked the stray hair into place and winked. You laughed at his playful display. I'm feeling quite rested this evening, so there shouldn't be any pesky yawning interrupting us. Shall we go? This isn't something we'd want to be late for. Lead the way. And so you both climbed into his car and were off. Baxter drove you out of the neighborhood. Your attention lingered on the starry sky for a moment, able to see a good view of the moon until he took a lazy turn. When you turned back to Baxter, his expression said little. He still offered no hints about your destination. The only thing you could count on was that the place would serve some form of liquid. Probably. So, what are we doing? Well... He vigilantly stared at the road, not yet out of the residential streets of Sunset Bird. You got a glimpse of his excitement as he continued talking. If you recall, I mentioned how we saw some shows while on my trip within a trip. You could call that my inspiration. Once you graciously accepted my invitation, I began the endeavor to search for a particular performance we could see together. Oh!
To be honest.
Is this the opera? Is this the symphony? Okay, I had high hopes for what I could manage, even with the short notice. And happily, I doubt you shall be disappointed. He let his words settle, drumming up the anticipation. Coincidentally, the car rolled to stop at a light. He turned to you with a proud grin. Tonight we'll be seeing a live show featuring a comedy of error-style romance. That's so cute! Hang on. Okay, buddy. Are you ready to be inside again? Yeah, you hide under the bed. You hide in your little hidey hole. Okay. A show! It wasn't anything you were expecting, but then again, it was Baxter. You were getting the impression he'd like to surprise you. But wait, didn't you invite me for drinks? Does drinking a soda or something in a theater count as getting drinks? You understood that Baxter was striving for a mystery here, but still. I'm very pleased you asked. Baxter's smile grew. He expected your reaction. They do serve drinks, and an excellent selection from what I found, and it will only be drinks. There's no food on the menu. He shrugged his shoulders, not particularly finding that to be a loss. You were glad you weren't hungry. However, as promised, the drinks are crucial to the experience. You see, this isn't at some grand arena. You'll find tonight's entertainment is at the spectacularly immersive setting of a jazz bar. All patrons will witness the story unfold in that very room. Oh. His voice lowered, theatrically so, fitting for the topic of conversation. Also, if you'd like, it's possible for the actors to interact with you directly. Cool. Okay, what a different way to spend an evening. You rolled the idea around in your mind and it sounded like fun. Baxter exhaled and lost some tension in his shoulders. Yes, I know it'll be quite a unique experience, so I was hoping that you'd be open to it. I'm sure it'll be great. While you probably weren't looking forward to it as much as Baxter was, you were content at his choice of venue. Baxter drove into the heart of the city, passing by the twinkling lights of the urban night until he pulled into a public parking lot. He switched his phone's map app to walking mode. It's an 8-minute stroll from here. You shrugged, not needing to point out that walking tended to be your main form of transportation anyways. Both of you exited the car, and Baxter made a note of exactly where he was leaving it. Luckily, the lot was well lit and located in a busy area. It'd be hard to miss. He led you across the road and then followed the sidewalk until his phone proclaimed that you had reached the correct building. Baxter got the door for you. Thanks. Of course. Inside, he switched his phone off He switched his phone off the map but continued tapping away at it. Now where is it? He scrolled the screen. You could immediately tell when he found what he was looking for from his reaction. He'd finally relaxed to his normal state of friendly nonchalance. Curious, you poked your head closer to read what it was. It made sense that you saw it was a digital confirmation for his purchase tickets. In front of you was a small line where a man would check tickets before waving people onwards. Baxter slipped into the back, and you waited until it'd be needed. I'm glad we arrived on time. Missing the show was likely the only chance of this event going awry. We'd make it work even if we were late. The other guests in line were dressed to the nines. Some were even in vintage clothes. Baxter's previous advice was correct. The wait wasn't long. After chatting with Baxter for a moment, it was his turn to show his digital tickets. The usher was young, probably only a few years older than you. The bags around his eyes spoke to the fact that this was nowhere near the start of his day. These are for you and your friend, right? You nodded and took a step closer to Baxter, making it clearer that you were here together. Cool, thanks for coming in. We are thankful for you having us. Baxter shoved his phone into his pocket for good once he got approval. He inspected the two of you and tilted his head to the side. Here's some ground rules before you enter the show. Everyone gets them. He began explaining the guidelines, a succinct list that he'd obviously said 100 times before. Why do you look so depressed? I think she wants cuddle time. For the most part, the rules wanted you to act as a polite human being. You could do that. Last, if you actually want to participate in the show, you could take one of these necklaces. He pointed out a box full of glowing jewel necklaces. Each was gaudy enough that anyone wearing one would be noticeable in a crowd. Okay. Wearing one of these beauties means that you're a part of the same world as the actors are. No necklace, no participation. The actors will treat you like an invisible audience member. You can still speak out if you're suddenly inspired, but no one's gonna put that focus directly on you. So, any takers? Baxter volunteered immediately. The usher fished a necklace from the box. Okay, I'll take one. The usher pulled out a second necklace and handed them out with an encouraging expression. Enjoy the show. You were waved off and allowed to enter the showroom past heavy double doors. Oh, how pretty. The showroom was a sight to behold. From floor to ceiling, it was lit up, yet none of that was bright enough to be blinding. The bar was full of expensive bottles and gilded engravings. The back had a pit for musicians, large enough for a full band to play. The instruments were already set up. You were taken to the bar and seated at the two empty stools at the end. The booths along the walls were already filled with groups of other guests, laughing and clinking glasses. They had a full house. This was a popular event, maybe a bigger deal than what Baxter had presented it as. Ages varied. Some of the crowd was made up of fresh-faced 20-somethings, while others were silver-haired elders. You may have been the youngest in the room. And almost everyone was dressed up. Sequin dresses, fitted suits, and expensive jewelry as far as the eye could see. No broad generalization to be made about the kind of people who would watch a show at a jazz club, other than most of them knew how to dress. A few exceptions in casual clothes stuck out between all the elaborate, well-coiffed looks. That second usher bowed and left you alone, just for a bartender to appear out of nowhere and pick it up right where they left off. He passed each of you a drink menu, smooth and practiced. Nice to see you tonight, just let me know when you're ready to order. Of course. The bartender inclined his head cordially, then busied himself with polishing a glass with a white cloth. The jazz bar took the immersion seriously. Even the guy serving drinks had the proper aesthetic for this world this show took place in. He wore subtle eyeliner, and there was something about how he carried himself that made it seem like he'd wandered off a movie set, especially with high-coordinated, shabby clothes for a uniform. You shared a look with Baxter before examining the menu. From first glance, it was impressive. In total, it had 5 pages of drinks. That's a lot of drinks. That's a long list, oh my god. You turn to the last section entirely for non-alcoholic drinks now. That's fair. In the game, we are, what, 18? You read the blurbs, enjoying both the descriptiveness and the sense of humor. A few minutes later, a waiter in a full suit turned up. His tie was a muted maroon, and the only thing separating him from his clients was his pad for taking orders. You wondered why he approached you rather than leaving you to the bartender. Maybe it was because he was so busy. Welcome to our show. Can I get you anything, or do you need some more time? Baxter leaned in forward in his chair, no hesitation. I would like a baby Bellini, please. He passed the menu back, and the waiter took it with a polite nod, then turned to you. You glanced over your options with one final read-through and then said you would like a Shirley Temple. Yeah. Yeah, a Shirley Temple. You handed your menu over and waited, and the waiter put it in with Baxter's. He inclined his head politely one more time. Thank you, esteemed guests. I'll return shortly. Turn. The waiter sauntered off and vanished through a side door away from the bar. Baxter's fingertips tapped the counter rhythmically. The soft sounds faded into a din around you. He met your inquisitive glance with confidence. I knew what I wanted as soon as I saw that name. I firmly appreciate sparkling drinks as well as speeches. Ooh. Oh, yawning. Oh my god. I'm also putting on my cardigan. I'm getting all the wear from this cardigan. Okay. I would prefer it without the baby, however. Why am I not surprised? You do have some experience with my tastes. In the distance, the musicians flittered onto the stage from backstage. The sounds of tuning strings took over the soundscape as they prepared for the big event.
Exciting.
The action approaches. There were still a few minutes before he thought the production was scheduled to start. The air was full of anticipation, but still relaxed. The two of you chatted over respective jazz music experience until the waiter arrived with the drinks. The waiter carried a silver platter with stiff formality. He passed out the glasses, not even leaving fingerprints due to his white gloves. Curiously, neither drink had been filled at the bar you were sitting at. He placed your Shirley Temple on the counter in front of you before setting down Baxter's baby Bellini. Thanks. Thank you so much. Gently, Baxter lifted his drink to his lip and sipped at the fruity beverage. He appeared as the very picture of sophistication with a stem glass in his hand and a distant, unreachable gaze. Sitting there with him, everything suddenly hit you. His formal clothes, his fancy drink, the glamorous setting, and his dazzling smile all came together. He had pulled out all the stops for this adventure. It felt like whiplash compared to what happened with the far simpler, much more normal cafe date. It had to be intentional. You were certain that the sparkling glitz was his goal. He'd practically said it out loud with his original invitation. You were never going to underestimate him whenever he got an opportunity to prepare. You picked up your own drink and sampled the refreshment. It was delicious and had a pleasant consistency. After a flicker of lights and an electric moment of silence, you heard the sounds of a keyboard. The crowd hushed, waiting on bated breath, and the rest of the band kicked in. A saxophone cut into the song before being backed by a chorus of trumpets. A bass player strummed along while the drummer kept the time. Everyone around you straightened, on the lookout for something. Nobody was sure what, but they'd know it when they saw it. The double doors at the front opened and all eyes were on a pair as they entered. The leader strode in with her heels clicking against the glowing walkway. Her form-fitting evening gown sparkled in the dazzling lights. She strutted to the center of the room, a grimace painted on her red lips. Behind her, another actor casually followed. They easily could have been passed over, especially with many of the guests around them dressed in far more formally. This character was plain in appearance compared to the glitter of the other. He took quicker steps and reached out. Both the characters came to an abrupt stop at the center of the room. The glamorous one spoke loudly, letting her words carry over the band. My darling friend, you know I don't have time for this. I have to prepare for the show and must rest my voice. How else will I manage to sing? The singer sidestepped away from her friend, greatening the space between them. I do not want to discuss this. The friend shrunk away, but refused to back down. There was a fight in the way they stood. The singer sighed. She crossed her arms, her frustration towards the topic making her words bitter. It was more than enough that my parents and his parents keep bothering me. You do not need to add to that number, my dear. I can't leave it alone, not when you're making such a mistake. The singer put her hand up, dismissing her frown. Her movements were as sharp as her stilettos. I repeat, I don't have time for this. I'm going to my dressing room. She swept across the room and glanced in your direction before quickly looking away. She exited through a door near the band. You were struck by her last expression. Was it sorrow? Longing? Either way, you had gathered the situation. The two were acquainted, and the diva was a performer at the venue. Her friend wasn't. They had come to offer unwanted but likely needed assistance. The music slowed down, suddenly somber after the frenetic energy of the singer's outburst. Her friend hadn't moved. They hugged their arms around themselves and slumped in defeat. You were so focused on them that when a voice came from right behind you, almost fell out of your stool. It's like talking to a brick wall, isn't it? You craned your head over to the bartender. He was the same man who passed you the drink menu. He was still at work polishing a glass. He was part of the bit all along. That probably was the real bar. Yet again, their commitment to realism surprised you. I've been to places where it's like those shows like this. Sash, stop. Buddy, you're gonna hurt yourself. Quit it. Sash! Okay. You need to talk to her. I need to talk to her indeed. Unlike when they had spoken to the singer, these words were bitten out. They weren't as close to the bartender and not willing to allow him the same niceties afforded to their friend. The bartender scoffed in their face. He wasn't any fonder of them. He was trying to retain an ounce of professional decorum. Why would I? I've got no interest, lady. None of the crowd was buying it. You heard unconvinced snorts throughout the room. She acted like I wasn't even here. Besides, she wants a stage, and that's it. All I'm good for is watching her, same as everyone else in the world. Y'all, we might have to take a little break because Stash is being finicky. So you might have to give me a second while I figure out what exactly it is she wants. I really appreciate your patience. As always, please go get yourself some water. Go to the bathroom, stretch your limbs in the meantime, and I will be right back. Oh, hello? Hi, everyone. I was just getting my dog some water. Hi. How's everybody doing? Aaron, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my god, I love the trash pandas. Hi. Oh god. I stepped away and then I came back and I just saw the chat. And I was like, oh my god, everyone's suddenly appeared. Love this. Yeah, I mean Stash is the whole brand, so she has to be on the VRB screen. She's on every screen, so um hi everyone. Today we are playing Our Life. It is really fun. It's a little visual novel game with um with I mean, it's a visual novel game. There's romance in it, which is fun. Right now, we are dating a guy named Baxter who is in our neighborhood on vacation. We are 18 years old. Um, and I feel like this is a dangerous, precarious situation because he's only here for the summer, but he's charming. And the other guy that's on our roster, but we are not currently dating because we're dating Baxter, um, is Cove, who we've known since childhood. And my best friend was like, everybody like loves Cove. Cove loves everyone. It's like this whole thing. And he did not love us. So I don't know what I did there, but he just did never expressed any interest in us thus far. Baxter, however, came in, saw the opportunity, and locked it down. So we gotta appreciate that. Right now we're on a date with him. Thank you guys so much for the follows. We're on a date with him at an immersive theater thing in a speakeasy, where all the actors, so like the bartender is part of the show, but he is also actually bartending. It's very fun. Baxter's in a suit. Let me show you what the show currently is. It's usually just me reading a lot, so it's a very chill stream. If you want a body double, if you gotta go take care of yourself, that's totally understandable. Go ahead, lurk all you want. It's super chill. Sometimes you are totally free to tell me what choices you want me to make. Like, there are some choices, for example, of whether we want to kiss Baxter or not, that I will leave up to chat, if we are feeling it. But yeah, let's get on into it. Okay. He gripped the glass tightly. You could faintly hear the polishing cloth squeak against it. Okay. She's not interested in my words, just as she told you. There's no time for that. The friend objected harshly, pointing a finger into the bartender's space. They weren't letting him get away with such a falsehood. She can't admit it because you won't admit it. You're making me laugh, kid. The only folks who want us together are you and our parents. He shooed the friend away by flinging his hand through the air. He had the audience captivated, half of them flinching from the gesture. I'm working. Don't block the bar. The friend tossed their hair at him before they skulked away. They waved at a booth of necklace-wearing guests and then slid onto the edge of the cushion. They rolled their eyes and their entire head along with it, intentionally exaggerating. Their new table mates snickered. I don't know how I put up with either of them. You were starting to get the feel for the show. All the actors' behaviors were turned up to an 11 for the sake of comedy. Speaking of the show, comedy of errors style romance. That's how Baxter pitched it to us. At the heart of the story was clear. The venue singer and its bartender were in love, but wouldn't admit it due to outside pressure and the fear that the other didn't feel the same. Aw, man. A clattering sound brought your attention back to the bartender. He put the glass he'd been polishing away. With his hands free, he idly glanced around for his next task. He settled on you and Baxter. His gaze dropped to your necklaces, and he gave a professional smile. You were both in the story world. Can I get either of you anything? Refills, a new drink, on the house. Consider it an apology for all the ruckus. He leaned over the counter and nodded pointedly at the friend. They blocked their face with their hand and sunk into the booth, trying to escape the stare. One of the guests at their table happened to have a paper fan and held it out to them. They gratefully took it and hid behind it instead. The bartender shook his head, fed up. Baxter, meanwhile, grinned.
Gladly.
That would be delightful. That's Baxter in the corner. White hair. His whole thing is black and white, so he only wears black and white. He only eats things that are black and white. He's our little autistic king. I could use another baby Bellini. Of course, sir. Even while the picture of poise and polite manners, Baxter gave the air of being quite smug over the formal address. The bartender shifted closer to you. You could now smell his spiced cologne. That's close. And you? Let me think. Not wanting to hold up the show for long, you asked the bartender for. And we will hold up the show for a little bit, because why not? What are we in the mood for, y'all? We have a sparkling cider, we had an elderflower cordial, a fruit-only martini, a tropical fizz, Shirley Temple, cherry cola, whiskey sour mocktail, virgin pina colada, Arnold Palmer, Virgin Mary, these are a lot of options, Virgin Mary, citrus sunshine mocktail, a baby Bellini, zero proof margarita, or just water, or nothing at all. Whoever types in first gets to choose. If not, I will choose for you. I personally am very much a Shirley Temple person. But I'd like my Shirley Temple spiked. Love me a spiked Shirley Temple. So why not? Yeah. Okay. I will go for a Shirley Temple. Got it. The bartender looked around the shelves for the fake bar, but scratched his head. Oh darn, I'm missing something. I always tell the owner he needs to keep this place better stocked. He grumbled a little more, earned his complaints. Not one to give up, he thought about his options. The crowd tittered with amusement as the front peeked out with a flush on their cheeks from the other side of the room. If I'm right, there's some in the back. I'll return with your drinks soon. Of course, there's no need to hurry. I appreciate it. Baxter lifted his existing baby Bellini with the drama of a supervillain. You wondered if he was being unaware or trying to put on a good show. The bartender threw his cleaning cloth over his shoulder and briskly abandoned his station. He disappeared through a curtained door beside the bar. You guessed what the real drink station was through there. You noticed the actual waiter bounce from table to table, fulfilling orders even during the performance. It made sense to keep supplies somewhere offstage so that the bar could keep putting out drinks no matter what was happening with the story. Without the bartender, you and Baxter had to reorient yourselves as to where the action went. Most of the crowd's eyes were away from the tables. The friend character had scrambled out of the booth and paced along the length of the room. They were still troubled and stopped just short of biting their nails. Just as they'd clasped their hands together, the singer made her reappearance. Music swelled as she sashayed out of her dressing room, once more the center of attention. Her presence spellbound the crowd, instantly taking focus. Ah! The friend cautiously crept over to her, stepping around the tables between them. Feeling refreshed? Of course, darling, I'm a professional. Speaking of professionalism, why didn't you say hi to the other bartender earlier? He is here, you know. The singer scoffed, echoing the exact same cadence the bartender had before. They were a perfect match of stubbornness. He doesn't like me, he made it very clear. He told his parents as much, he told my parents. That's embarrassing. She struck a defiant pose, sounding utterly disgusted. I mean, I get it, girl. Who does that? What a cat. Her friends scratched the back of their head, their face twisted comedically as they chose their next words with care. Didn't you tell his parents that you didn't like him when they suggested it? I also recall- oh. Yeah, no, that changes things drastically. I also recall when your parents accused you of being attached to him, you denied it vehemently, with him in the room. The singer huffed, but didn't deny the offense. She and the bartender's relationship was messy. And isn't it true that you do like our illustrious bartender? If your foolish parents hadn't meddled, you'd be all over each other by now. Ha! The singer let out a deliberate, prideful laugh. It was dark and barely concealing very real hurt. I feel like Verizon is starting to fight with me again, which I will apologize for. Because Verizon has just been giving me a hard time lately. There's nothing I can really do about it, but if it doesn't stop after the end of this moment, we'll just cut stream short, and then we'll go from there. Do not even pretend. He doesn't care for me, and I don't care for him. She cast her gaze over the pockets of attendees gathered around her and spread her arms wide. I bet everyone in this room heard him bad-mouthing me as soon as I left, didn't you? He said he doesn't think you like him. She snapped her fingers and pointed at you. The weight of the room stairs landed on your face. Good, because that's exactly right. Hi, buddy. And there goes the puppy. Hey, pup. Move. You're in my way. I gotta get back to the computer. Okay. When the room finally settled and the singer had passed along a few more barbs about the bartender, the friend slung an arm around her. Can't you please hear me out? The singer groaned and shrugged out of her friend's embrace. She backed up with a frown. I need a drink. She spun to face the bar before thinking better of it. Apparently, she didn't need a drink that badly. Not here, of course. I have standards. The sole of her shoe tapped on the floor. She needed action to deal with all the restless energy. I believe this counts as an emergency. Please hold. I need to fetch my crisis bottle from my purse. She struck her nose high in the air and swanned off to her dressing room once more. Her friend stood alone in the center of the room. The decrescendo of the music made the room quiet. In the distance, a door slammed. Am I reading this whole show? The diva reached the room. Her abandoned friend visibly winced at the anger of the noise. They closed their eyes and mentally counted to 10. Slowly, their stance unwound as they forced themselves to relax. They glanced furtively to the left and then to the right. Okay. The last actor spoke to the entire room, projecting their voice loudly. While they're gone, does anyone have any ideas how to get those two to admit their actual feelings? It's been weeks of me putting up with their arguments. I'm sorry to say it, but I'm plumb out of ideas. The people began to shout things out or whisper amongst the groups. The friend listened attentively as if one suggestion might hold the key of their very survival. Not all of these ideas were positive or even workable plans. Just give up. I'm too stubborn for that. They aren't getting out of this that easily. Lock them in the back room together until they confess. I tried that last week. My friend knows how to pick the lock. Damn! Not the forced proximity. Try making the bartender jealous. Set her up with someone else. I'll do it. Wait, aha! The friend spied a vase full of flowers on a table near the back. They scrambled to collect them into a bouquet. These should work. These flowers can be given to our singer in celebration to her performance. If she thinks they're from the bartender, maybe. This new electric smile on their face, I feel like that's so easily backfired by, hey, did you give me flowers? No. Oh, okay. This new electric smile on their face contrasted their previous expression. For a moment, they faltered. But I can't give these to her. She'll know immediately they weren't from the bartender. Would anyone else be willing to help out? I know those two aren't giving the best impression, but when they aren't trying to prove each other wrong, they're very cute together. Please? Look it, I'll do it. I'll play matchmaker, why not? Your voice rang through the room and someone started clapping. It was Baxter. Thank you. They bounded towards you and placed the bouquet in your hands. Their sincere gratitude caught you by surprise. You're a hero, I swear. Anyways, here's the plan. Although their tone was hushed as you'd be when you were sharing a secret, they'd carry the pitch throughout the entire room. They were a talented actor, especially without any microphone to aid them. I'll go get her. You call her over and pretend the bartender got those flowers for her, but was too shy to hand them over to her directly. Too shy? Too shy? You think she'll believe? Oh, but he was too shy. I would believe it. The friend gave a thumbs up and scampered off to where the singer had left. Baxter inspected the flowers held in your hands. He approved of the bouquet. It would make for a nice gift, circumstances aside. A familiar smirk appeared on his lips. He delicately stroked the petal with the back of his knuckle. His voice was low and in your ear. This is unlikely to work, but I do admire the friend's effort. Oh, shush you. You affectionately tried to hush Baxter. His grin only grew. I think much of the crowd is skeptical. That's part of the fun. The door to the singer's dressing room swung open and the friend pulled the singer back into the room. Their arms were locked together, but the singer was dragging her very tall high heels all the way. In one manicured hand was a tiny bottle, no doubt the aforementioned emergency alcohol, and it was already half gone. Goddamn. It's not good to stay holed up by yourself all the time. You don't need to hide from everyone. I am not hiding, I am simply very busy. Uh-huh. Since they weren't a fool, like the parents, the friend didn't buy that at all. Once the friend reached the center of the room, they released the singer. She rolled her shoulder back and still affronted by the rough treatment. Showtime. Hey, excuse me, I need to give you something. The singer snapped her head towards the bar and narrowed her focus down on you. Her dress swished as she approached. You held up the bouquet. Her suspicious acknowledgement gave you pause. Where did these come from? The bartender left them for you. Miss Starlet gasped and pressed both hands to her chest. She squinted hard at the flowers as if it was a nest of snakes. She unscrewed the cap of her small bottle and tipped it between her pursed lips. She chugged the remaining liquid down. That got a huge laugh from the audience. She slammed her empty bottle down on the bar's counter and gasped for air with a frightening glare. But gently and slowly, ever so slowly, she reached out. Her fingertips touched a single flower stem. She paused, then finished the movements and wrapped her digits around it. You stayed immobilized, as if she were a butterfly and any movement would send her fluttering off. Without warning, there came a shout from the far end of the bar. Get your drinks right here! Every head turned to see the bartender making his reappearance, a tray of drinks balanced on his right arm. Sorry for the wait, just had to... Oh. He froze mid-sentence, staring at the scene he'd just returned to witness. The singer is standing next to you, being offered a bouquet, a single flower clutched in her hand. It was deathly quiet. You could have heard a pin drop. Even the band had stopped playing until... I'm not actually gonna scream, that would blow your ears out. Suddenly, the singer let out a mortified shriek. She flung the preferred flower and bolted, beating a frantic, desperate escape. She careened around the corner and then slam, the deafening sound of a door being rammed shut. Another awful silence formed, having remained frozen when the singer fled. The bartender's attention returned to where you and Baxter were at the bar. His eyes were drilling holes into you, his glare darting between your face and the remains of the bouquet still in your grip. He'd caught you red-handed, literally on account of the roses. It was unspeakably awkward, even though your brain was screaming, "It's not real!" You couldn't help but be swept up in the overwhelming sense of unease filling the room. Slowly, the bartender marched over to the counter, his footsteps weighty and full of intent. He firmly set out the tray of drinks. The glasses rattled angrily, but not a drop was spilled. Then he cocked his hip and folded his muscular arms, striking a pose which felt almost threatening and bristled with suspicion. Well now, I see how it is. He flicked a finger up and down, sizing you with it. So this twig-headed chump is who I'm losing to? Really? I'm not twig-headed! The rather silly epithet got a fair number of titters from the audience, but the bartender wasn't laughing. He made a bitter sound at the back of his throat and shook his head. He muttered angrily under his breath, "I should have known." Wait a minute, no. Wait, a cry came from the other side of the room. The mutual friend, face distraught, was bustling their way over, limbs flapping with panic. I can explain, it's all a misunderstanding. I was. What I'm trying to say is, stumbling over their own words, the friend attempted to lay out the situation. The flowers were all part of a plan to get the singer to admit her own feelings. As the friend nervously rambled, you found yourself practically throwing the bouquet down on the counter in front of you like it was a hot potato. Pulling your arms up in a non-threatening gesture. At first, you weren't convinced that it would work. The bartender's expression was thunderous as a summer rain cloud. His brows were set in a 90-degree angle, stern as steel. But as some of the other patrons began to chime in with words of confirmation, his dark countenance began to clear. A number of emotions melted into each other on his face. Anger became confusion, confusion became understanding, and understanding became acceptance. He let down a long, tired sigh and unfolded his arms. Okay, I hear ya. You were only trying to help. I'm sorry. He directed this apology at you. I shouldn't have gotten angry. There's nothing wrong with your hair. Don't worry. I just saw you holding these flowers and lost my cool. You called me twig-headed. He chuckled bleakly. That's on me. I'm the problem here. At this, he hung his head and slouched where he stood. I can't believe she'd run away like that, screaming as if she'd seen a ghost, like I was the worst thing in the world. Is it really that awful being around me? Am I really that bad? No! His voice was thick with emotion, pain behind every word. There was barely a dry eye in the whole building. A chorus of sympathy rose up from the people around you, sounds of comfort and encouragement in equal measure. The tender walked behind his bar and came to rest his palms flat on the counter, his thick arms spread wide. I wish I knew what to do, you know? If only there was something, anything. Maybe you should just tell her. Maybe you should just talk to her. It was a frank admission laden heavy with resignation. He bowed his head again and was silent. There was a pointed pause. Into it, you heard Baxter gently clear his throat.
Nice.
If you'll permit me to say, it can be hard to know what to do in these kinds of situations, but the important thing is that it's making you unhappy. Once you realize that, it should at least be obvious what not to continue doing. Dancing around your feelings like this will only lead further and further from what you want, so why stick to the same old tune? The bartender gradually lifted his face to peer up at Baxter with an inscrutable expression. I swear Baxter has his own script that he hid somewhere. You don't need to propose or anything equally drastic, but why push her away when all you want is to get closer? His voice gained a faint lilting cadence, almost like he was a singer too, before it tapered away to nothing. On the countertop, you saw the bartender clench a fist. Haha, you got me pegged. You and everyone else in the joint, so I like her already. What good is that? She thinks I'm a joke. She shouldn't be seen dead with someone like me. And we all know that too. You just saw what happened. Am I supposed to make myself look like an idiot, waltz on over and tell her we should be pals? I'd be straight up begging to be laughed at. I couldn't take it, not from her. My boyfriend. It's always hard to put yourself out there, but you're already unhappy this way, so what do you have to lose? I guess you got a point there.
I get it.
I understand the concern. You needn't go any further than you're able. The key is that you step forward in the first place, or at least resist the urge to continue moving backwards. Go, Baxter. When the time comes, don't pull away. You'll only regret it later. The bartender rested one arm across the counter, easing into a stance that was more casual. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. His body language was loosening up. You gathered that he was mulling over what had been said, taking it all in. After a short while, he cracked a cautious grin. You know, it's usually other people who want me to listen to their problems, and by listening, I mean, I just help him pick a poison, you know? Blunt the edges when nothing else can. Never thought I'd be on the receiving end, though. He rapped a knuckle on the countertop and straightened up suddenly. Ah, shoot, I forgot the ice with your drinks. I'm being real sloppy tonight, letting personal stuff get in the way of business. Sorry about that. He began to walk towards the heavy curtain, his black shoes echoing loudly on the floor. Let me go take care of that, and maybe cool myself off for a sec while I'm at it. With a click of his heels and a swish of the curtain, he was gone. Now what? Became the unspoken consensus of the audience. An answer came shortly. Psst. In the form of a loud hiss from the other side of the room, from behind the corner where the singer had vanished. Your focus swung back to see the lady in question poking her head out, shy as a dormouse. She cupped her fingers around her mouth, keeping to a stage whisper. Is he gone? Various assenting voices chimed in. Baxter flashed her a quick thumbs up. Seeing that the coast was clear, the singer's head vanished for a brief instant before reappearing, the rest of her following along with it. She swanned her way back into the main area, oozing feigned confidence. All the terror of her departure had gone, hastily pasted over as though nothing had happened. She brought up a hand to shade her eyes, casting a look from around the room, her immaculately lipstick lips parted. Has my dear, delightful, meddlesome friend decided to finally beat it too? Not yet! The friend's voice called out from somewhere behind you. While everyone's attention had been elsewhere, they had managed to collect the discarded bouquet. In their other hand was the lone flower the singer herself had pitched. They held it out to her. I'm sorry about the flowers. I lied. They weren't from him. They never were to begin with. The singer clapped her mouth in shock. What? You tricked me! Her cry projected clear as a bell, ringing with hurt and betrayal. Her pristine face was crumpled in a furious scowl, directed first at the friend and then everyone else in the room. And you were all in on it! The friend darted to her side in an effort to placate, babbling apologies over and over with a mollifying tone. I know, I'm a terrible friend and I shouldn't have done it. Finally, something we can agree on. Fine, I deserve that, but just hear me out, okay? Even though they weren't from him, there's nothing stopping you from flipping this on its head. I'm not sure I like where this is going. I'm a singer, not an acrobat. It's easy. When he comes back, why don't you give the flowers to him? What? The singer stared blankly for a few seconds, then tossed her head back and bellowed with laughter. Her once lyrical voice was now cold and callous in timbre. Oh, my dear friend, you should really consider joining the circus. I've never heard something so ludicrous. This is serious. I just know it'll work, believe me. I'll be rooting for you, and not only me. You all think so too, right, gang? Out there prompting, the room was filled with shouts of agreement. Yeah! We'll be right behind you! It's okay, don't be afraid! What have you got to lose? The comments all came bright and fast. Most people pitched in with remarks about what had happened while the singer was gone, others simply nodded along. Though she'd readily dismissed her friend's suggestion, the audience's reaction seemed to be more convincing. She stood in the middle of the flurry of sound, head cocked, listening intently. At that very moment, there was a shuffling from behind the curtained entrance. The fabric parted to reveal the bartender, carrying a palm-sized metal bowl piled high with ice. For the second time this evening, everyone froze in place. The singer slowly rotated on her heels to face him, his eyes wide with surprise. Suddenly, she stumbled forward. The mutual friend had given her a nudge, knocking her off balance and towards the bartender. She wheeled around to glare at him before snatching the single flower her friend still held, about facing once more. She laughed a thin, nervous laugh and then took one small step closer. A wide expanse separated them. Her footfalls echoed. One step, two steps, and then she halted, too afraid to continue. She wavered on the brink of turning back. All at once, the crowd made good on their promise. Hollers of encouragement came from the booths behind her, whoops and cheers and whistles of "Don't give up now." Go, girly! Once again, the singer crept across the room as though expecting to be attacked at any moment. The bartender was a statue watching motionless. Inch by inch, the distance closed. Is it just me, or am I, like... You know, I am thinking of Luke and Lorelai, but that might just be me. When only a few feet remained to separate them, the singer paused. She cast an anxious look from her target to where you and Baxter were sitting. At your side, Baxter smiled and inclined his head in a nod. You followed suit, giving her a cool thumbs up, nearly there. With the poise and slowness of a puppet yanked on strings, she extended her arm. The flower gleamed in the dim light of the bar, a flush of red hanging in the air between them. The bloom was fragile, frail, vulnerable, like a naked, helpless heart, offered up in prayer. Weird thing to say, but okay. Everyone in the room held their breath. The two held each other's gaze, neither speaking a word. He knew, and she knew, this time it was real. A bartender silently placed the bowl of ice down on the bar, a moment of a choice, a crossroads. Then he walked over, stretched out his fingers, and he caressed the petals of the single rose, light as a feather, and then he placed his fingers over hers and gently lifted the flower free. He had accepted. The response was immediate. The space exploded with applause, cries of delight coming from all and sundry. The friend jumped up and down on the spot, suppressing a squeal. High fives were exchanged. There were wolf whistles and roars of approval. Baxter and you shared a look of silent satisfaction. Amid the jubilation, the bartender returned to the counter to retrieve a bowl of ice. Maybe it was a metaphor, the winter cold swapped for the first blooms of spring. He hastened over to you and dropped a handful of cold, possibly metaphors in yours and Baxter's glasses. He parted again with a wink. After that first climactic moment, the remainder of the story barreled ahead. No sooner had the lovers begun to open up to one another than further complications reared their heads. First came the parents, who had always claimed the two were fated. They were keen to seal the match and win the satisfaction of lording it over everyone. Nobody could bear the thought of granting them the satisfaction, and so began the elaborate schemes to keep the two families out of the loop. Tragedy devolved into farce. At every step, the audience had a part to play. One scene saw a group of patrons acting as a diversion, keeping one of the parents occupied while the lovers made their escape. In another, you and Baxter were recruited to slide secret notes along the bar when nobody was looking. Even the band got the help, swapping one song in the program for another without warning. The singer's defiant aria transmuted into one passionate, heartfelt longing. It was a flurry, the characters coming and going with a chaotic energy you could normally only see at a distance on a stage. And all through the carefully coordinated mayhem, the actual waiter vigilantly continued to cater to the patrons, serving more drinks, clearing tables, and lighting candles. He ducked and weaved between chairs and bar stools, and the other characters sometimes even participating in the action, but normally fading into the background. At one point, the singer and he almost collided and would have sent a particularly hefty tray flying, but it was all part of the performance, and they both expertly caught the glasses before they fell, to a loud approbation from the audience. The journey was precarious, full of twists and turns, but with everyone's help, the protagonists were finally able to face their feelings for each other. Hardly anyone could have resisted getting caught up in it. When the confession came at last, a deafening cheer went up, the two shared a kiss, and the room was plunged into darkness. A band struck up a lively tune, and when the lights came back on, all the actors took their bows to well-earned applause that seemed to last for hours. Finally, the floor had cleared. The lamps dimmed to their usual twilight. It was finished. Love had triumphed, at least for one night. With that show over, things wound down for the evening. There was no more performances booked, although it was still a good while until closing. People could enjoy the room as a normal bar, the band continued to play, and patrons milled about with their drinks. Some people were animatedly discussing performances you've just seen. The atmosphere was almost convivial? Baxter let out a contented sigh and fiddled absent-mindedly with his second baby Bellini. He'd barely touched it since it arrived. Seeing as you two were aimlessly looking around, he caught your eye with a tilt of his head and a quirk of his brow.
What do you think?
Now then, was the show to your liking? I'm all ears, and you can be honest, it can be a lot to take in. It was very fun. I don't know if anyone else has been in like an immersive show like this. But in New York, there are quite a couple of them that happen on a pretty regular basis. Because it's New York and there's a huge theater scene in New York. And they're always so fun to see and witness and be a part of. One that comes to mind, though it wasn't exactly like this, there weren't really scenes that like we the audience could affect, was the Bridgerton experience. That was just that is such a memory for me, just because I went with one of my best friends. We dressed up and everything, and this was when like the wildfires in Canada were happening, so the whole sky was orange. But yeah, no, it was a wild and fun experience. You might be interested to know that the shows aren't always like this. They have a wide selection of different genres. The murder mysteries are always popular. Yeah, murder mysteries are usually pretty popular. But I wasn't sure how you'd feel about an interactive performance with a captivity for violence. Those can get rather intense, to say the least. Even the play we just saw is rarely performed the same way twice. As far as I've heard, they often chop and change the premise, shuffling the characters and events around as needed. You recall the ever-suffering friend desperate to help the fated couple find love, while some nights it is they who charm the hearts of the singer, or the bartender. In that situation, the third party is instead refusing their help out of kindness, not wanting to get in the way of their own possible romance. Sometimes, the characters' families detest one another, Romeo and Juliet style. Okay. On those nights, the singer and bartender dislike each other too, but pretend to fall in love in order to spite their own parents, and then of course it happens for real. Fake dating! And on rare occasions, they simply play hard to get, faking a quarrel for no reason other than to frustrate their would-be matchmakers and laugh at them with the guests in private. So you see, there's an enormous potential for telling a whole host of different stories, but usually the core idea is the same. The two characters, for whatever reason, are always talking past each other, always failing to communicate. It's almost like real life. And it's up to the audience to lend a hand. I think it's a fascinating concept, personally, a very novel form of entertainment. You listened attentively to Baxter's explanation. Regardless of what you thought of the performance, it was nice to hear him be passionate about something. He spun from side to side on his bar stool, a dry smirk on his face. I suppose I find the fundamental concept rather amusing too. It's so obvious from the outside, the way the characters let their pride become an obstacle to their own happiness. As I said before, if they want each other so desperately, what point is there in saying the opposite? It's plainly not right to yourself and the one you care for, and so unpalatable that it compels us, and the supporting cast, to action. Just right for interactive theater, I guess. Are you saying you've never pretended to be something you're not, like, ever in your life? Every single day, if people are like, hey, have you seen this movie? And I probably haven't, but I can tell that they really want to talk about it. I'm like, yeah, I totally have. Have not. I actually have to, like, I really have to catch up on some movies I haven't seen and should have seen. Baxter rocked idly back on his stool, giving the appearance of thought, but maybe merely acting mysterious. One hand stirred in his drink. No comment. Eventually, a little voice in the back of your head prompted you to speak again. Thanks for tonight, for bringing me along. It was a nice date. It honestly surprised you that Baxter had been able to get seats at such short notice. It seemed like the place was pretty popular. The performance you'd watched had been a full house. Unable to hide your curiosity, you put the question to the man himself. Where exactly did you get tickets for this? Instantly, Baxter's face tensed, his easygoing smile losing some of its effortlessness and tugging down at the corners. That, of course. He crossed his arms in a way that struck you as mildly defensive. Maybe you remember the friends of my parents, the ones I visited recently. Well, it just so happens they're in the performance business. Theater, ballet, musicals, all kinds of productions. They specialize in large-scale events of that nature. This venue isn't one of theirs, but they were able to pull some strings on my behalf. It's a question of knowing the right people who know the right people. We could have even had full backstage access with a main cast if I'd ask. As it was, we were singled out for some special attention during the show on account of being seated at the bar. I'll have to remember to thank them for that. I'm sure they'll be pleased to know that our date went well too. You couldn't help it, your eyes widened a little. You hadn't figured that Baxter would have that kind of pull. Are you kidding? We know that he's super rich. What do you mean? Seeing your response, Baxter's features chilled further, his brows knitting together. He shrugged his shoulders in a sigh. I do try not to lean on that kind of thing too much, if you can believe me. I appreciate it might not look like it right now. You could say that it's a means for me to preserve my sense of independence. It's easy to be popular if you can foot the bill, and I don't want that to be what draws others to me, and that's totally valid. But after all that, here I am, leaning on the same old crutch. Nothing has changed since I was 6. How quaint, how wonderful, how truly excellent. As he rambled on, Baxter was speaking more and more inwardly, his tone increasingly acrid. But is this really any better than yesterday? What have I achieved? What? You could only sit and listen as the brief tirade continued. Had Baxter been sitting on this ever since the coffee shop? It was true he hadn't come across as satisfied by your reassurances, only by a second chance. But if you had known it'd only make him feel worse, you wouldn't have let it get this far. Baxter managed to snap out of his train of thought, his attention returning to you. He looked rather sheepish. I'm sorry, maybe it would be best to call it a night. I wouldn't want to sour the evening after such a charming showing. He swiftly rose from his bar stool, mind made up. You didn't stop him. Attempting the conversation in a public place wasn't a wise plan. Yeah, probably not. Instead, you hurried to follow. Crossing the floor towards the exit, you passed the bartender and a few other cast members. You quickly expressed your appreciation to them and got cheery waves and thanks in return. Sounds and colors became a blur, and before long, you had stepped out into the street. Baxter was already a few places down the block, heading to his car, but he stopped for you to catch up. You exchanged a few pleasantries on the journey home, but nothing too involved. Baxter was making an effort to keep the conversation light, just as he'd promised. He really didn't want to leave a bad impression, that much was clear. You used the time in the space between sentences to mull things over. There was something that needed to be done, but you couldn't figure out what you could say. In your imagined scenarios, it would all end the same way, with him appreciating the sentiment while not believing. It was hard to think clearly. Your head was full of the smell of fake cocktails and snatches from the remembered music, like the show and your life blending together in the shake of a mixer. You sank down into the soft leather of the car seat and let the images wash over you in waves. The stars were winking playfully overhead as you arrived back in your town neighborhood. The moon was a yellow lantern floating up high. You stepped out of Baxter's car and a sea breeze danced across your cheeks. After the summer heat of the daytime, it was cool and refreshing, like the first sharp sip of an iced drink. First sharp sip. I feel like you could easily get all muddled up with that. Baxter escorted you to the front door. He was, as ever, determined to be a gentleman. The deliberateness of it gave you pause in a way that it hadn't until now. He lifted the corners of his mouth and his eyes wrinkled, a perfectly arranged smile. I had a wonderful time. The manner he said it made it sound less like he was expressing his feelings and more like he was stating a want, as if he was determined that it should be true. Ever since the dip in mood at the end of the event, your mind had been filled with thoughts that you couldn't grasp hold of. These questions pressed against you incessantly. Why was he still beating himself up over what happened yesterday? Why did he see him so unlike himself before you left the bar? What was going on in that head of his right now? Having bid you farewell, Baxter moved to leave. There was a priority in making himself scarce. His eyes was something like tiredness, something like fear. The prospect of some other sudden indignity rearing its head was too much for him to bear. He'd lost the chance to save face entirely in front of you by now. Best to cut things off at the roots. To see him like that tugged at your chest, you couldn't accept him going back to that empty house to wallow in frustration, but what could you do? Your mouth opened without anything to fill it, but the words somehow came anyway. Would you want to come inside? Things couldn't end here, that much was certain. What you needed was more time. Baxter paused, having turned to go. The far side of him was in shadow. As he slowly swiveled back to you and the light caught his face once more, his expression was conflicted. It held surprise, confusion, and no small amount of intrigue. His lips parted as if to speak, but his brow furrowed, and he closed his mouth again without a sound. He evidently had no idea of what the present moment was leading. Neither did you. Baxter settled for a simple tilt of the head, his eyes posing a question. Well, no worries if not. I know it's getting late, but how about you come in and have a drink? It's been such a good night, and I don't want it to be over so soon. Despite playing it off as nothing serious, you were silently willing Baxter to not go just a little longer. Hearing your elaboration, Baxter couldn't help but be amused. He recovered from his initial trepidation enough to laugh at your desperate plan. A drink, you say? A fascinating suggestion. How decidedly original of you. One eyebrow was raised, dripping with irony. You chuckled quietly and kind, happy that he'd played along with the absurdity of the suggestion. Baxter's features relaxed into a look of fond regard, as his eyes searched your face for a moment. One hand was stuck casually into his back pocket. Though some of the tension appeared to be gone, his stance was still one of indecision and contemplation. For some reason, your imagination conjured up a vision of him at the woodland crossroads, standing just as he was now, carefully weighing which way to go. At this point, you felt as though you could guess the thought process he was going through, even if he wasn't saying it out loud. For Baxter, it was all a question of the eventual outcome. When everything was over and he looked back on this moment, how would he best like to remember it? Should he end things here and avoid further mishaps, or should the night continue without with the accompanying risk of additional regrets. Baxter didn't only aim to make the most of his time by doing what he liked, but by meticulously crafting experiences and emotions he'd have. You sighed inwardly, recalling simpler times. If only it were another case of which frozen dessert to pick from an ice cream truck. At length, his mind was made up. Baxter cleared his throat and straightened his stance, facing you square
That's
on.
sweet.
Thank you for the offer. It's very kind of you to be generous with your time. I should like to take up the suggestion if it's no inconvenience. A drink would be lovely. A rush of relief hit, thank goodness. You still had a chance to turn things around. He likely had a similar thought, though your ideas on what would achieve that were certainly different. Flashing a cheerful smile, you unlocked your front door and led the way inside. Baxter dutifully followed, pausing only to wipe his shoes on the doormat, just as Ma would want. All the lights were on in the living room, and there was a brief flash of panic at the prospect that you'd lured Baxter into a run-in with your family at the worst possible time. As luck would have it, when you poked your head around the doorway, the room was empty. You couldn't hear movement, and you were alone for now. So you gestured for Baxter to sit down and make himself comfortable. He graciously accepted the invitation. Rather than crash on the couch, he sauntered over to the table and pulled up a chair, prim and proper to the last. Having got this far, you willed the hostly components of your brain into motion. After seeing a professional like the bartender at work, you had some standards to live up to. First things first, a technical reason why you'd invited him. What do you want to drink? We have juice, milk, other things. Just water, please. I don't have the appetite for much else right now. His reply came without hesitation, but it lacked the usual degree of confidence you'd expect to come from him. The sound of it spoke volumes. While nobody could go so far as to call him fragile, there was no denying that Baxter had come a long way from his usual bold self. Okay, water it is. You reached for a pair of glasses, deciding to stick with water yourself to keep things simple. After pouring some chilled water into the fridge, from the fridge, you brought the drinks over to the table and sat down across from Baxter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Baxter sipped his water quietly and then placed it back down in front of him. It struck you how fully bizarre the situation would appear to anyone who happened to be watching. Two people sitting at the dining room table, dressed to the nines, gingerly sampling glasses of plain water. You mentally whispered an apology to the tender of the jazz bar. You were a little ashamed at your feeble imitation of his skills. It was a good thing your moms weren't around to see this either. They'd never let you live it down, not in a million years. But that was all besides the point. You knew, and Baxter knew, that the pretext of coming over for a drink was simply that, a thinly veiled excuse. Only a very particular kind of emergency would necessitate visiting a neighbor's house for nothing more than a glass of water. And yet, in a way, it had been an emergency, a relationship emergency. You sincerely hoped that this brief, borrowed moment would give you both a chance to clear the air and reach some kind of mutual understanding. Baxter reached down to fiddle with the tumbler of water before him, though without lifting it to his lips again. He stared down into it searchingly, and after a while he spoke.
I deeply apologize.
I feel like I must sound like a broken record at this point, but it's exceedingly considerate of you to extend your hospitality this far. I'm grateful. I just gave you a glass of water, dude, bro. His gaze didn't lift, but one corner of his mouth did. It looked as though it had taken some effort. He maintained it just long enough to be sure you'd seen, but then dropped it like a heavyweight. Okay. He quietly sighed once more, as though to catch his breath. He continued. I must confess, however, if it were up to me, none of this would be happening. I find myself regretting my actions up to this point. Things would have been for the better if I had not said anything after the show, or if you hadn't treated them as if they mattered. It was a brief moment of frustration, and it's caused so much trouble. An evening ruined by nothing and for nothing. And this was already my second go at inviting you out for an occasion. We didn't need to retread what happened the first time. He tossed his head to one side and made a bitter sound with his tongue. I should be better than this. It irks me so much to make the same mistakes over and over. His voice trembled with frustration, his eyes dark and downcast. He dropped to a forceful whisper, repeating his words as if to convince himself of them, as if to nail them to his chest. I was better than this, wasn't I? You haven't done anything wrong. You willed yourself to certainty. There was no room for equivocation. That's a terrible way to deal with emotions. You shouldn't bottle that kind of thing up and hide it from everyone. Baxter finally lifted his eyes to meet yours. They were narrowed, their intention unreadable. The cruel curve to his mouth speak for itself, however. With a jolt, you realized it was a look of poorly disguised mockery, and still you could tell that it wasn't meant for you. And when that cutting smile opened and the words came, pointed and pained and sharp, it was all aimed inward at himself. The whole situation, it's asinine. I haven't known you for long enough to be causing this kind of trouble. I'm quite literally a stranger, and I won't even be here long enough for that to change. As welcoming as you all are here, that can't be forgotten. Oh my god. I was only ever supposed to be part of the fun, a worthwhile piece of summer scenery. Someone who added to the experience, not held it back. You shouldn't have to baby me, to sit there spending your time making me feel better when I can't keep it together. Oh my god. His eyes were clenched on the table, his knuckles a shock of white. The mess I am in the mornings, so drop my calls in the evenings, the person I am when the show is over, those aspects shouldn't be any of your concern. I don't provide that support to you, do I? And how could I when I don't know you? No, it's not fair to make you worried or worse, guilty over what happens to me. What matters is that when we're together, it's for the pleasant parts of existence. Okay. The less ideal shades of life can be managed separately. That's a terrible way of looking at things. He slumped back a little in his chair, the power having gone out of his voice. That's all I wanted. The blood was still pounding in your ears. Witnessing Baxter like this, as you'd never seen him before, was equal parts exhilarating and shocking, his inner conflict now an exposed wire. How many times had you sat across from him these past few days? And how was it that it was only now that it felt like you were truly seeing the person in the chair opposite? Heather, hi! Also, I don't know what is up with social stream not showing up. Maybe it'll show up now. But hello, Heather. How are you doing today? Okay, here at last was the crux of the matter. It was clear that when Baxter came to Sunset Bird, he had set himself a series of rules. Rules about how much to involve himself, how much of an impact to make. Like the tourist concept of leave only footprints behind, but taken to the extreme. Oh, you've been running around all day? Well, I hope that it was at least fun. I'm good. I had some work to do today. And I am starting my new job next week, which is kind of weighing on me, but you know, part of the job. Yeah. There wasn't a space for him to be complicated, to have negative emotions, to show different sides of himself to anyone. To do so would be a dereliction of duty. You weren't going to criticize him for wanting his privacy. It was important to him and you respected that. But this kind of framing, one where he had an obligation to minimize himself for others' benefits, it was only causing him pain. In spite of what he felt was right, you cared too much about him by now to let him carry on like this. Cautiously, you opened your mouth. Yeah, this one. Morning, Baxter. Evening, Baxter. All the Baxters, I like you. You spoke earnestly and with as much composure as you could manage. Right now, more than anything else, Baxter needed to know how wrong he was. He wasn't a burden, and his feelings didn't hurt you. You tried your best to communicate this to him. You said your piece and went silent. The house lay still, and the windows were empty portals black with night. The only sound was that of both of your breathing. Baxter's eyes had been locked with yours during his speech, the last heat of his frustration smoldering with them. Now, in the quiet, you finally felt the embers fade completely. His gaze slowly slid to one side and then down. He swallowed. The sound drifted to you across the table, small and hushed. A sigh. Thank you. It was said simply, with no pretense or caveats. Baxter had given up the fight with himself for now and accepted what you told him. You let your body unclench as you watched the creases in Baxter's brow begin to disappear. A hand emerged from beneath the table to lift his glass, and he sipped his water, eyes closed. You took this as your cue that the discussion had run its course. There was no guarantee that things would change going forward. You weren't so arrogant to think that Baxter's behavior would be altered all at once. Nothing drastic anyway. He'd listen to your feelings, but who could say how it would impact what happened in the future? The past couple of days had held a mirror up to Baxter, showing him a reflection that wounded him, cutting too close to the bone. There were hurts there that ran deeper than he'd let you reach. It didn't mean he mistrusted you. It may not have been a matter of trust to begin with, but you hoped that, with time, Baxter might come to count on the fact that there was at least one person out there who would accept him. You wanted to give him that. A souvenir to remember you by. Minutes passed, and sip by sip the two of you drank your way towards the bottom of your water glasses. The silence couldn't be called effortlessly comfortable, but it wasn't awkward. Companionable, perhaps. Baxter sucked in the last drops of his cup, and then moved to stand, unhurried. Thank you again. That was refreshing, both the water and the conversation. Still, I should be going. He was a matter of fact with an air of calm finality. You weren't able to disagree, and you nodded, and arose in parallel. Moving to take the glasses back over to the kitchen, you'd managed what you had set out to achieve. It was alright to let things end here for the time being. The night had spun around your way, and hopefully Baxter could see it as a positive when he reflected on it. You walked with him across the living room to the front door. With his back to you, you heard him begin to say something.
I appreciate the understanding.
I appreciate you taking the time to discuss this with me, for listening in spite of, well... He gestured to himself, the meaning clear. Before you could tell him not to mention it, he reached the front door and came to face you. There was a mischievous grin on his face. You welcomed it like an old friend. But now, since the final act is over, how would we rate this event? I sincerely hope it was acceptable on the whole. The question had a laugh to it, and underneath there was the faintest hint of self-mockery from before, but now it was toothless, empty of malice, and entirely good humor. You couldn't help but snicker under your breath full of affection. Oh, Baxter, how quickly he recovered his footing. A solid performance as always. I'm glad we did this, all of it. Thank you for a great evening out, and for coming over afterwards. Don't mention it. The pleasure was all mine. Good night. You reach his hand and cheer. I squeeze his hand. Yeah. There was a moment of pause, and before Baxter looked down and squeezed yours in return, he pulled up, and suddenly you thought he was about to kiss it. Instead, he stroked a thumb twice across your knuckles, still cool from the glass of water, and hummed a wordless noise of contentment. It was a comforting gesture, full of fond feeling. You stood like that for a while, not speaking. Baxter liked you. Even if he didn't want you to know him, you were sure of that much. And then he made good on his promise to depart. Baxter stepped out into the dark night. The door shut behind him, and the long day came to a close along with it. When he was gone, you remained in the entryway for a while, lost in thought. You'd see him again, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps not. He might have plans, but there would be a next time. You saw your face reflected in the dark glass window by the door, and found yourself wondering which Baxter you'd meet when the day came. Whoever he was, whenever it was, you'd be there. No, that's nice. Okay. Drink some water. Here we go. I can't believe that whole thing was 2 hours long. Oh, okay. I know, I see the bot. Give me 1 second. Ta-da. Okay. But yeah. Okay. Mountain. Where are we? This isn't the setting I've seen before. No two summer evenings in Sunset Bird look quite the same. Not downtown, not at the beaches, and not on a street, where only the change that anyone had seen in years was the arrival of a new tourist. Though you hadn't seen any stars in the sky, you knew the day was almost over from the sound of chirping crickets. Shadows of swaying branches were stretching across the grass. Well, probably. You hadn't gotten the chance to experience the sunset before you got pulled into whatever this was while trying to clarify your plans for tomorrow with Baxter. He paced back and forth between a pair of half-packed or half-unpacked, depending on how someone saw it, suitcases. Piles of folded clothes were abandoned on the bed. Leaned against the dresser, amused. It was funny. Baxter was simply grateful that you weren't hovering over his shoulder. This wasn't the first time you'd been in the condo. Baxter had invited you over before, but so far it had only been the first floor. You were now in the master bedroom. As a kid, the condo was the equivalent of Fort Knox. No way in, and if someone unwanted did sneak inside there was probably no way out. It just wasn't worth the risk. Being in that room was closer to a fantasy than it was reality, as much as someone could dream about being in a rental bedroom anyway. And yet, here you were, all thanks to Baxter, who didn't seem to realize the gravity of the situation. One of the doors to the armoire, his word for it, was ajar. Hangers rattled from the excessive force Baxter used to remove a few of his jackets. He was at least careful enough not to knock it to you. Honestly, you weren't sure why he packed them at all. It never got cold enough anywhere in Southern California to wear outerwear during the winter, never mind the summer. And yet, he still brought them, no matter how much he was convinced otherwise.
So?
It will be cooler in temperature, but just barely. While we won't be seeing any snow, I would suggest you bring a jacket and a sturdy pair of shoes. Devin, hello! How are you? How are you? He waited past the... I still haven't returned your email. I know I still have to do that. Sorry, it's been super crazy because I'm starting my new job, but I will be returning your email soon. The suit he wore to the interactive play was perfectly arranged for use at any minute. In any case, there was another regal emergency. Baxter hesitated before leaving that be. His fingers grazed the top of the comforter as he passed. He wove through an increasingly intricate disaster area to look for something else that he hadn't made clear to you. Thanks, Devin. If only so that he could relocate his things from one to the other. He was certain that he'd need no more than an afternoon to pack before you arrived. But there were some things in the world that not even the likes of Baxter Ward could handle with grace and composure. Mornings were one, personal organization was another. He stopped in place, the corners of his eyes softened as he turned to you, brows knit together even as he busied his hands with a folding pair of pants, only to immediately throw it into his suitcase. I realize this can't be terribly entertaining. I'm okay. It wasn't really a bother. You'd come of your own volition and knew what you'd be doing while you were here. Besides, if it was any trouble, you'd have gone home. He was a worrier. That is one of your charm points, in for a penny and for a pound. He chuckled, shaking his head with quiet amusement. Content with your reply, he went back to unconsciously constructing a labyrinth of his possessions. You wondered how he fit everything into 2 suitcases to begin with. This entire situation made about as much sense as everything else around him, which was to say that maybe a quarter of it followed any linear train of thought. The rest left much to be desired. Baxter had a tendency to work through things in the sort of circuitous sense. Circuitous sense? I don't know. Circuitous. His own logic that he used to explain things as a matter of fact, so much so that you couldn't help but just take him on his word, even if the details made themselves clear later. What was happening now was even more convoluted than normal. The first point, Baxter very suddenly announced that he was going on a vacation away from his vacation, a 3-day and 2-night jaunt to a mountain lodge a handful of hours away by his judgment. Plans were already underway as he figured out where he was staying in California. It made sense as if he was trying to get more bang for his buck for his experience in the area, but that wasn't the main reason. The second point was a family tradition happening without his family. He and his parents always went to the Rockies in the summer, except this time he was staying in California. Baxter decided to make a trip out of the mountains here regardless. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know if I get to pick, but I'm gonna learn all that during training, I'm guessing. So that should be really fun and exciting. I'm a little nervous because I have to wake up in the morning. And I'm not a morning person. So I'm a little scared on that front. Like, I'm such a night owl, and I feel like, you know, I'm also neurodivergent. So, like, I feel like I finally just settled back into a routine after moving, and now it's all gonna change again, and it's gonna be this huge thing, except it's not a huge thing. I know it's not a huge thing, and change is good, and etc. It's just like, whoo! You know, like, it's a massive change to my schedule, to my routine. So, like, I'm a little daunted, but I'll be okay. And that was also fine, except that he wasn't prepared for the trip at all. You would have thought that someone else planned when and where it happened, with the way that he was rushing around the condo trying to pack and trying to remember what to pack. And point 3, the most peculiar, he rented a second room in the lodge, despite coming here alone and to visit no one in particular. He did have some acquaintances in the state, but none of them were people he wanted to take a trip with. Audaciously, after explaining the situation, he asked you to take up the free room without missing a beat. You, a person who dated him for all of half a second. A couple's trip was the kind of thing that was more appropriate for months down the line, something to cement a relationship as steady. But apparently, being together at all was plenty enough for Baxter. The weekend was free, and your moms were able to accept the idea of you going. Going up to the mountains to stay in a lodge was a cool opportunity. It wasn't the kind of trip you and your family took. Not that you'd taken many trips since your breaks got busier and Liz moved away, so the prospect of traveling anywhere farther than the city was exciting. Thank you, Heather. Negotiating with your moms went better than expected. They hadn't vetoed it immediately because you were an adult, but they weren't excited about the idea. It was one thing if you were going on a trip with a usual cast of suspects, but Baxter's, the guy you basically just met the other day. He was polite and well-spoken, however. Your moms didn't know his parents. A rule you thought was obsolete once you were in high school, but not so when it came to overnight trips. They eventually gave their blessing when Liz took your side in the discussion. She was convinced by the fact that you'd been staying in an entirely separate room to him. Having a second room just seemed like a Baxter thing to do. Baxter's hands stalled over the suitcase he was bringing on the trip. He brushed his hair back into place, turning to his side to search for another misplaced necessity. I thought there was a possibility I might make friends during my stay here. There was no guarantee, of course. I wouldn't hope to make any presumptions there. His gaze wandered, his lips tightening at the corners of his mouth involuntarily. His contemplative expression faltered as he looked up from his suitcase to you. But I thought that if I did, then would the trip not be made exceptionally better with company? If not, then so be it. Acquiring a room is the difficult part. A reservation needs to be made weeks in advance, whereas canceling one only needs a notice of 48 hours or more. It's taken off the bill, no questions asked. Realistically, I would only need 2 days to know if I was going alone or with company.
See?
That was the case with you, was it not? Ha. Well, I'm glad they're so accommodating about it. I'd hate for you to lose your deposit. As would I, believe me. Baxter went back to packing, though his suitcases looked to be middling in quantities more now than they'd been earlier in the evening. He glanced over his shoulder at you, a black shirt folded in his hands, as neatly as any store display you'd seen in your life. This might not be an ideal time to ask, but as we are speaking about the trip, I did want to know where your boundaries lie. I'm deeply appreciative of your mother's approval, but what I am comfortable with may not mirror what they are comfortable with. You only need to say so if you are in agreement with their preferences, but if not... Baxter had a tendency to act a lot older than he actually was. It was at times like these when he smirked entirely too mischievously that you were reminded that he was barely any older than you. I may forget by the time we get there. You chuckled to yourself. Oh yeah, of course he'd add that to the caveat. Moms were hoping Liz could come along, so I wouldn't be alone. He didn't look surprised by the suggestion, apparently aware of how it must have, and certainly did, come off to your parents to invite their youngest on an overnight trip, but she argued I wasn't going out of state, and I'm not still a kid. I just have to call Liz every day. I mean, call. She won't let me get away with texting. If I don't, she said she'll call the hotel instead, and the police, and everyone with a phone number to report that Pepe Le Pew was on the loose. Baxter snorted, not laughed, full-on snorted. He covered his mouth, quickly avoided your gaze, as he had to resist the urge to laugh harder. You didn't know whether he'd seen the original cartoons or one of the more recent uses of the character, but he definitely got the reference. I was prepared to give your sister my thanks for convincing your mothers, but it appears that everyone has notes on my manner of dress these days. They're adults, Heather, so I don't think they do. Also, where is my chat? My chat is not showing up on screen. Maybe if I start and if I restart it, it'll show up. Let's see. Yeah, Mom joked that those old-fashioned black and white striped jumpsuits inmates wore would match your hair, you know, if Liz did call the police on you. How clever. Is a black and white tie out of vogue? You aren't wearing a tie. Trying to suppress the grin was nigh impossible, especially after reliving the conversation about his vague resemblance to an aggressively forward skunk and a criminal. Baxter chuckled as he put away another pair of pants, the number of which you'd long lost count on as he went back and forth. Your family is quite charming, and I do agree that is only fair. Try to keep in touch with them while you're away. I'll trust you to care for my faith enough to do that much. Yeah, you know, that's true. I mean, I feel like that happened up until more recently. You know, chaperones, especially with like couples, unless you were married, you were being chaperoned. But this is modern day, so I feel like independence is important, particularly to these guys. Okay, what is up with my chat? If I refresh it, will it show up? I don't know. Oh. It looks like I messed it up. I feel like I messed it up. I don't know. I'll figure out chat. Maybe next week it'll show up and there's a bug this week. I don't know. For sure, I don't want them to worry. Excellent. It is sweet that you care for each other so deeply. The itinerary of the trip was straightforward enough that Baxter didn't need to look at his laptop to read the details. He kept to his work on the suitcases. Check-in wasn't until 4 p.m. at the earliest, and the drive wasn't so significant that you'd been going for as long as you'd feared. So the plan was to leave at noon, find dinner somewhere in the area when you got there, and then check into the lodge in the evening. The first day would be getting there. The second would be exploring the area in earnest, and the third would be taking the morning easy before checking out at noon to head back home. Okay. Well, home for you, vacation home for Baxter. It was perfectly reasonable, according to him. He wouldn't be overextending himself to prepare on either of the big driving days, and you'd... How much are you He has 2 suitcases! For a 3-day trip? And it's not even a full 3 days. It's more like 2 days. He wouldn't be overextending himself to prepare on either of the big driving days, and you'd have a good amount of time in the lodge. Besides, if he drove that much early in the morning, you were pretty confident you wouldn't make it back in one piece. Upon further inspection of Baxter's own supplies, there were a few things left to pack and a few more things you needed to buy. I don't suppose we'll need any formal wear, really. But off the off chance that we have dinner at a restaurant that necessitated that, I think it'll be okay, Baxter, but I'll see you tomorrow. I gotta pack too. Good luck. As you started to make your way out of the master bedroom, his head snapped up. Of course, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good evening. Yeah, he's coming prepared, apparently. Morning came uneventfully, save the final warning from your family about how they deploy a full-fledged investigation team the minute that something seemed off. You agreed that you would call daily, but it didn't do much to dissuade the endless worrying. Liz didn't pull any punches either, least of all after your family helped you load your things into the back of Baxter. It's 3 days! How many things am I bringing? Ma and Liz pulled you into a hug as Mom shut the trunk with a clink of finality before she joined in the squeeze. Don't forget, I'm watching him. I'll come get you if you need me to, just say the word. Doesn't matter when, okay? You embraced the hug as they all tugged you in close. Ma and Mom planted a kiss on each of your cheeks. They were just reminding you because they cared and not because they didn't trust you. But you wouldn't be going anywhere if they didn't let you go. Liz grinned, pulling you into another hug anyway. She squeezed your shoulders. Right. I trust her to do her job, but Baxter, you be careful with our child, won't you? You couldn't see what their faces looked like because of the way they held you. However, you could hear the apprehension in Baxter's tense laugh. Of course, you have my word, Moms. A perfectly gentlemanly response from him as always. As you were freed, Baxter made his way to the passenger side. He opened the door for you with a sweep of his arm. Bye! Moms and Liz waved you off and you slid inside the car, shutting the door behind you. As soon as the seatbelts clicked, the engine roared to life. You reversed out of the driveway and rumbled away from your neighborhood to the freeway. The familiar sight of Sunset Bird eventually gave way to Prism Vista City, then to the open space between here and there. You couldn't smell the salt in the air anymore, and for a moment it felt odd to remember that there weren't even beaches everywhere you went, even in the same state. The radio set the classical music gave a nice backtrack to Baxter's storytelling of other trips he'd taken with his parents to the Rocky Mountains. Those memories gave an idea of what to expect when you'd arrive at the cabin, even though he'd glazed over some of the details. He even mentioned otter experiences, one of which was getting chased across a river by what he and his family thought was a bear, but turned out to be a particularly chubby dog who wanted to be fed. It was a Newfoundland. I am betting my entire life that it was a Newfie. It was a brown little Newfie. The ride was as smooth as it could be. Except for the occasional congestion of traffic. That was always inevitable this time of year. Baxter wasn't the only tourist. Eventually, the massive freeways came down to 2 lanes as the elevation grew steeper and steeper. Roads cut through canyons, giving a scenic view. You still texted your friends and family between conversations and sightseeing until you lost signal. By the time you hit your first official checkpoint, it was late in the day. You stopped at a roadside diner for a bite to eat before finishing the last leg of the trip. You offered to drive, but Baxter waved it off. It was already enough that you came at all. Making conversation with you also made it less of a dull task, so he didn't mind. And maybe it was better that way, since Baxter was renting it. If anything did happen, it'd complicate matters if he wasn't driving. After the short final stretch, the car rolled to a stop at the front of a massive log hotel. It towered over you when you stepped out of the vehicle. Baxter handed the keys over to the attending valet. The lodge was somehow both rustic and fancy at the same time. For an oversized wooden cabin, the doors had a big, elaborate wrought handles. That you were sure must have cost a pretty penny. It appears that we have arrived. Baxter rounded the side of his car with bags in hand, smiling comfortingly as you stood there empty-handed staring at the building. How snazzy. You didn't expect Baxter to laugh at what you said. It was a pretty apt description of the place, but he shook his head demurely.
Lovely.
I wasn't aware anyone still used that word. Amazing. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'd say that looks pretty expensive. You both carried your things into the lobby. You hadn't brought enough with you that you'd needed to make a second trip. Yeah, but we're staying here for 3 days. Just a little bit. Just a little expensive. After all that consternation in his bedroom, Baxter had managed to shave everything he needed down to 1 bag and suitcase. The lobby was as big as the front of the building had suggested. Light piano music tinkled in the background. An untraditional chandelier hung from the ceiling, sunlight shining through glass doors and reflecting on the carefully cut stonework. A bit New Englandish, yeah. I mean, I guess I've never gone to New England, though. But yeah. Oh wait, and also, are you still in PA? It wasn't cozy, like, not in the way that you'd expect it to be, given Baxter only described it as a mountain lodge. Hang on, just responding to a text. Okay. It was big and impressive, and even the stairwell seemed more fitting of a medieval castle than a homey cabin in the woods. To one side, the front desk was occupied by staff who were busy helping with a large party. We may be waiting a while. Why don't we set these down? He tugged at the strap of the crossbody bag he had over his shoulder and lifted the suitcase in his hand, gesturing for you to follow to the nearest open seating area, which was all for him. I got 10 days. Oh, you're okay. Back to NASA yesterday, but yeah, 10 days. That's pretty great. That's awesome. I hope you had I hope it was really fun. Baxter opted to set his bag in one of the chairs instead of sitting. He'd been stuck in the car for so long. He didn't make a point of stretching his legs, though, ostensibly because it would have looked overly casual for a man such as him.
What do you think?
So now that you've gotten a look, what is your opinion on our temporary abode? It's incredible. Okay. I'm glad to hear it suits your taste. I mean, look at it. He turned his attention to the front desk, though the situation hadn't improved at all. There were no signs of it clearing up now or in the near future. Would you mind if I made a phone call and considering making a call to my mother?
Honestly.
I do not often keep my parents appraised of my day-to-day life, but I believe they will be glad to know I arrived at the secondary location. He wants more than 3 days. Oh no, not the Delulu! No, because then you're gonna be like, he's in love with you. But I'm scared, because what if, like, you know, like, what if summer ends and, like, he's not in love? What if he's not in love? I'm so scared. I'm not so bad a son that I cannot grant them that. Sure, go ahead. Thank you. It won't be more than a few minutes, and I'll have a chance to finally mention the lovely individual accompanying me. His teasing wasn't something to be missed, but it warmed your heart to know that Baxter considered your relationship meaningful enough to be mentioned even in passing to his parents. Sorry guys, one sec. Officially withdrawing his phone, Baxter promptly brought up his contacts and made the call. A hand rested on his hip while the other held the device to his ear. His head craned back towards the high ceiling as he awaited the dial tone before a voice too soft for you to hear but loud enough for you to register greeted Baxter. Hello, Mother. It's nice to speak with you. We've arrived at the hotel. The drive went well. He glanced over his shoulder at you before lightly pressing his index finger to his lips as if to hush you before you could think of saying something. You couldn't help but wonder if she got onto the we, considering Baxter came to the state alone in the first place. Ah yes, I have Nina with me, my neighbor here. Of course, that is the greatest understatement of our relationship. She is... Can we see this? Oh my god, I want to believe him so bad, but I'm so scared. Oh, that's so cute. Of course, that is the greatest understatement of our relationship. She is quite special. Ah, that's so adorable. It's like, tell your mom I said hi. His soft brown eyes lit up with a new warmth, having not expected you to take interest. She says hello, Mother. He nodded as she said something in response to him, however his attention didn't move from you. As the conversation continued on her end, he lightly covered the phone with his hand. She says hello too. He smirked while his mother continued on in his silence. You weren't honestly sure that he was listening enough to have caught what she said. This is the closest approximation you'd ever gotten to the vague concept that was Baxter's parents, and it was such a small thing watching as he spoke to one of them over the phone, and it felt so radically different than it did with your other friends. You knew Kira and Mr. Holden just like you knew Derek, Randy, and Terry's parents. All you'd heard about Baxter's parents, other than that they were educated and old-fashioned, was that they didn't mind sending Baxter off to Sunset Bird for the summer. They wouldn't see him this season, and so you wouldn't see them. You had to wonder if someday you'd get the chance to meet them or speak to them directly. It didn't seem like a priority for Baxter. You were only dating for a little while though, so maybe it was just enough to let them know you existed in the first place. A few other hmms and yeses, Baxter's attention shifted to the front desk, which was slowly being vacated by the previous group. Ah, Mother, this was lovely, but I do have to take my leave. Take care.
Oh, yes.
You too. And after only a brief goodbye, he hung up and pocketed his phone. He turned towards you, picking up his bag and suitcase. Shall we go and check in? Yeah. Okay. You trailed after him with your own luggage. The hotel receptionist smiled from behind a wide counter, her eyes somewhat weary from the day's work. You could relate to the exhaustion of dealing with a large mass of needy people and sent a silent wish that the rest of her day would be uneventful. Good evening. The receptionist nodded, offering her own greeting in reply before asking if you were both checking in. Exactly, and I would appreciate your assistance in doing so. The reservation should be for 2 rooms under Baxter Ward. Handing over his driver's license and credit card, the receptionist made quick work of their computer system and slid 2 pairs of plastic cards through a machine. You were going to be in room 194. Baxter was going to have the room next to you, 193. She picked up a map and drew a few arrows and lines. You were directed to take a left and head up the elevator or take the stairs to the 2nd floor. With keys and map handed off, you and Baxter departed from the front desk. So, did you want to take the elevator or stairs? You realized Baxter didn't immediately follow. You turned back to him as he got up, gesturing for you to wait. He dug out one of his key cards and offered it to you.
Now.
Elevator. Here. It may not be necessary, but I would be happy to let you have it in case. You should check if it's adjoining rooms. Yeah, I'll check. Baxter took a- I'm giving her a card too. I don't think it's adjoining because we have separate key cards. Well, I mean, it still could be, but we'll see. Baxter gratefully took your card in hand, pleased to have your good faith in the matter. The executive decision was made to take the elevator up to the next floor given all the bags. We're staying here for 3 days! How much did we pack? Truthfully, only a night's worth of clothes and supplies. They weren't that heavy. Yeah. What was more, it was only a floor up. They installed an elevator for a reason, hadn't they? A lot, yeah. It'd be a shame not to put their hard work to use. The halls of the hotel were wide. It was easy enough for 2 people to pass through beside each other, though you and Baxter had to sidestep to make room for others occasionally. As you approached the end of the path where your rooms sat beside one another, Baxter withdrew his keycard and held it against the digital lock with a fluid, practiced motion. Would it be alright if we were to meet later this evening? It was a long drive and at least I am in no rush to hurry off to the next activity. You waved your hand to dispel any concerns, both real and imagined. I'm sure that's fine. I'll see you soon.
Excellent.
Excellent. Take care, neighbor. He winked, laughing as he disappeared inside of his room and shut the door with a click. Tapping your card against the lock, you followed suit. In comparison to the hotel foyer, your room was cozier. Not by much, but it was much less grand in scale. On the wall, one wall was laid precisely with wooden planks. At the center of the room, the headboard of the single king-sized bed was situated by some nondescript painting. It didn't seem cramped, in part because of the glass doors that led out to a balcony, and because of the nearby windows, which meant more light came into the room. It was bright even without the lamps on. In the breeze of the quiet evening up in the mountains, the branches waved to say hello. Setting down your stuff, you started unpacking toiletries and clothes before searching for a plug at the nightstand for your phone charger. As you unpacked and the sun rays slipped further out of the room, it occurred to you that you also owed a call to your loved ones. A promise was a promise. You meant to call earlier while you were still checking in, but it slipped your mind between everything. Liz was still waiting. It didn't take more than a couple clicks through your contacts to pull up Liz's number. She'd been one of the last people you were texting on your way up before the signal cut out in the first place. The phone rang for a second before your sister's voice came through the other line. There was an exaggeration to her tone, a sense of suspicion.
So?
This better be you and not some impersonator. I'm on to you, Yard, if that is your real name. Jacques, so this is what I get for calling. Yes, absolutely. And since the actual Nina would complain about it, you're real. A bit of French there does have me skeptical though, but sounds like Baxter to me. Laughter bubbled up to the surface with Liz joining in on her end. That's exactly what I wanted you to think. No more questions, Your Honor. There was no way of knowing for sure, but you were pretty sure she was rolling her eyes. I'm not buying that you suddenly have the capacity for 3-dimensional chess. Isn't 3D chess normal chess? Yeah, it's definitely you. Moving on. Yeah, just talking a French accent. Moving on, I'm glad you got there safe and sound enough that you're keeping up with me. I still don't know about that Baxter guy. He's too formal and stiff for someone younger than me. But I guess he got you there in one piece, so how's the lodge? It's pretty incredible. I had no idea they had hotels like this. There's a huge chandelier in the giant lobby, impressive doors,
Why?
and gee, sounds ritzy. What kind of a mountain lodge has a chandelier? Chandelier. This kind. At least you're getting put up somewhere nice. Do they give out sparkling water too? I don't know. Your older sister listened with the intensity of someone still handling an interrogation. This will do. Just make sure to have some fun for the rest of us, alright? Take pictures. Mom's already started asking why you haven't sent any. Do they want to see the inside of the car? That's what I said. The conversation trailed on longer, Liz weighing in on speakerphone with what had been going on at home since you'd left. She mentioned that Cove stopped by at some point to drop something off from his dad and told her to tell you that she said hi. Well, we haven't seen Cove in a while. I feel kind of bad. Eventually, Liz tapered off, and at the mention of her sleepiness, she helpfully reminded you to go and get some rest before adding that you needed to call her again tomorrow. The phone was promptly tossed aside in favor of preparing for the night. The gentle knock came at your door. Baxter, presumably. Baxter correctly, as he was the only person standing there in the doorway once you opened it. Hi, come in. Bowing his head as he stepped inside, he offered a thanks for being quick with the invitation instead of making him stand in the hallway. You came right on time. I just wrapped up with Liz. How lovely. I'm sure that she was relieved to have heard from you alive and well. Okay. The curve of Baxter's smile widened, and he took a quick look around your room. It couldn't be all that different from his own, but he regarded it as though it were.
So?
It appears that you've settled in quite nicely. It's late, so I won't keep you, but I did want to discuss our plans for tomorrow. Feel free to enjoy yourself in the morning without worrying about accommodating me. It should be easy to explore the town if you want, but the lodge has amenities you should also try if you're interested. There's a gym around, I believe, along with a pool and a complimentary breakfast if you're up early for it. As for the afternoon, evening, and night, I'd be pleased if we could spend it together. Yeah, that sounds good. I'll meet up with you later. Baxter didn't do early mornings or mornings in general, so it was no skin off your bones to let him sleep in, especially considering that this was supposed to be a vacation. Well, it was always a vacation for Baxter, but the rationale held. He was considerate of you. He was always so considerate of you that it stood out to reason to do the same for him. He nervously ran a hand through his hair before a semblance of his Baxter Ward patented confidence returned to his features. I thank you for your consideration. As for what we'll do with tomorrow, how do you feel about a hike? There's a lovely trail that starts directly from here. It loops up and around the forest at the back and then returns us to where we started. It's a bit of a longer path, so we could pack a lunch with us to take on the way. I can have it ordered and delivered ahead of time. Yeah! Why not? Let's do it. He smiled graciously. I would be falling.
Goodbye for today.
I would be falling. One of my friends, well, no. Let me restart this sentence. I saw this song on TikTok that one of my friends listens to a lot. Because it's from the Teen Beach movie called Falling For You. It's like, it goes like, I think I'm falling for ya, da-na-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na, I think I'm falling for ya. That one. And I was joking with her, and I was saying, if it were me, the song would just end up falling. So it's like, I think I'm falling. Da-na-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na, I think I'm falling, because I'm clumsy, so I'm falling all the time. I have like a little shark band-aid on my knee right now, because I fell down the stairs the other day. I think I'm falling, just falling. That's the end of the sentence. Not for anybody, just falling. That's me. Falling. Yeah. Yeah, Heather. He smiled graciously. Baxter had his heart set on that outing clearly. You'd made his day by joining the adventure.
For today.
I'll look forward to it then. With that, Baxter took his leave, offering a quiet goodnight. There were a few hours left before you had to be in bed, so you settled in for the first night of what continued to be a surreal experience. It was spent peacefully, and then you were drifting off into an equally, gentle dream. The sun peeked through the sheer curtains, the first part of the day, to greet you as you woke in a sprawling bed that wasn't your own. Getting up early was for morning people. No. I mean, we're on vacation. Let's get up. You hopped to your feet, and you went through your morning routine, all the while considering possibilities for your alone time. Baxter wouldn't be meeting up with you until around the afternoon. Your growling stomach made the decision for you. The first thing on your agenda was getting breakfast. By the time your hunger was sated, Baxter hadn't contacted you. So... Let's see what's nearby. It was probably best not to wander too far in case Baxter was available earlier than you expected, but it is worth seeing what's around. Heading out the front door of the hotel and down the steps, you went down the road to see towards the nearby town that you and Baxter passed through on the way here. Most of it was the same as what you'd seen from the car. Some of the stores sold the typical tchotchkes and souvenirs. While window shopping, you managed to find God, I cannot read right now. You managed to find name keychains for some of your friends and family back home. I think my reading stamina is going down. Poor man, Cove. One day you'd find keychains for them. By the time 11 rolled around, your phone hummed with a new text from Baxter. It was as formally worded as ever. Oh, I'll be there. Cool. Good afternoon. I will be ready for our hike shortly. I hope the amenities were to your liking. It's a night. See you soon. Wonderful. I've always enjoyed how responsive you are. That's a sentence. I will be ordering lunch in the interim. I thought sandwiches might suit our activities for the day. It should be easy to bring along and find to eat cold. I would advise straying away from the paninis for that reason. Oh, I'll be here. It's called I'll be here. Okay. I'll send along the menu shortly. Let me know what you'd prefer. As promised, Baxter attached a formally formatted PDF with said options, which seemed increasingly more complex the lower you scrolled down the menu. There were options for next to everything. What bread, what fillings, what choices, what cheeses, what spreads. It was easy enough to make you forget what was available in a category as soon as you moved from one section to the other, but you hastily made your decision within the seconds still ticking by and texted your order to Baxter, who replied with a blushy, smiling emoji. An excellent choice. I'll be waiting in the lobby for the delivery then. Make your way down there as soon as you're able. Take care. After sending out that last text, you tucked your phone away and hurried to your room. Philadelphia cream cheese? Yeah. Good shoes were a must when it came to hikes, along with a full water bottle. With the weather and time of day being what it was, you hoped you might catch the last dregs of the cool morning air before the afternoon really set in. Once you were satisfied you had everything you'd need, you returned to the front of the hotel. The lobby was cavernously vacant as ever, so it wasn't hard to find the back of a distinct head of black and white hair near the fireplace with a bag of what were potentially sandwiches. Yet you were certain it wasn't Baxter. It couldn't have been. Sure, his shoes were black, the pants were dark gray, he had a gray bag too, which all erred to the side of monochromatic, but his shirt, that man was wearing khaki! That's not black and white! Who are you? And what have you done with my boyfriend? It was as if you found a cryptid in the flesh. You never thought that you'd see the day where Baxter Ward was wearing a color that wasn't, that he was wearing a color at all. Of course, you knew that it wasn't actually a stranger with the same unique hairstyle and body type, but it was hard not to joke about it. Baxter turned at the sound of your footsteps. He grinned, jaw tense. Baxter probably would have been more comfortable trotting around the lobby in nothing more than his presumably black and white underwear. He was the guy that described skinny dipping as invigorating after all. Hi, do you need to change? Beige wasn't as shell-shocking as something that could have been, say, highlighter yellow. But on Baxter, it might as well have been. He took a deep breath, a very deep breath. With his eyes closed and his hand unintentionally tightening the grip around the bag, his answer finally came out in the same exhale. I only brought one shirt that was suitable for a hike with me on this trip. I'd be certain I wouldn't need more than that. He looked away, hand brushing through his hair again as he worked to find the words. After you left, I found this among my things. Baxter grimaced, looked at the errand shirt as if he'd been hit with a splash from a mud puddle. And regrettably, I did not find anything else. This is the shirt I brought for outdoor activities. Okay. The fates would have it that I only found out there was no time to run out and get a replacement, thus leaving me with a few remaining options. A formal button-down, one of my designer tops, silk pajamas, or... So you own it. Baxter shook his head emphatically. The light in his eyes betrayed his expression with some delight that at least you found his misfortune entertaining enough to prod at. No, I suppose I must have accidentally stolen it from a roommate. I don't know who else would own a khaki button-down other than that prep. My memories of the final pack at dawn before I set out to California are hazy to say the least. I had believed at the time that I took a pale gray, sturdy cotton shirt for occasions like this. The low lighting and my waning focus in the moment betrayed me. Of course, Morning Baxter struck again. Sighing, he straightened up the thief the tire as if he was going to be unpresentable, which it should at least be decently so. The sandwich bag fell against his hip as his eyes met yours. I must ask that you keep this a secret. Sure, but you know I'll be saving this as info for blackmail, right? He snorted, though the tension in his forehead relaxed at the suggestion. At least you were considerate enough to call it blackmail. As unhappy with his predicament as he was, there was something undeniably sweet about the fact that he hurried to make it at a risk of keeping you waiting. The collar of his shirt was crumpled and parts of it were wrinkled, likely from the hasty packing after he finally discovered the horrible mistake. The latter couldn't be fixed without an iron, but at least the collar could be smoothed over. You reached out instinctively to fix it, incidentally brushing against the side of his neck as you straightened out the crease. If you notice me, like, fidgeting with, like, a little bit of my skin, it's not, like, I don't know why. Okay, give me a second. I don't know why, or, like, when I started picking that habit up. But I think I mentioned this on a different stream. That I have a necklace that I usually wear all the time, like almost religiously, and it's this one. It's a little heart, that I have, and my best friend in the Philippines has, like the corresponding one. Hers is a bigger heart, and it has a hole in it in the shape of this heart. So I wear this all the time. So a lot of the time if I get bored and I need to fidget, I fidget with a necklace. Which means sometimes when I'm not wearing the necklace, I end up fidgeting with my skin, and I've been getting like a bunch of red patches. Like, just because I've been pinching my skin by accident. Because I'm like, oh, my necklace isn't there, whoops! You reached out instinctively to fix it, incidentally brushing against the side of his neck as you straightened out the crease. Pale skin flushed with a sudden warmth. Now he's blushing, Heather. Picking as your fingertips fell against the hollow of his throat. His Adam's apple bobbed, his breath hitching in his throat. His embarrassment managed to ease into laughter. Baxter covered his mouth to stifle the chuckles that echoed through the empty foyer. You tried your best to keep from cackling any more than you already did at this poor beige-influenced expense.
Wow.
Regardless of what color I may be wearing, beige. He raised an eyebrow before directing a pair of rolled eyes your way. Right? We should still be able to continue with our plans. It isn't as though anyone will see me in public like this. Who will the trees tell? Nobody. But remember, I'll always know that it happened.
You know.
Contrary to belief, my ego will endure. Besides what? He turned to face you. Then, the first genuine smile you'd seen out of him all day curved on his lips. His free hand fell solemnly on your shoulder by comparison and gave it a gentle squeeze. No one will ever believe you. Shaking your head, you readjusted the straps of your bags on your shoulders. Okay, if you're done. Baxter gave you a world-weary glance as if he was As if to say he was already greatly limiting how much he could have gone on about it. We can head on out. Let's. He packed away the sandwiches into the bigger, properly gray bag, truly ending his lament about the state of his attire. Once he was certain the food was not liable to be flattened, Baxter gestured for you to follow him out of the hotel and onto the nearby trailhead behind the building. The path initially was paved and clearly marked. You continued at a leisurely pace, and it eventually narrowed onto a larger swath of evergreen trees. The mountain air was sharper than the sea breeze you were so used to. Instead of salt, you can smell the pine in between wafts of liberally applied sunscreen. With a pleasant breeze and a coolness drawn from the stream, the weather was more than ideal for a hike. Tree burrows provided cover too, hiding you both from the high afternoon sun. Foliage rustled at your feet as your shoes kicked up the fallen turf. The path wasn't big enough for you to walk side by side, so Baxter took the front. After some prolonged silence, he spoke up.
Perfect.
I'm glad that this trail matches what I saw online. It seemed like an easy hike as it lacks steep inclines. The path ahead is clear. Yeah, it's been nice so far. And the company makes this all the more charming. You stop saying things like that. Don't ever stop saying things like that. But stop it. You're looking pretty comfortable on the trail. Do you hike a lot? He turned his gaze up to the tree canopy, considering the question for a moment as leaves crunched underfoot and the path sloped uphill. I don't go often, but I am quite used to it if that is the question. I'm not sure if I'd consider it among my personal hobbies, but I'm not averse to it. I welcome the opportunity, in fact, when it is available. That makes a lot of sense if you got a hiking shirt and everything, even if you accidentally left it behind. Baxter hummed along, content that you understood where he was coming from. Though I would not call myself a mountaineer proper. He chuckled, stopping in place with a partial assent. Baxter glanced over his shoulder at you and watched for any sense of difficulty with your footing. I may be fit to impress on a day hike similar to this, but I knew some people who could truly call themselves wilderness aficionados. The types that you could see in a reality survival show, I'd wager, in the Alaskan wilds fighting a bear for salmon. You paint such beautiful pictures with your words. Thank you. I'm speaking of the Murrays, the parents of their 2 teens who would regularly go on backpacking trips that would last days, and they'd sleep outside in the middle of the woods.
Certainly.
What's more, they'd enjoyed rappelling down cliff sides. Certainly, they had safety gear, but I cannot fathom willingly going to such degrees. Or rather, it might be more apt to say that I can't imagine surviving them. Are there bears in California? I don't know. Hey Siri, are there bears in California? American black bears are counted. Okay, you can stop. There are American black bears in California. Though you had plenty to say about that between Mr. Holden's entire business and living so close to the ocean, but it wasn't long before you decided to stop for lunch. It had already been a few hours since you had breakfast, and Baxter hadn't eaten anything yet for the day. There weren't any picnic tables along the path, so the task fell to you to find somewhere to take a break. It happened to be the case that you saw a nice sunny spot with some nice flat rocks first. How about we take a lunch break over there? Following your raised arm, Baxter eventually nodded in agreement. The 2 of you headed over to the stones and shrugged off your packs. After digging through his bag's contents, he produced 2 sandwiches and handed over yours. The sound of crinkling beeswax paper unwrapping announced the start of lunch. My family went to the Redwoods when I was a kid, so have you been? Baxter shook his head, taking another bite out of his meal as he bid you to continue. I cannot read. He went in an RV with the Holdens. No, we went in. Not him. We. Yes. We went in an RV with the Holdens and had sandwiches then too. But a bird stole Mr. Holden's and he chased after that bird like it was his last meal.
Really?
Ma tried to tell him that we had literally 1,000 ingredients to make more, but he was so sure he could get it. So he kept chasing after it, and the story trailed on longer than you intended, but Baxter was interested every step of the way. While stuffing your face, keeping up a conversation fell off the list of priorities. Baxter followed your lead and dedicated himself to his own sandwich. Real silence was avoided thanks to the delightful world around you. The rustle of leaves, the bubbling of water, even a small songbird flitted by overhead before landing on a nearby branch. It seemed to stare directly at you and chirped. It was so picturesque that it almost belonged on a postcard. For the mundane activity of eating lunch, it was almost too much. Could one be overly serene? Thank you for letting me come here with you. I am all too happy that you accepted my invitation. He polished off his sandwich first and wiped his fingers on a paper napkin. He had been so certain to pack those. Perhaps I am being fanciful, but this feels almost dreamlike, huh? You understood where he was coming from. Up on this mountain, your everyday life felt so far away. It was far away. You traveled for miles to be here. This time you were both far from home and in the middle of the unfamiliar. It was nature's domain, untamed in a different way than your experiences with the ocean. I know what you mean. Baxter reached out and grabbed a leaf from the ground, twirling it around with his fingers. Exactly. As you worked on finishing your lunch, a heavy weight dropped on your shoulder. After a beat, you realized it was just Baxter leaning on you, apparently having finished lunch and making himself comfortable. Oh god, I can't remember not being on the East Coast whenever I was here. I mean, I went to Disney, but I feel like that's a completely different, Disney is a different planet. Might have been the forest fire. I mean, I dare say, Heather, that the forest fires would probably affect the quality of air, yes. For a second, you wondered if he fell asleep again until he spoke up, as if he was already aware of the fact that you wanted to ask. This is nice. It wasn't much of an answer, though he did crack an eye open to look up at you from his perch. Yeah, it is. He closed his eye again, this time burying his cheek a little closer into the hollow between your shoulder and your head. Are you tired? Baxter considered the suggestion for a second, then nodded slowly against your shoulder. If you'll let me stay a while, yes. Alright, why thank you. The forest that I grew up with had a different foliage. At least 60% of the plants growing here only exist in this climate. Really? How did Baxter happen to have that fact memorized? Maybe he'd studied before this trip? Although with him, it was not outside the realm of possibility that he just knew beforehand just cuz. Baxter's expression twitched. As if that wasn't suspicious, then at least 60% of your observational power was wrong. Under your scrutiny, he shrugged and finally answered your question. No. You liar. You lied to me and I was fully willing to believe you, you jerk. He grinned like the Cheshire Cat, self-satisfied and smug. His eyes glittered with amusement. I entirely made that up off the top of my head, although since I truly know nothing about California wildlife, it may reflect reality after all. Probably not, but I can't rule it out completely. You laughed at his nonsense. He was so blunt about it. At your mirth, his grin grew wider, and he regaled you with other fake nature facts. He spoke about the California mountain hare, the only North American rodent that ate a large diet of bees, and was entirely made up by a man who, normally, dressed in monochrome. But the meal was over by that point, and you did have a trek ahead before you could return to the hotel. I know he's funny, isn't he? Baxter separated himself from your shoulder, perky as ever. Trash and scraps were thrown into the delivery bag. Baxter stuffed it into his normal bag.
Good.
Leave no trace. Yep, looks like we got everything. With everything stowed away, the two of you slid off the rock and rejoined the path. Both you and Baxter were fully recharged from the lunch break. You continued the hike steadily, keeping a good pace. Without warning, Baxter rooted himself in the middle of the path. Oh, look at that! He jerked his head, and you followed his gaze. Further out, on his side of the trail, was the stream following swiftly. But you immediately knew which part of the scene caught his attention. Laying across the banks, a tree had fallen to create a natural bridge. You stepped around him to get a better vantage point. The trunk had to be 3 feet thick and covered in vibrant green moss. Leaves had long fallen from the few remaining branches. Baxter's bright eyes stayed on it, and he grinned all the while. 1 minute, please. I need to walk across that. It's too perfect to simply pass on by. He took a large step and promptly left the path. A twig snapped. I'm gonna follow him. Walking off the path made you infinitely glad that you weren't wearing flip-flops today. There was a brush blocking the way everywhere. You chose to mimic most of Baxter's movements. Despite his excitement, he still paid attention to where he put his feet. You dodged what could have been poison ivy and then had to limbo under a low-hanging branch between a couple of saplings. Baxter snagged his shirt on a thorn. Hold on. You carefully unhooked the fabric and saved it from tearing. Baxter craned his neck to inspect the shirt, visibly relieved that it was undamaged.
Glad to hear it.
I'm glad you came with me on his fortuitous adventure. Finally, he skipped over some stones, then squeezed himself between a group of thick bushes. His efforts were surprisingly graceful. You clambered onto the rocks behind him and took a moment to assess the bushes yourself. Going all the way around would be a hassle. With your size, you could maybe duck under one on the edge. It looked a little less scratchy. Gingerly, you approached the bush and crouched down, slipping through with a few pricks catching you. Now, through the gauntlet, catching up with Baxter was easy. This close to the stream bank, it was almost more stones and short grasses. Baxter solidly placed a foot on the trunk, suspended over it. He tested his weight, then rocked his heel to shake the bridge. The tree gave no sign of giving under pressure. No matter what he did, it wasn't budging.
Excellent.
The safety check complete, he gingerly lifted his other foot that stood fully on the collapsed trunk. Even if it was stuck, the wood had to be slick. Wet and round weren't an ideal combination. Your forehead crinkled. Baxter showed no concern for that and walked further along an inch at a time until he was above the water. One wrong move and he'd be in that river. You enthusiastically climbed on. Even with you jumping on, it was unmoved by soft human bodies. He went across the stream with his arms out and light steps, heel toe, heel toe. It was almost like he was floating on air, his movement smooth and assured. Yeah. You shimmied along after Baxter with confidence. The tree was more scared of you than you were of it. When the moss grew thick over the trunk, it squished underneath your shoe. However, it was firmly attached and your foot never slipped. As long as you didn't falter, you'd keep your balance. The log was large enough that even with how round it was, you had plenty of room. And when you reached the halfway point, directly over the heart of the stream, Baxter paused.
Is that fine?
Sorry to block the path. Can we take a minute here? Sure. He twisted, pivoting his feet so he'd face the water. You copied him and breathed in the beauty. Together, you stood up on top of a fallen tree as the stream flowed right underneath. The water was clear. Tiny fish darted in and out of hiding places. It was its own little universe tucked away at the top of a mountain. Yeah, we hold his hand. You took hold of him and he squeezed you back. And then I think we kiss him. Should we kiss him? Heather, what do you think? Should we kiss him? Give him a little smooch? I think we give him a little smooch. You leaned in closer to him, careful of both of your positions on the tree. Yeah, I think he needs one too. It wouldn't do good to smooch your boyfriend off the tree. He tilted his face towards you, giving you perfect access to your target. You kissed him on the lips, much to his delight, and he kissed you back sweetly before pulling away with a smile. I am quite grateful for my impeccable balance in cases like this. How often do you really get into situations like this? Oh, you'd be surprised. Should I be offended? People have exes, it's a thing. Suddenly, there was a splash in the stream below. A ripple spread across the water, but the cause of it remained a mystery. There was nothing to be seen. Baxter restored his attention to the log. He tapped on the trunk, kicking off a loose remnant of bark. We don't actually need to go all the way across. Nothing particularly enthralling is over there.
Bravo.
I've enjoyed our little tryst very much, but I do believe this is curtain call. Alright. You led the charge off the tree, Baxter's hand warm in yours. You both kept each other grounded until you actually reached the ground. It was magical. It was truly fantastical. Remember how at lunch I mentioned this all reminded me of a dream? Up above the rushing water, standing in a sunbeam deep in the woods, I cannot imagine a more picturesque scene. Back to the trail. You nodded and started squeezing your way past the vegetation in your way. Baxter followed you for a change. And finally, the path was under your feet. It sure was faster than trekking directly through the overgrowth. On we go! As your hike resumed, Baxter's jaunty attitude stood out. This entire trip had seemed different, more lighthearted. Usually he was in a playful mood. When he was in a playful mood, it was more teasing. He was still very controlled, but out here, now, it wasn't the same. Maybe it was because he was in the middle of nowhere he felt extra free. Or maybe it was because he'd already broken character with his unintentionally stolen shirt. Or maybe it was the strangest possibility to consider. Maybe it was entirely normal for him to act like this, and you just didn't know. Gradually, it grew darker and darker. Less light made it through the canopy of leaves above you. The sun slipped behind the surrounding mountains. It was well into the evening when you caught sight of the hotel. Ah, we've arrived. Honestly, I am having many regrets. His tone was light and jokey, but there was something boldly truthful to his words. I should have reserved the rooms for much longer. Oh, you were right, Heather. He did want it to be longer than 3 days. Everything is ending much too soon for my taste. He rubbed a hand through his hair, exhaustedly sweeping it back into place. However, at this point, there's no helping it. Yeah. You returned to the warm lights of the lobby, the plush red carpet squished in a strangely decadent way compared to how gross you felt from tromping around the woods all day. Baxter halted you mid-stride with a question. What are your plans now? You hadn't thought that far, but Baxter didn't pause long enough for you to answer. If you are willing, we could eat dinner together. For example, I have heard the room service here is divine. We could also go somewhere else, but I'd require a few minutes to change. I don't mind hiding away from the public with you. You discovered my evil plan. He sighed dramatically as he chuckled at his fake scheme. I should have expected you to figured me out. My true desire is returning to the room and relaxing rather than cleaning up at this hour of the night. No worries, I'm not judging. I'd be the same way. I appreciate it. Now, once we order the food, tonight will be perfect. Perhaps I'll have a salad. I swear it's not because we have been surrounded by leaves all day. Your stomach grumbled at the thought of food. The new plan was just in time, and you headed up straight to Baxter's room. He led the way to his suite, like the hotel was the back of his hand, though it was a simple layout. But under his confident guidance, you reached the destination, and he dropped your bags on the floor. The carpet muffled the thump. Baxter spread his now free arms widely to welcome you in. Please take a seat where you like. Baxter moved towards the nightstand and scrounged up a pamphlet on hotel services. You sat down at the side table. Baxter flipped through the booklet until he spied the menu. Found it. He joined you around the table and placed the menu down so both of you could read it. At a glance, most of the options were classic comfort foods. It matched the cabin in the woods aesthetics that the hotel was going for. However, it also had a sprinkling of more high-end options to cater to a set of its clientele. It couldn't be understated how weird the concept of getting lobster in a hotel was. All the entrees came with seasonal veggies and a homemade roll. In addition, you could also pick a side of mashed potatoes, fries, French onion soup, or a salad. Oh wow. I'm getting the lobster. Baxter was only hemming and hawing when he was spoiled for choice. You could only hope that it wouldn't be as much of a struggle for him as choosing which ice cream to get. You considered the options for yourself and decided on lobster. Where's the lobster? There it is. Lobster. You picked your favorite of the list for a side. Mashed potatoes because it's with lobster. There's nothing standing out on the menu for me, but that makes it easy. I'll get the risotto and a side salad. So you're getting your bowl of leaves after all. I am indeed. Baxter confirmed your order again, as well as repeating his own before swanning over. He dialed room service and placed the order promptly. Goodbye. Yes, thank you. Goodbye. He hung up the call and sat down on the corner of the bed. He tapped his fingers on his leg. All that was left was to wait. You decided to spend time cooling down from the hike and cleaned up a bit. Baxter cranked up the AC and washed his face with a damp towel. You collected a bucket of ice cream from the hallway ice machine and treated yourself to some crisp water. About 30 minutes after the order was put in, a knock rattled the door, and Baxter volunteered to get it. Hello. He opened the door and let in a waiting staff member. The employee rolled in a cart carrying literal silver platters. They set out the food on the table for you. Please enjoy your dinner. Let us know if you need anything else. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Privately, you were impressed by the fanciness of the presentation. The staff member made their farewells, leaving you to your meal. You reconvened around the table once more.
Wow.
This food comes from the restaurant in the hotel. It's not a small operation preparing it. Oh? Chatting and chewing happened in turns. The topic inevitably came to your preferences for food. Everyone always talks about fries and ice cream going together, but I think they're missing out on the obvious. Fries and whipped cream are even better. It's still the sweet and salty combination, but you don't have to deal with cold fries. Oh my god! You're so smart! That wasn't even the first strange food he'd brought into the conversation. He'd start off with something innocuous, then slip in an oddity to watch your reaction. How many were real, and how much fell into the realm of 60% unique plants, i.e. complete and utter nonsense? I have to try it. Do you think we can call room service again? Baxter snorted in delight. You're tempted to push it even further and go for the phone. If you desire, who am I to stop you? But we may want to finish what we have first. We shouldn't let it go to waste. Fine. After many food admissions that made Baxter either the king of weird taste buds or a reigning gesture, the dinner had come to an end. Ew, with the salt though. What do you mean? That's the point. Like, it's supposed to be salty and sweet. That's why people like dip fries into milkshakes and stuff. I just don't like how it gets cold because I like my fries warm. I mean, it's not so weird though when you think about it, like... I mean, you know, it's the same as... Heather, do you like fries and ice cream? Or fries and milkshakes? Because it's the same thing. In fact, I feel like the whipped cream is more mild than... like, the milkshakes and the... yeah, so it's the same. Because I feel like it would be... yeah. You know, I feel like I feel like it makes sense, but maybe I'm just weird. I've also never tried it. So maybe I could agree with you if I tried it. Maybe I'll hate it, you know, like we'll try a stream. We'll try it on stream one day. Oh, we have to call Liz. At least she hadn't jumped straight to the police. You're welcome to answer that if you like. I can give you privacy. No, it's my sister. You don't have to go anywhere. You tapped on this screen to answer the call and put it on speaker. That way you could both say hello. Hey Liz.
Hey.
Are you still alive? Did that Victorian era emo man give you any trouble? Liz, it's on speaker. Your jaw dropped open and you turned to Baxter in frantic panic. How could you take Liz's colorful description? Oh. She paused. The so-called Victorian emo man filled the growing awkward silence. Baxter was already leaning on the table with his elbows propped up on the counter. Now he lazily rested his chin on one of his fists.
Hello.
Yeah, maybe. Hello, maybe that's a certainly unique description. I can't say I've ever heard the likes of it before. I stand by it. Hello to you, Baxter. I'm making sure that everything is well with my little sister. You understand? I do completely. Fine, so again, what are you doing? We just had room service for dinner. Sheesh, lucky I have to make my own dinner like a peasant. Oh, sorry, you'll survive.
Rude.
What's this? Your let them eat cake moment? Despite Liz's retort, you can hear her muffle a cackle. Maybe I don't want to survive. I want to thrive. Like you and your nobility boyfriend. Not my problem. The two of you went back and forth a little longer while Baxter watched with increasing entertainment. Anyways, you're still breathing, so I'll let you go. It'll be discourteous to keep you from your suitor any longer. She spoke in mock formal tone, poking at Baxter. He playfully responded, How gracious of you, Miss Morwin. You're indeed a gentlewoman.
Bye.
See you tomorrow, sis. Bye, Liz. See you then. Take care. I will. Make sure you take care of her. On that slightly threatening note, Liz hung up. Baxter's lips twitched upwards. Your family is charmingly protective. I realize that more and more every day. I'm glad you're willing to put up with it. It's not a problem. I'm nearly a stranger, and I can't deny that I'm imposing a great deal on your free hours. It's good to be cautious, and truly, I do like your family, at least as much as I can tell from the little we've interacted. Speaking of... He lifted his head, and his hand fell under his chin instead. He furrowed his brow. In general, I would never dare to be presumptuous. But I cannot deny that I am deeply curious about you. Oh, curious about you as a person. I mean, it's still sweet, but you know. So I'll venture to ask if you'd be willing to share more about your family history. Sure. It made sense. Your family wasn't a mother and father who had children born to them. He knew that much. There were more ways than one that you... Oh my god. There were more ways than one that you all could have come together. You didn't remember ever explaining it to him. That's fine. I don't mind talking about it. You could at least give him the highlights. Baxter humored many of your questions about him. Getting to know each other better was a two-way street. I'm adopted, this is Ju, we're from different places, and we're adopted at different times. We weren't even born in the same country. It's amazing we all met each other at all. But we both were really young. We've spent almost our entire lives together.
I see.
Curious is his attraction. Yeah. Well, it's fantastic to see that you have made your own beautiful family. Thanks, Baxter. His words made you feel warm inside. You respected how easily he took it. It made you wonder about his family situation. He had been rather close-mouthed about it so far, and again, the two-way street analogy came to mind. Are you and your parents blood related? Oh yes, we certainly are. His voice took on a certain amused bent, his lips stretched thin. My parents might as well... oh my god. My parents might have well been through with me many times over if I wasn't their own flesh and blood. Before you could ask what he meant by that, he chuckled. Sorry, no, that is me being dramatic. They're family and I'm their son. That is what matters, and at the end of the day, blood related or not. It's okay. It's nice your parents care about you. You wouldn't voice a flicker of worry. I'm thankful for that as well. Now, if I wasn't the boy they raised together in any capacity, then there would be problems. He laughed some more and brought his fingers to his lips. That topic was over. Well, he pulled at the collar of his roommate's shirt. His gaze searched out the room's ticking clock. It's been a delightful day, but I should not linger forever. There's much to do tomorrow. Good night. He stood, and with a slight wave, he grabbed his bag to go. This is your room. You wondered how long it would take for him to remember which room this was. He just left. You sunk lower in your chair, getting comfortable as you waited for his inevitable return. Any moment now he'd come tiptoeing back, and almost on cue, the door slammed open. Baxter came through it, walking stiltedly with the most forced smile possible. This is my room, the other's yours. Your laughter burst like a dam, flooding his room. You were aware. Baxter's voice was polite, but laced with embarrassment. He'd been gone it long enough that you wonder that if he'd actually tried to use this key on your room and failed. Rather than pushing him any further, you got to your feet. With you moving to leave, Baxter found his shoes very interesting. I hope you get some sleep. Baxter hesitated to reply. Oh my god, I would have loved that. I would love that so much. Oh, I would do that. If someone was like that and I just watch them leave, like... Okay, you paused, sensing that he would answer. He just needed a little more time to choose the right words. Well, I do intend on sleep, but I don't expect it will be soon. I will be packing after you take your leave, and after that, who knows? What do you mean? What else would you do? Baxter chuckled and tapped his foot. Said who knows, didn't I? You frowned, defeated. He snorted at you, and it was difficult keeping a straight face. Well, that's not exactly correct. I'll admit I know myself fairly well. I'm also aware of a drink station in the lobby that is open at every hour. There's also a fire that stays lit all throughout the night as well. I'm expecting that instead of being kept in bed like a proper young man, I will end up in the lobby with a cup of tea. Would you mind some company? Excuse me. 1 second. Oh my god, what is happening? Okay. Hot drinks by the fire sounded lovely. You hoped that he was fine if you wandered down yourself. Oh? He narrowed his eyes and his smile curved up more. Am I the bad influence here, or are we enablers to one another? Yeah. No one can make me worse. That is quite a bold claim. Is that a challenge? It's a simple fact. As you say. His amusement was tangible, but you were already looking forward to the next outing. I'll text you when I made it to the lobby. His eyes twinkled with a familiar mischief. You'd keep your phone close. Good night. For now. With that, you twisted the handle and left. You made it to your own identical room, conveniently right next door. But this is a corner room. If it's right next door, how do we have a corner room in the same orientation? Like, wouldn't this be flipped? Am I thinking too hard about this? Absolutely. But you know, still. The doors deadbolt clicked shut behind you, and you flicked on the lights. Despite the new illumination, the suite was not as bright as Baxter's room. Maybe two corners. But how are the two corners, like how are the two corners right next to each other? Unless it's like, somehow it's like, is it diagonal? Like, you know? Like, is it like one of those weird buildings where it's triangles? You know what I mean? Am I making any sense? Anyway. The familiar carpet was spread beneath your feet. The walls were matched. The same pictures were attached to the wall. Physically, there wasn't a difference. The change was the fact that you were now by yourself. After spending all day with Baxter's grin, you felt lonely in its absence. But at least that wouldn't last long. You'd see Baxter again soon, one way or another. The last and only full day of your mini vacation was drawing to a close, and the warm night pressed back and silenced against the window panes. You tucked yourself into bed for a break, but had left all of the room lights on. You didn't want to fall asleep yet, naturally. You idled the minutes away by counting the planks in the ceiling. And eventually, there came the jingle of a text arriving. Unlocking your phone, you saw that Baxter sent you a message. It was short and to the point. Yeah. I'm downstairs. That is the most casual message we've ever gotten from him. He'd finally finished packing. There was no need to respond. He knew you were coming. He wiggled out from under the covers and hopped off the bed, eager for the secret meeting. You crept into the hall, which was brightly lit, and although all the other patrons were holed up in their rooms for the night... Oh, wait. You crept into the hall, which is brightly lit, although all the other patrons were holed up in their rooms for the night. No staff were manning the front desk. It was dead quiet and still. As you patted your way downstairs, the omnipresent silence seemed like it was the only thing you could touch, a thin blanket swaddling you. Your footsteps and breathing felt muffled. In spite of that, the air was fairly cold. The grand foyer had high ceilings, and the mezzanine floors were wide open spaces, invited a permanent draft. The central fireplace may come across totally pointless in the middle of summer in California, but that wasn't giving it its due. Now blazing bravely against the chill, it was a welcome beacon of comfort. Surrounding the hearth was a raised stone platform. There you could see a lone-seated figure, silhouetted against the flames. It was Baxter, warming himself by the fire. A paper cup was clutched in his hands, a pale film of steam rising from it. He hadn't changed into his pajamas, still sporting that khaki interloper. He must have counted on nobody else being around to see the horror of that late. Yeah, probably a bunch. The dull thud of feet on the carpeted floor heralded your approach. His portrait smooth transitioned from a profile to a three-quarter view. His eyes met yours and he grinned. Glad you could make it. Rolling the thin cup slowly between his palms, Baxter jerked his head over to one side, drawing your attention to a long table up against the far wall. The drink station is over there, if you'd care to partake. A beverage of some kind might just be the... Oh my god, I can't. A beverage of some kind might just be the thing to top off our late-night rendezvous. Sure thing, I'll be sick. After crossing the lobby, you stood in front of the refreshment bar. It was covered in a thick tablecloth of color of fresh snow, and a neat arrangement of clean crockery had been laid out on top. There were a couple of jugs of hot water, and a wide selection of different drink packets and individual tea bags. Next to those were two more urns of pre-made coffee that had been labeled regular and decaf. A carafe off to one side seemed to house spiced apple cider. A menagerie of liquid containers was completed with three similar silvery ones, each containing a different kind of milk. They weren't stingy on the options, that was for sure. You decided to go for hot chocolate. You picked up a cup, tore open one of the satchels of hot chocolate, and let the hot water run over the powder. You mixed it with one of the coffee stirrers nearby, relishing in the sugary chocolate smell. You snapped on a lid and ambled over to the fireplace again, Baxter raising his drink to tap it gently against yours. Welcome back, what's your poison? I went for bracing a cup of peppermint tea myself. I got hot chocolate. Delightful. A momentary flash of realization crossed his face, and then he let out a huff of amusement. It seems we find ourselves out to drink yet again. I must apologize for the lack of originality. I promise to do other things in my spare time occasionally. It really was starting to become a theme with the pair of you. You snorted quietly into your cup. Baxter scooted over on his perch, patting the stonework with his free hand to indicate that you should take a seat next to him. You plop yourself in front of the fire, relishing the cozy glow on your skin and the heated slabs beneath you. Baxter was staring absent-mindedly onto the grate. As you sat there with him, you enveloped the warmth of the fireplace and the closeness of his presence. You felt safe. Yeah. Well, I think it's pretty late now, so they just want to chill. Baxter slowly sipped his tea and then set his cup down next to him. It's funny, more than once on this little excursion I found myself forgetting that I'm supposed to be on a summer vacation. Especially right now, curled up in front of a fire, cradling a cup of something hot. It puts me in the mind of long autumn nights when the days are beginning to waste away to nothing. And this decor too, the wood, the stone, the grandeur. I might have believed myself to be back in my childhood home in Oregon. Really? He lifted a leg up to the edge and tucked his knee under his chin, still focused on the burning light. His expression was distant, wistful. Yes, it's one of the reasons I chose this hotel, as a matter of fact. Though I never lived in a building of this scale, the effect is similar. You could say that I was raised in a big, cool house. Cool in the sense of impressive rather than underheated. That was what my friends used to call it. I loved it when they would come and visit, and there was scarcely anything better. They never got over their sense of awe, and I ate it up. I like to think of myself as special in those days. To be young and innocent. His features melded into a form that was more familiar, a curt little smile. How strange. Usually I find myself indulging in nostalgia to be an unpleasant endeavor, but here and now, it's easy, and it's nice. I suppose it's because for once I can share my thoughts with another person rather than ruminating on the past by myself. He peeked. His eyes peeked askance to yours, before returning once more to the flames. No, that's not what I meant to do. I scooched closer. He didn't say anything or turn to face you, but you felt him lean appreciatively into the contact. It was this kind of intimacy was welcome. It hadn't been easy to find anyone to reminisce with, at least not for a while. But then again, I only developed a sense of sentimentality once I'd gone off to college. That happens! I was too young and proud for that sort of matter before then. There wasn't anything in my life to harbor much sentimentality for. I suppose leaving was the catalyst, isn't it always? Yeah, big changes. But once that part of my mind had developed, there wasn't anyone around to share the emotions with. My classmates and I, we don't have that kind of relationship.
Wow.
Now this might be a complete shock to you, but I've been told that I can come across as a bit too forward. I know, it can be hard to believe. Your face cracked into a grin. Understatement of the year, anybody? My intent is to be open with people so we can connect. It almost never works out that way, though. I've had to come to terms with the fact that I don't possess a knack for making friends. It was obnoxiously easy when I was a child, especially due to that aforementioned big cool house. But now I find myself at a loss for how to do it. Oh. With a hit or miss endeavor, the vast majority of the time I come up with a miss. Only lately it's been different, incredibly different, and I almost worry that my luck won't last. His voice dropped to a low murmur, barely audible over the crackling wood in the grate. It will all be over soon. There was an echo of what he'd said after your hike this afternoon, but this time it went one small step further.
Wish I could stay.
We're not talking about this. No. Oh my god. Sometimes it's so easy to forget that he just said, we're lovers for the summer and nothing more. His eyes were closed now, and a shallow crease had appeared in his forehead. You understood that he was talking about more than your short stint in this hotel. You can visit again someday. Maybe, but who knows, really. He lapsed into silence once more, becoming engrossed in his own thoughts. You found that you were doing the same, disparate emotions drifting in and out of clarity. You both lingered a while longer, but your cups had been emptied and the fire was getting low. Baxter sighed. Unfortunately, we'd best call it quits here. We can't starve off the morning by avoiding sleep altogether. Yeah, I guess you're right. You got up from the fireplace in unison. At some point, you'd started holding hands, though you couldn't remember when. You climbed the stairs and walked down the hall in a companionable quiet. Pausing in front of the doors, I know this started as us being like, you know, maybe Cove will get jealous, but I have not missed Cove. I'm sorry. I have not missed Cove, even for a second. When I'm with Baxter, the man is charming. He's too charming.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your company. It's been an enjoyable evening. Until tomorrow, then. His back was to you as he reached into his rear pocket, fetching his keycard. Good night, Baxter. You unlocked the door to your room and stepped inside, heading straight for bed. You collapsed into it, your mind starting to lose grip on consciousness the second you hit the mattress. Well, so we spent day 1 is arrival. Day 2 was our only full day. Day 3 is our way home. So that's what happened in 3 days, Heather. Whew. A new day greeted you suddenly without warning. Sunshine streaming in through the windows. The curtains simply stood there and let it happen. You'd forgotten to draw them shut. The end to your miniature holiday had come. You promptly got out of bed and began to pack. Heather, he probably packed for a whole year. It was only 3 days though. He was just over-prepared. You promptly got out of bed and began to pack, following your usual routine as best as you could. You didn't end up seeing Baxter again until after 11 o'clock. As promised, he'd taken a lie-in after burning the midnight oil and had to take a mad dash... make a last mad dash in order to check out at noon. Luckily, you managed the departure without too much of an issue. The two of you loaded up the car and set off for home. Home for you, at least. While you were returning back to your normal life, Baxter was instead exchanging one kind of vacation for another. Or maybe you thought, watching the California landscape drift past the window, Baxter was leaving his own version of normal behind right now. The mountainside lodge had been a home away from home for him, a simulacrum of his life in Oregon, much more familiar than a sleek condo by the sea. You continued to reflect on this as the road rolled out before you. Occasionally, you would swap comments with Baxter on random subjects. At other times, retreating into the own privacy of your own head. Rapidly, your time up on the mountain was fading into memory. You were lucky you decided to have seen a small piece of Baxter. He had entrusted you a shard of himself, a tiny spark of light, shining from somewhere deep inside, and you understood him better, if only a fraction. That was probably the only glimpse into the real-life Baxter Ward that you would get. Okay, I kind of want to keep going. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a little break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, I'm gonna get more water, and then we're gonna play this last bit, and then we will end after that. But yeah, everyone, I will be right back. Stretch, do what you need to do. Okay, back to the game. Last moment, and then we'll probably call it a night afterwards. But let's go. And Heather, to reply to what you said in chat during our break, Baxter is a year older than Cove, so take that however you will. Like, Cove just hasn't had that kind of, the same kind of experience. So, I don't know, but yeah, I mean, I feel like I jive a little bit more with Baxter than I have with Cove, but maybe that's just me not spending enough time with Cove recently. But yeah. You cozily laid across your bed, lightly dozing in the morning sun. You heard birds singing outside your window and the occasional rush of the wind, but what you were really listening for was your phone. Any minute now. A little while after, when your ringtone cut through the silent bubble of your daydreams, you eagerly sat up, plucked the phone off your blanket by your side. Hey! A forced deep voice at the other end answered you with almost threatening edge to their tone.
Hey!
Do you know who this is? I'm on my way to your house, you better be prepared! The situation normally would have been worrying if you hadn't been expecting to hear from your goofiest friend Terry, or if caller ID hadn't been invented yet. The two of you had important matters to discuss. That's why she was coming over today. I do, and I am ready for your arrival. Good, very good. Now this is a crucial matter of security. Is there anyone else in the room right now who might overhear this conversation? We are too close to the finish line to get our cover blown now. Glancing side to side, you observed your surroundings with the cupped hand close to the side of your mouth for added secrecy. No, I'm alone. Our mission is still intact. I knew I could count on my trusty cohort. You can trust me with anything. That I can. Just to be certain, you went to your bedroom door and poked your head out. You wouldn't hear a peep from anywhere, so you plopped onto your bed. Yep, I can verify that we're all clear. Anyone who's been trying to learn our secrets has failed in their mission.
Very
excellent. All according to plan. It wasn't hard to understand why Terry was so invested. Tomorrow was Miranda's 19th birthday, and the entire occasion needed to be perfect. Usually, the Eckerts hosted a party for their kids, but this year was different. Miranda had no clue that you, Terry, and Cove were putting the whole shebang together. The pressure was getting intense. There was less than 24 hours before showtime, and Miranda's friends and family were counting on the three of you. Terry dropped her game completely and got to the point. Are your moms gonna let you borrow their car? I don't know. Ooh, that's not good. The strain in Terry's voice swept away your smile. This wasn't originally a problem. Cove was supposed to be the driver, but his request for time off work only allowed tomorrow for the actual birthday, so you could only rely to him to help decorate, but you and Terry were on your own today. We gotta figure out how to get an actual party supply store. Yeah. It seems we've reached the first crisis point. That was fast. Where there's a will, there's a way. That's the spirit. There must be something we can do. There has to be. I want to find something new. Something fresh and cool, but what? Terry, I'm not even sure what you're envisioning. What's fresh and cool? Mint? Spearmint? Should we just have a spearmint themed party? Is that the plan? Or just gonna get out some green plants and leaves and, like, make everything minty fresh? Should we give toothpaste as giveaway bags? I don't know. Her party should have a theme. We can make it all about the food. We can make all the food and decorations match. It'll look nice. Okay, what kind of theme? I'm still working the detail out. Well, you said cool and fresh. I'm still on for the minty fresh theme.
Yeah.
Now that we have a direction, we'll put our noggins together and figure out the perfect theme. Then we need to figure out how to get all the stuff for it and put it together in the party room. Your mouth pressed into a hard line. Having a theme wasn't exactly progress, but it was just another thing you needed to get done on top of everything else. You kept that train of thought to yourself and chuckled. This event was going to be a Herculean feat, but you had faith in your friends, and together you'd find a way to make it all work somehow. Oh, and don't forget, there's that small problem of how we're even getting to the store. That's non-negotiable. We have to go today. This needs to be huge. Miranda's parties used to be so big. She's always had the best birthday, at least before. Yeah, there was no way that you could forget Miranda's birthday bashes throughout the years. They were a highlight of your summers. Today, you had no idea how Terry had been attending them for just as long. You never knew who she was until high school, and it was so strange to think that you were so close to meeting each other so much earlier, and now you are all buddies. Unfortunately, the past couple of years had been too difficult for an event on that scale. Everyone was older, 10 times busier during the summer. Terry groaned, understandably getting worked up over that struggle. Miranda doesn't even want presents. All she asked for was for her friends and family to get together. We already have the perfect party room booked. That was supposed to be the hardest part. Everyone from Miranda's parents to you and your friends pooled your money together to rent out an actual event space instead of having it at her house or a public park. For a while now, Miranda had been insisting that she didn't need anything, but none of you could pass up an opportunity to show her how much you all appreciated her. Oh my god. It isn't even because she used to have big parties, you know. Even if it never happened before, this has to be as good as it can be. You're totally in love with her. You're totally in love with her. I mean, listen, I'm also like this with my friends, but also, given like the way that they argued before, I feel like they're dating. They have to be. There must be. She didn't hide any ounce of her worry. What if this is the last time we celebrated together? Oh, yeah, well, never mind then. I guess, yeah. I mean, yeah, that'll do it. It was true. People were going to be leaving soon, and that included you. You knew Terry wasn't trying to be mean or point any fingers, but you still felt that weight poignantly. Who knew what any of your lives would look like a year from now? Terry sniffled, her voice cracking with emotion. You couldn't do anything other than helplessly wait at the other end of the call. We need this to be our big final hurrah, just in case it is. Oh my god, the thought hadn't even crossed your mind until she said it. You understood that sometimes people would come and go in life, but you honestly couldn't imagine a future where you, Terry, Miranda, and Cove wouldn't be hanging out together. Well, Terry sniffled, and her tone quickly regained her usual fire. My dad is about to drive me over, so I have the whole car ride to think about our dilemma. You put your brain to work too, and we'll have this solved no sweat. Actually, I have a solution for that, and his name is Baxter. Ah, that's right, I can't believe I didn't remember he had a car. You're a genius. Well, we still have to ask him. But do you think he would actually give us a lift? I'm pretty sure he'd do it in a heartbeat if he's not busy. For us, more like for you. Even though you couldn't see there, you could easily imagine the way she was nodding over this possibility.
See you later.
This is the way. Alright, I gotta go. See you soon. The rate of Randy's birthday is up to you, me, and now our remaining hope, the Bee-Man. Bye. You hung up the phone and left it face down on the blanket. You flopped across the bed as your thoughts wandered. What are you doing? We have to call Baxter. We have to text Baxter. We have to ask him if he's free. We have to ask him if he can give us a ride. Whether it's great or terrible, there may never be another chance for you to celebrate with Miranda, Cove, and Terry. You'd have to make the most of it. And while you waited, you opened half a dozen tabs online on your phone and scrolled through various images of party decorations. You kept perusing until a text notification popped up. I'm here. The doorbell rang as your feet hit the floor. You hurried? What is going on? You hurried downstairs and opened the front door. Hey, buddy, the party committee is officially in session. Sliding aside, you gestured for Terry to come on in. She strolled inside and went towards the living room. Then Terry pivoted on her heel and folded her arms, all business. So I haven't messaged Baxter about all this. We should ask him in person instead of a wall of text. It'd be super rude to hit someone you barely know and ask them to do you a big favor, you know. It's gotta be face to face, but we beg for help. I mean, he is my boyfriend. Barely know is not it's not really a barely know situation anymore, is it? Like, surely we've hung out like outside the moments we've seen, right? Gone on other dates, right? Just like, surely. Fingers crossed he's home. We owe it to ourselves and Randy's birthday to try. Yeah, and if he's not there, we can try something else. This is a start. Like Uber, Grab, Lyft. There's no better time than the present. Let's go. Terry nodded towards the door she just came through, and you both promptly left the house. Together, you made a beeline for Baxter's condo and rang the doorbell. Terry gave the front door a knock for good measure. She wasn't taking a single risk that you might miss him by accident. As she declared, Terry crossed her fingers on both hands. The door opened a crack, and Baxter curiously peeked out, then swung it open the rest of the way. He smirked. Well, isn't this a familiar sight? Last time the pair of you came, it was for my number. I wonder what today's mission could be. Your car?
Yeah.
You're here! Terry loosened her bent fingers and threw her hands victoriously into the air. Amused, Baxter rubbed the back of his neck. I didn't realize I was missing, but yes, I'm here. I was simply getting ready to go out for the day. You turned your head away and tried to hide your smile. Of course, it was only now he was trying to make a move to go anywhere. It had to be at least noon before he'd do anything out of the house. Same. Even if I wasn't home, you'd be welcome to call me. It's not my intent to be difficult to reach. Thanks, but we wouldn't want to interrupt you if you were busy. Perish the thought. It wouldn't be an interruption, it'd be an improvement. It'd be an improvement, he said. That's what he said. You'd be thrilled. You know, I'd be thrilled to see you anytime. Tell me that, so tell me all about it. Tell me all about it, Baxter. Tell me all about how I'm an improvement to your time. Tell me all about how you do anything for me and how you're absolutely in love with me because you are. Right? Right? Please say that you are, Baxter. Baxter's words were meant for Terry too, but his gaze is only... It was only set on you. Everybody's watching her, but she's looking at you. Ooh, ooh, you, ooh, ooh. Terry's grin widened as her eyes crinkled. You knew her well enough to tell that she was psyching herself up. Her hand settled on her hips. Can you give us a ride someplace?
It's
yes,
beautiful.
easily. He answered without missing a beat. Terry whooped and Baxter brightened. Pleased by her enthusiasm, may I ask where we're going? Baxter, my good friend, we're going to the craft and party supply store. A party store? What's the occasion? The way he perked up with genuine wonder, you could have sworn that his eyes were sparkling. Terry pressed a finger to her lips and winked. Shh, you can't tell anyone, but we're gonna give Miranda the best birthday of her young life. Oh, that sweetheart is having her birthday soon? Congratulations. Yes, on behalf of Randy, I thank you. And on behalf of me, I thank you again for providing the transportation. We would have been stranded without you. Baxter graciously bowed his head and he picked up on the urgency and importance of what your team was asking. Now I know what it's for. There's no way I could ever refuse. I'm honored to help.
So,
How are preparations going? A tiny nervous laugh bubbled up in Terry's throat. She glanced at you, scratching the side of her cheek. Well, we got a room booked at a place big enough to hold the party. It's a grand private event like she's never had
glad to
before.
hear it.
Yeah. We just need all the food and the party stuff to go with it. I take it that you don't have any caterers or decorators arranged then. We are the caterers and decorators. Me and Nina mostly, since Cove couldn't come along today. Ah, I see. Baxter idly tapped his finger against his chin. His brow pinched pensively.
Certainly.
Certainly this can be done, so there's no reason to worry, but when is the event? Tomorrow? Terry's simple, upbeat answer tore a gasp from Baxter's. Bewildered, he slid a step backwards and grasped the fabric across his chest. This is easily the most dramatic reaction you've ever seen from him. There's nothing you could do to stop the snort and the laugh that followed. Covering your mouth, you tried twisting your way from your friends, but the battle was lost. His reaction was too funny. He was too aghast to even notice tomorrow. It's tomorrow, and you only have a venue and 2 people. Nothing else. It is gonna be a grand affair. Baxter's mouth snapped shut following the outburst. Neither you or Terry uttered a single word in response. The two of you shared a quick glance. His level of extravagance is different from our level of extravagance. Baxter took a deep, steadying breath through his nose. He slowly smoothed out the wrinkles in his shirt and exhaled. Once he was better composed, Baxter regained his usual confident air. He attempted to lightly chuckle, but you still caught the strain in his tone. You may have more problems than the lack of a vehicle, I'm afraid. Terry fidgeted her fingers out of embarrassment, but she stood strong and explained her thought process. I couldn't get the goods earlier, or Randy would have figured out what I was doing instantly. I couldn't risk it.
Sorry.
And even if I'd managed the impossible, she's always at my house. But I could have gotten the goods earlier. Not having anything to sniff out was the best way to keep everything a secret. Crossing your arms, you could have hidden the decorations successfully at your house. Your teeth pinched the inside of the cheek just to keep that opinion inside. As long as you stay focused, it can happen. We just have to buy the decorations today and make the snacks and then the desserts, and then we have to set it up all tomorrow before things kick off at noon, no problem. We have no other choice but to do that now, so that's true. There's no use wasting time on what's outside of your control. You must work within the circumstances you have. Well, since I've attended a number of functions, I'd be delighted to offer advice and assistance today and tomorrow. I can definitely do more than simply carting you to the store. No way, you're hired. Terry cheered this upswing of good luck. Baxter's eyebrow arched quizzically, then you could see his growing amusement steering. Hired? Are you gonna pay me? No, but you can join our secret party planning team. That's priceless. I'll take it. His tone sounded even happier than his teasing ploy for money. There was really no payment that would have made it more worth the while. Baxter laughed and gestured towards the street. Let's discuss this. Let's discuss the details on the way. I imagine the store you have in mind is in town. Terry hopped towards the street and practically twisted her heel. She tilted her head and smirked. Nothing's in this little beach town. With his hands in his pockets, Baxter stepped ahead, passing you to join Terry on the road. He had a few words as he crossed your path. Oh, I would have to disagree with that. You can't just say something like that. You can't just say that, Baxter. That's not very nice. It's extremely nice. Oh no, I'm in love with him. Oh, it was that easy. All he had to do was come in all snarky and funny and charming and say a few cheesy one-liners. And he got me. My car has parked a short walk that way. Alright, let's go. Okay, Baxter slipped inside the condo to grab his key. You and Terry loitered in the empty street while you waited. We totally hit the jackpot. Did you see his face when he realized this was about a party? He probably has loads of ideas. I figured he'd be willing to help us figure this out. Baxter didn't take long to return and lock up. You followed him to his car with a pep in your step, and Terry slapped her palm to the front passenger side door. Dibs on shotgun. Hey! You did not like that. That's my boyfriend. I get shotgun. Terry swung the door open and your gaze shifted to her playful grin. You forced yourself to smile in return. Oh, okay. Okay, Terry. Terry plopped onto the seat and you shuffled backwards to let her safely close the door. Across the car, you noticed Baxter's watching you silently. He didn't say anything, and you both turned away to climb into your respective seats. Terry glanced at Baxter from across the small space between them and winked. It'll be like you're chauffeuring because she's a VIP. Yes, and where can we drive you today, Miss Warwick? Baxter buckled his seatbelt and then immediately began searching for nearby craft and party supply stores via GPS. Did you have a particular store in mind? Oh, that one. She pointed at the lower half of the screen, and Baxter wordlessly set her pick as a destination. With that settled, the rest of you got comfortable and buckled in for the ride. Despite being the new guy in the area, Baxter confidently drove as if he'd been traveling these roads all his life. He followed the directions laid out for him, but he also kept a part of himself focused on the task at hand. Baxter kept the conversation focused on how he could better help you and Terry with the party. He didn't hesitate to be a key member of this operation. Considering you're doing this pro bono, I appreciate you're taking the party planning seriously. Baxter laughed deeply. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Is it a crime to take pride in my abilities? Absolutely not. Keep it up. So, do we have an idea for what we're looking for? It's gonna be a theme. The party can't just be a generic birthday bash. We're going for something here. Excellent. Having a specific design core makes it all the easier. Oh my god. Baxter answered with a pleased tone and peeked at the GPS. He turned the car at the intersection, and the theme is, we don't know. Somehow his smile remained perfectly in place. You imagine that he fully expected the lack of preparation at this point.
Wow.
Well, there are many concepts you can go with. For example, it's summertime, and a classic style would be nautical. Or desert chic for California if we wanted to take our location into account. Or what about this? While the summer is scorching on the outside, the guests are treated to a winter wonderland inside. That kind of unexpected, intentionally out-of-season aesthetic can be quite fun. Exhaling deeply, Terry leaned on the side of her head against the glass and stared out the window, mulling over Baxter's suggestions. She sat her front teeth into her bottom lip. If none of those suffice, we can continue brainstorming. I don't know if any of those are right for Miranda. She doesn't care about what's trendy, seasonal, or what might impress her guests.
Understandable.
That's a good point. This isn't some party, it's Miranda's party. Unfortunately, I only met the woman this whole affair is for once. There's not much I can glean from that. I apologize. That put him at quite a disadvantage despite his sincere intent to help. Frowning, you felt somewhat similar. No one knew Miranda better than Terry, and that meant she should have the final say on these big decisions. Would you rather I stop proposing ideas? I'm sure whatever you think she'll be... Oh my god. I'm sure whatever you think she'll enjoy most will be most wonderful. I added an extra most to that, but okay. No, I needed so much help. I don't know what party themes are. How am I gonna pick one? Okay, then should I keep throwing out ideas until something good sounds good to your ears? Yes, please. There's gotta be a theme that's perfect for her. I'll know it when I hear it. Very well. You could practically hear the gears turning in Baxter's brain. His expression scrunched up and it was clear that he was silently compiling a list. Oh wait, what can you tell me more about the venue? The colors, the size, the style, we can use that as a base to work off of. It would be pointless to fall in love with the concept and then realize it would clash with the room. Sure. Smart. I found the perfect place. It's pretty big. Imagine a space that's larger than the average living room. It's like 3 living rooms. She's got lots of family and plenty of friends coming, so we need it. There's gonna be a lit up dance floor in the center too. A dance floor. So disco. His eyes sparkled with excitement. You imagine the dance floor would be just as bright tomorrow. Would the event have any slow dancing? Who slow dances at a birthday party? It's not prom. Baxter shoulders slumped in response. Aww. Well, Terry's surprised laugh morphed into a small coughing fit. He sighed deeply. That's true. If only someone was getting married instead. There's always formal dancing at weddings. It's a shame that the only appropriate time to dance with a partner, besides at practice and competitions and the odd jaunt through some sprinklers, happens to be a very uncommon event. But of course, this is outside of having your own actual partner who you can go dancing with whenever you'd like. Your head... What? Your head tilted. Was that a hint the two of you were dating that he wanted to go dancing with you? Or maybe there wasn't any intent behind this general statement? That's me. That's me all the time. Every time I get, like... Every text I receive goes through, like, 50 layers of... Was that a hint? Maybe it wasn't a hint. Well, were they serious? But maybe they weren't. Because what if they were serious, though, and I would be coming off as rude or standoffish? Oh, but, like, what if they weren't serious and then it, like, you know, it looks like I'm just, like, oversharing. Oh, but then what if... And then it just keeps going, and then eventually someone has to slap me across the head and like, Nita, shut up. Just send a text. Just reply. That's the bare minimum. Please, just do that. I promise to dance with you somehow. He held your eye in the mirror for another second. I would enjoy that immensely. It was the least you could do for him. At least he willingly signed up to help you out. Never mind sharing a dance with Baxter was going to be a special treat. And you had zero intent to miss that. But Baxter shook his head, ridding himself of his indulgent thoughts. His attention flickered to the map. Regardless, it wouldn't matter either way in this case. I apologize for getting us off track. How else would you describe the venue? It's shiny and pretty and pink. Okay. Well, that does put us somewhere. It's limiting, but in a helpful way. How so? Well, the most obvious direction oh my god, the most obvious direction would be to make the entire theme simply pink. Terry snorted and tried to suppress her giggles, but she was instantly unsuccessful. Randy really does like that color, but she doesn't feel the same way about it as you do with black and white. Now it was Baxter's turn to chuckle. That's fair. So moving on, we have pretty and sparkly. What else? Is Miranda a fan of glitz and glamour? Nope. Well, basically no. Slimy Cheesecake! Hello! Beep beep, we're going shopping! Yes, we are. She slowly deflated in her seat. Randy wouldn't like trying to be glamorous. That's not how she is, and she wouldn't know how to act as if that's what the theme was. Is that so? Well then, what about a faux high life theme? Oh, and what would that be? You sat forward, wondering what either of those two words were supposed to mean in terms of decorating a party. Let me think of the best way to articulate. Imagine plastic champagne glasses
filled with sparkling cider, and dainty desserts coated in shimmering dust so they shine. A chocolate fountain with fresh strawberries to dip and colored this is gonna be the one. I could tell because of the chocolate fountain. Anything with a chocolate fountain is the one. I love chocolate, if you couldn't tell. If you couldn't tell, you know, my friends went to Canada separately, and they both, as a gift, got me chocolate. Do you know how much? Look how much chocolate I have. I have so much chocolate. I have chocolate cookies in the fridge right now. Look at this and I'm still missing one bar. There's another bar of chocolate that I have in my bag. Chocoloma. So much chocolate. I'm absolutely insane when it comes to chocolate. Perhaps even feather boas for the guests to wear. The idea is that nothing is truly extravagant. It's tongue-in-cheek, but with all the celebratory fun of acting like a star on your special day. Not being that kind of person would be part of the point. It's cute and silly, basically. Spring leading... Am I having cake? What? What's in the spring... What's the spring reading list? What's the spring... What's the spring reading list? I don't have cake, I just have cookies. White chocolate. White chocolate is pretty good too. I don't have white chocolate as much, but I'll have white chocolate with like the Hershey's Kiss cookies and cream. I like Hershey's Kiss cookies and cream. I make an exception for that. That being said, if I was given white chocolate, I would still eat it. Dark chocolate, however, I may not eat, depending on how dark it is. Like if it's really dark, I don't like bitter. I don't like extremely bitter things. But yeah. Terry sprung up in her seat, vibrating with excitement. She turned to you, but she was still rendered speechless from Baxter's proposition. Did I strike a chord? Ah, that would be so fun! Randy loves to let loose and not be so serious, but she's definitely a star. It sounds as though we have a theme then. Yeah, it's all gonna come together now.
Wonderful.
And we accomplished it without having to leave the car. Thank you so much for helping us figure this out. You're quite welcome. I'm glad I could offer something useful. Hey, being the driver was enough for us, but you've exceeded expectations. The rest of the drive kept the secret party planning ball rolling, and the three of you took turns proposing suggestions for what you needed to track down at the store. When you arrived, the three of you entered the store, fully focused on the mission, though you felt underprepared for standing at the entrance and scanning the cluttered store in front of you. Okay, it is really sad that my chat is not showing up on screen. Refresh cache. Okay. Maybe it'll show up now. Let me see. I'm gonna test. Test. Did it show up? Nope. Did not show up. Y'all, I'm sorry. I don't know why it's not showing up on screen right now. It's really sad. But yeah. When you arrived, the three of you entered the store, fully focused on the mission, though you felt underprepared standing at the entrance and scanning the cluttered store in front of you. The laggy stream is probably because Verizon... That Verizon has not necessarily... They said mild truce, but not always truce. I appreciate your patience, though. Thank you, Heather. Shelves were piled in miscellaneous goods, but there was a strong smell wafting in the air. It was a mix of paint and scented something, maybe a pine cone. I hope that it's not affecting stream too much. Curling fingers into fists, you steeled yourself for the task. It was going to be way too easy to get lost with the sea of with the endless sea of bits and bobs calling out to you. I'm glad that it's not affecting stream too much. Thank you. The secret party planning team couldn't fail now. Come on, there's no time to waste. Terry took the lead, claiming a shopping cart and picking a direction. She pushed on ahead while you followed at Baxter's pace. It wasn't long before she was combing through the piles of knickknacks. Her fiery determination to make this birthday the best it could be was admirable, and you were resolved to match it. Yes, that makes sense. I did not put that together. Thank you. I like Jinso. Your group traveled down several aisles, picking up a variety of supplies that had been decided on during the drive. The right-shaped cups, plastic forks, and spoons that resembled proper silverware, and the rest of the basics. You picked up shiny tablecloths to replace the old checkered ones, and Terry found a few platters to serve desserts on. The show? Yeah, I do know. I know of the show. I didn't watch that much of it because I don't think it really aired much where I grew up, because I grew up in the Philippines, so we didn't really have, like, well, if we had PBS, my parents did not show me PBS. But yeah. Oh, look! Craning your head, you scanned the area until you landed on what she was seeing. There in the distance was dozens of feather boas hanging over a row of long hooks. They were fluffy and came in several bright, saturated colors. Grinning oh my god, I can't read. I can't read. I don't know what's happening with my brain. I cannot read. That sign can't stop me. I can't read. That's me right now. Grinning wide, Derry raced to the display and flung a ton of them into the cart. It was anyone's guess how many would be needed for tomorrow, and since they were only a couple dollars each, Terry was sticking with the old, tried-and-true method of better safe than sorry. Eventually, her looting uncovered a single, pure white boa. Oh my god, it was perfect for Baxter. You grabbed it, mindful not to crush the delicate feathers. They were soft against your skin while you examined them for any hidden splotches of color. Oh, thank you, Alex Tinsel. That makes sense. Once Terry was satisfied, she stared at the cart. Everything that you'd selected before was buried under a pile of boas, and there was a lot more shopping to do. Maybe we should get a second cart. I couldn't agree more. You two can go to the cake decorating aisle, and I'll meet you there.
Thanks.
Thanks, B-Man. I mean, in general, sometimes my brain doesn't think of, like, when I'm streaming, my brain doesn't think of references, so things might go over my head because there's a lot to focus on. so yeah. It does look like a Michaels. You're so right. It does. Baxter hurried to the end of the aisle and paused there, glancing back. Terry sent him off with a playful salute, and he answered with a wave. Bye, we'll see you soon. After that, Terry and you ended up getting a little turned around. But at long last, you found the aisle with the cake decorating supplies. Michael's. So, Heather, Michael's is, like, art supply store. Well, you know what a Heather's is. I mean, you know what a Heather's is. Yes, obviously, you know what a Heather's is. You're Heather. You know the Michael's is, I don't know, yeah, the store. Red velvet or ice cream? Red velvet? So good. I used to make red velvet cakes a lot. Ice cream cakes stress me out, though, because I get so scared they'll melt. Because I lived in a tropical country, so a lot of the time, ice cream cakes did melt. It was very messy. So, like, the sticky. But yeah, red velvet or ice cream. Those are good options. I mean, I'm sure it's to no one's surprise that I love chocolate. So, chocolate is a pretty safe guess for me. Terry drove the cart back and forth, anxiously scanning the selection. So what desserts are we gonna have? There should be cake, but we're gonna have cake after all. No, I think she's just, I think it's pushing. Some of these sentences are a little weird, but it's okay. I haven't seen that movie, Heather. Chocolate with Audrey tattoo. I'll definitely check it out. So what desserts are we gonna have? There should be cake, but that can't be all, right? What about cupcakes? Randy loves cupcakes. Okay, but if we have cupcakes and cake, like, that's a lot of cake. That's just cake in different forms. But okay, sure. Yeah. Terry mumbled contemplatively to herself, leaning against the carriage. She nodded once and then again. I'll try it. No, I must do it. Hold on. When are you gonna have time to make 2 desserts? Tonight, after all the shopping, or tomorrow when the entire room needs to be decorated? I can squeeze it in somewhere. We should split up the tasks. I'll make the cupcake, you can make the cake.
Really?
Terry dabbed an invisible tear from her eye and then placed a hand across her heart. No one could ask for a more loyal cohort. I can't let you get all the glory. Terry crossed her arms and pretended to be annoyed. Her gaze narrowed suspiciously. Ah, so that's what you're trying to steal my crown as #1 Miranda enthusiast. Maybe. Alright, so I've been thinking about making a confetti cake with vanilla frosting. Could you make chocolate cupcakes with cheesecake frosting? Cheesecake frosting? Do you mean cream cheese frosting? Cheesecake frosting. What is cheesecake I'm about to Google this right now. Am I making cupcakes this week? Is that what's gonna happen? Cheesecake frosting. Cream cheese. It's cream cheese frosting because cheesecake is a cake. Slimy cheesecake, yeah, you frosting. Randy kicks pushy friend out of the dressing room, say yes to the dress. Yeah, that would be a say yes to the dress episode. That would be a clip, yeah. I got it. You added a thumbs up and Terry excitedly pumped her fist. This is gonna be a great party. With renewed enthusiasm, Terry picked out a couple containers of gold and silver simmer dust for the treats and a packet of edible jewels and decorative stars. Terry reached up and snagged a big 19-shaped candle to go on top of the cake. Her arms were rapidly getting full and then just in time, there you are, I've been searching for you two. He wheeled the new cart over, but it wasn't empty. Sitting comfortably inside was a boxed chocolate fountain. Oh, we're just buying a chocolate fountain. Okay. Say yes to the dress? I remember watching Say Yes to the, clips of Say Yes to the Dress for ages. But my favorite, well, not favorite, but the real way that I got into it was, this DC Cupcakes episode of Saying Yes to the Dress. So if you guys remember DC Cupcakes, if you guys ever saw that on Lifetime or whatever, it was it's the creators of Georgetown Cupcakes in Washington DC, and they usually make little cupcake sculptures, which I've done, not to the scale that they do because I'm not getting paid, but I've done mini versions of it for birthdays and stuff. But yeah. No, so one of the creators got engaged and married and had to say yes to the dress episode because it's also on Lifetime. And that's how I found the show. And sometimes I'll just watch random clips. You were saying something about gossip and your brother replied with the Gossip Girl. That's what me and my best friend are called. The Gossip Girls. Sitting comfortably inside was a boxed chocolate fountain, a pack of wooden skewers, and a big bag of melting chocolate wafers to be used with it. Ooh. Terry leaned into the cart and examined the advertised features printed on the box. Some of the packets she was holding onto fell from her grasp and tumbled in with a clang. This is a good brand. It's not too loud. The music should cover the noise it does make, though.
Sure.
Works for me. Terry released the remaining things she was carrying into the carriage. They rained onto the unsuspecting fountain, and you placed what you had inside next. Baxter studied everything you'd picked out while he was gone. You have excellent taste. Those decorations are fantastic. Thanks. My cupcakes are almost gonna be too nice to eat. A feast for the eyes, then. Yeah, we got this in the bag. 600-pound life and freaky eaters. Oh, okay. You saw a strange slimy cheesecake. You saw a strange addiction episode of a woman who drank blood. Was she just did she look like a vampire? Did she have the fangs? Or did she just how did she do it? Did she take her own blood? Did she steal from a blood bank? Like in Vampire Diaries? What? How do you even do something like that? Yeah, we got this in the bag. Oh my god, I'm so confused. What were the logistics? Oh, animal, but that makes so much more sense. She would have loved dinuguan though. It's a Filipino meal. Blood soup. Hi Heather, glad that you've joined YouTube. It is pretty weird, yeah. As you pass through more parts of the store, the three of you grabbed a few other last-minute odds and ends. Somewhere along the way, Terry found a sash that said birthday girl. She eagerly snatched it up and threw it across the pile of feather boas. You pointed out some oversized glasses next. Ooh, good catch. Those totally fit the vibe. Nodding, you tossed a handful into the cart. From there, your team circled the premises for a little while before deciding to check out and get your haul home. The register area you discovered wasn't built anything like the one at the supermarket. There wasn't a long conveyor belt to put stuff on, only a short counter space. This will be one moment. You flashed the cashier an apologetic smile, and you got to work piling up dozens of party supplies from 2 full carts. Well, they don't call it my strange addiction for nothing. Not one piece was particularly pricey, but with the amount of stuff you gathered, the total was skyrocketing. Even with the contribution from friends and family as a combination gift, it was going to be a close call. Terry's lips twitched as she tried not to frown. The display price grew higher, and there was still a mountain of things on the counter. Baxter stared at Terry and his brow furrowed. He then reached over and plucked away the chocolate fountain box, the skewers, and the packet of chocolate. No, I want that. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna buy this part myself. But it's not a necessary supply that you were anticipating you'd buy, and it was my bright idea on top of everything. I'll cover it. My treat, or rather my gift for Miranda's birthday. Oh, that's so nice. I can't say no to that. Thank you so much. He gave her a pleased nod and then went to the end of the line, carrying the box under his arm. Baxter managed to get through the line, stopping at a different register, and complete his purchase well before you and Terry were through. He waited awkwardly off to the side of the checkout area with his bag. After the poor cashier dug themselves out of a pile of sparkly and feathered goods, you caught up to him with 2 carts neatly packed bags. As you were leaving, a voiceover announced that the store would be open for only another 30 minutes. Terry glanced at the overhead speaker in shock. Whoa, I knew we were in here a while, but not that long.
Settled.
I'd say that this was a successful trip. Toddlers and Tiara. I didn't watch Toddlers and Tiara. 90 Day Fiancé. I don't think I watched that either, but I've seen clips of 90 Day Fiancé. This was a massive success. Yeah, it was worth it. Your party planning committee exited the store and made your way through the parking lot. Together you had to fill the trunk and a part of the back seat. We'll take the carts back. Yeah, we've got it. I'll stay put here then. Baxter leaned against the car door as you walked away. The sky was dark and the night air felt invigorating after being in the stuffy, overly scented store. There was an added pep in your step now that you weren't weighed down by party supplies. Terry shot you a mischievous grin and then raced past you across the pavement. You pushed the cart faster before jumping on the back and riding it. Leaning forward, you made sure to keep yourself balanced on the empty cart. Your smile grew, feeling a cool breeze against your skin. Then you returned to the car together. Baxter stood up and smoothed his shirt before opening his door. I was thinking since Terry got to sit up front on the way here, I'd prefer it if Nina got a turn for the ride home. Baxter did just kick Terry out of shotgun, so he would push her out of the dressing room too. Sam and Cat. I didn't really watch much of Sam and Cat. I didn't do Sam and Cat. At that point, I had moved on from Nickelodeon, I think. Terry hopped into the car with her heaps of treasures, wrapping her arms around the side of the bags like a dragon sleeping with its pile of gold. Terry fished her phone out and messaged her parents that she was ready for them to pick her up. She explained that if they left now, then her mom or dad would be at her house by the time the 3 of you returned. After that, you simply needed to enjoy a comfortably quiet ride to the neighborhood. All that shopping ended up being more exhausting than any of you had anticipated. After a brief and uneventful drive through the sleepy streets, you arrived home to find a van parked outside. As you approached, you recognized the shade of green paint and that characteristic dent in the rear fender. Terry leaned out the window and hollered cheerfully, "Alrighty, you made it!" It was Terry's parents come to pick her up as planned. "This is great, we can take most of the stuff home from the van." Terry jerked a thumb towards the piles of party paraphernalia perched precariously in the back of the car. I figure it can stay there until tomorrow. My old folks said that we could borrow the van to take everything to the party venue anyway. It's like we planned it or something. I watched clips of dance moms like the ones that'll show up on TikTok. Baxter silently nodded, pulling up alongside Terry's parents. Well, since we're transferring the supplies from one vehicle to another, we might as well minimize the distance. Terry, would you mind? He gestured towards the rear of the van, and Terry nodded and hopped out to let her mom know it was safe to pop the trunk. When you left your seat, Baxter opened up his own car and then gave Terry's mom and dad a friendly wave. Thus began the daunting task of unloading. Terry's parents noticed how much stuff you'd ended up bringing back, and soon they were also lending a hand. With all 5 of you, the seemingly endless stack of party goods was defeated in a few short minutes. I think that's the last of it. Many hands truly do make light work. You let out a sigh of relief, stretching your arms. They'd gotten sore from all the heavy lifting in spite of the help. Bowed down before the awesome and terrible power of teamwork. Terry wasn't even remotely out of breath. She could do the whole thing over again without breaking a sweat. You counted yourself lucky that she didn't threaten to do just that. Her sense of humor could be wild sometimes. Baxter leaned against the closed rear door of the van, casually addressing Terry and her parents. Are you fine? People headed home now? It's getting late. A trio of scenting noises followed. Yeah. Yep, we've got everything for tomorrow. Oh, hold on a sec. She marched over to where you stood and planted her feet onto the sidewalk with intent. She stood to attention as though suddenly in the middle of a military parade. You could see that she had an object clutched in her right hand, though it was difficult to make it out in dusk. She must have taken it out of one of the shopping bags earlier. Soon as I get home, the next stage of our mission commences. Don't worry about me though, it'll be a piece of cake. She lifted one of your hands and dropped the held item onto it. 3 shimmering cylinders of confectionery glitter. Of course, there is still work to be done tonight. Baking. You're starting to feel a little worn down. You slowly took the plastic tubes of glitter and gave Terry a firm nod. You weren't about to let her down no matter how tired you were. Good luck, Terry. See you tomorrow. I'll swing by to pick you guys up at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, okay? Party starts at noon, and we're gonna need all the time we can get. With a skip and a jump, Terry was already clambering into her parents' van. She waved enthusiastically as the sliding door closed. After retreating to a safe distance, you and Baxter watched the van pull out and head off the street. Head off up the street. Not off the street. You don't want the van to be off the street. It was surprising it could move anymore with all that extra weight. The glow of the headlights grew distant and then faded into the night like a late summer dream. Suddenly, you thought again about how fragile and fleeting your time in Sunset Bird was, and how the last season with your friends would vanish never to return. You had to make this party a success, you knew it in your bones. For Miranda, for Terry, for Cove 2, and for everyone else in attendance. For yourself. This party would be a celebration of Miranda, yes, but it would also be a celebration of your friendship and of each other. A brief instant of clarity before all things became uncertain. You had to make it count. All was quiet for a pause. Then Baxter spoke. I understand there's one more job to be taken care of then. He nodded down at the clear containers you were still clutching in your hand. Yeah, I still have stuff to do. It's gonna be a long night. Well, I can't say I'm surprised you aren't finished. That's a tall order, arranging an event in such short notice. Not that I'm criticizing your attempt at the slightest, it's honestly admirable to see the commitment. But I'm getting off topic. What's next on the agenda? You explained Baxter the situation of the party food. You'd volunteered to make chocolate cupcakes with cream cheese frosting, while Terry would do the real birthday cake. It was a relatively simple order at least. No last-minute meringues for Miranda. She'd survived the disappointment. The edible faux metallic glitter that Terry handed you was to be the final layer of decoration, a touch of pizzazz that would transform the basic cupcakes into something more themed. Baxter touched a hand to his mouth and nodded in agreement as you explained. Of course, a pleasing appearance is hardly the most critical factor. A poorly baked dessert would still taste bad no matter how it looked, but flair can help elevate a thing beyond itself. I suppose you could say it's the icing on a cake. Sentence. Baxter coughed quietly into his fist as though to muffle a laugh. Terry had been rubbing off on him, clearly. Regardless, That sounds like a marvelous idea. Though slightly less marvelous given how tight the schedule is, it's getting late. There's no denying that. His thoughtful expression was obscured by the darkness around the both of you. Yeah. Here's what I suggest. Why don't you come over to my house to do it? I can give you a hand with the preparation if you think it'll be any use. For how often and how readily Baxter always offered his services, you shouldn't have been taken aback by this latest gesture, and yet you still found yourself wondering why. Baxter had clearly anticipated your reaction, cutting off the question before you could ask for it. He made a gesture as if he was looking at his wristwatch, though of course he wasn't wearing one. It's nearly 10 p.m. Your family won't exactly thank you for baking this late at night. The noise is one thing, the smell will be another matter. Oh. Besides, your fridge might not have enough free space. Leaving the cakes out all night might spoil them. The fridge in my condo is there's plenty of room. Baxter's diction had gained a faint quavering edge, like he was skirting around a nervous giggle. It's empty, in fact. I have a conveniently empty fridge in a conveniently empty house. Perfect, wouldn't you say? When he put it in those terms, it made total sense. Baxter sure did have a lot of foresight when it came to these things. It was impressive he always thought that far ahead. You agreed it was an opportune set of circumstances, but as he talked about how empty his temporary home was, it struck you that Baxter sounded a little sad. It must be quiet, all alone in that house. Maybe that was why he was always so willing to come spend time with you, or other people he knew around here. Okay, well, that would be really helpful, thanks. Don't mention it. I'm in it until the very end as far as this party is concerned. Call it a vacation of sorts. A vocation of sorts. The feeling's mutual. What's my favorite kind of cake? Chocolate. Chocolate, chocolate, chocolate. All the chocolate. Chocolate for days. Chocolate for years. Chocolate for millennia. Love chocolate. Black Forest is a good one. Baxter clapped his hands together. He'd fully committed himself to the cause and was ready to put a plan in motion. What are yours other than red velvet and cheese and ice cream? Light gâteau. I haven't heard light gâteau before, Heather. Excellent. Let's get cooking, shall we?
Well,
You'll have to retrieve the ingredients from your house since I don't have anything myself. The kitchen is fully outfitted, however, so you needn't bring any equipment. If you want to take care of things chez toi, I can begin prepping the utensils and such, and I'll leave the front door unlocked, so feel free to let yourself in when you're ready. Sure thing. Cheesecake, but it's considered a tart? I mean, cheesecake is still cheesecake. Cheesecake? I accept it. Baxter walked briskly to his rented condo while you made your way steadily home. You stifled a yawn as you fumbled for your house keys before shaking yourself all over trying to stay focused. You could sleep later. When you came in, you spied your mom sitting around the living room. They were huddled up on one of the couches, luxuriating in one another's company after a hard day's work. Mom's head rested on her wife's shoulder, while Mom brushed fingers lightly through her hair. They could have been a famous sculpture or painting sitting there. Swedish princess cake, angel food cake, double food cake, strawberry. Those are good. Those are all good choices. It was hard to witness your parents like that sometimes, not because it was embarrassing, although some people might have seen it that way, but your moms were a thing of tremendous gravity in your life. You were a fledgling. They had fed and clothed and cleaned up after and loved for years and years, and soon you'd be taking flight. You'd be gone. Maybe that was why you found yourself glancing down at the hardwood floor at the side of your mom's. It was a lot to take in at 10 p.m., to be honest. But the sound of the front door alerted them to your presence. The two halves of that artwork moved in alignment and turned. Welcome back, sweetie. Nice of you to drop by. Will you be staying with us long? A classic mom joke. You babbled out the whole Terry's organizing a last-minute party for Randy, but don't tell anyone. Been out all day, and by the way, I need to make cupcakes for tonight's situation. Not to mention, I'm going to Baxter's house. Do we have any ingredients I can use?
That's fantastic.
Oh, that's absolutely wonderful. I'm sure Miranda will be delighted. You're all working so hard. It's getting late, though, and you've been gone for most of the day. Are you sure you don't want to call it a night and let your mom and me handle the baking? Ma's right. Don't think I didn't hear that yawn as soon as you came in. Why don't you let us take care of the rest? You had to admit that it was a fair suggestion. It had been a long day after all, and a full night's sleep would help prepare you for the festivities tomorrow, but you wouldn't give in. You shook your head, declining the offer. Miranda was your friend, and you'd given Terry your word that you would take care of it. Besides, it wasn't as if your moms also hadn't worked today. Ma's tiny frown deepened, so disappointed not to be allowed to baby you, but it was all in good humor. Alright, we won't push it. So long as you're sure Baxter's okay with you wreaking havoc in his immaculate kitchen. Ma let out an unbridled snort. He's a teenager living on his own, fam. How immaculate could that kitchen be? You opened your mouth to defend Baxter and all others teenagers before realizing that it hardly counted if the only reason he had a clean kitchen was that he never used it in the first place. If his tone earlier was anything to go by, he'd probably even thank you for making a mess. It might brighten up the place. You didn't say any of this to your moms, though. How do you delete what? I don't know, Heather. I'm sorry. This mollified your parents. Though they teased, they were acting entirely out of consideration for your temporary neighbor. Too bad Baxter Ward had outconsidered them already. This mollified your parents, though. Oh wait, there we go. Okay, well just imagine a light chocolate sponge cake with cream and strawberries. Oh! That sounds so fun! That sounds so good, Heather. Pam, do you think you could get that already on it? Mom headed towards the kitchen and began pulling things out of cupboards. Your mom and I actually have some leftover boxes of chocolate cake mix from— oh, I forget what it was now, but you're welcome to take it all, honey. Okay, so we're using some mix. That would save us some time, but I am very much a bake-from-scratch person. The frosting will have to be made fresh, but I always find that's the easiest part. Oh, and we also have cream cheese, so she's getting all the ingredients. I'm gonna start summarizing because my voice is starting to get a little tired. I've been reading for almost 5 hours now. If Baxter's oven is big enough, you can bake multiple batches at once. You might not need it, but being prepared never hurt anybody. Unless you were making a plan to, say, assassinate someone, then your preparations would be designed to— Pamela, the muffin tins. Right, muffin tins. And then we started heading out to Baxter's condo. They said goodbye to us while we went over to Baxter's condo. We went inside. Then we made his way to the kitchen. He's waiting for us by the fridge. Ah, you're here. Excellent. Welcome, welcome.
So?
Were you able to find everything we need from your house? Many places might be closed this late, but I'm not opposed to a trip to the grocery store if necessary. He's so excited over this. He casually lifted the 2 large bags of ingredients and baking supplies and placed them on the counter between you. No need, I managed to get everything. You both made a start on unpacking the bags of ingredients, but before you could get very far, there was a sudden exclamation from Baxter. In your hands were 2 boxes of cake mixture. Oh, hallelujah. I was hoping you'd bring something similar. Being that genuinely glad, you couldn't help but let your eyes widen in surprise. Are you not much of a baker? Baxter sheepishly raked a hand through his iconically colored hair. Oh my god. Practically speaking, I haven't had the faintest idea what kind of baking I'm capable of, though the probability suggests that it's unlikely to be much. To tell you the truth, I have never baked before in my entire life, whether using a pre-prepared mix or not. Whoa, Baxter. I only imagine that this way would be easier, potentially. I mean, not much easier. Yes, Jake, go to bed. Absolutely. Have a good night. Thank you for sticking around. I really appreciate you so much. Go to sleep, Jake. Mwah. Take care of yourself. That's okay. I'm pretty good at it. Good at it myself. I bake so much. Decorating isn't my forte. That's why I stick to cookies.
My pleasure.
In that case, we can lean on each other. 2 heads are better than 1 and all that. At least that's the theory. You must soldier on either way. Speaking of which, let's get to baking, shall we? You finished unpacking the remaining ingredients, lining them all up carefully on the countertop. Baxter took a second bag and did the same. That reminds me, I might have been a little hyperbolic when we were talking about how barren my fridge is. It's not as if the thing is completely empty. Oh my god, those are a lot of cakes. Those are a lot of cakes. All very good though. Mooncake is very fun. Are they still giving me more than They are. They are. They are. It's very disappointing. I really had high hopes for the last recipe I used. But I have cookie batter in my cookie dough in my fridge right now. That I haven't baked yet because I got tired. Tiramisu, that's the one you like. Okay, tiramisu. Wow, that's really good too. Oh my god. All of these are such good options, y'all.
Of course.
But I'm not completely incapable of providing a basic level of hospitality. If you're ever hungry or thirsty, let me know. This news came as a relief to you, probably not for the reason that Baxter was expecting. Sure, it was great that you wouldn't starve while you were here, but you were glad that Baxter wasn't living on his own with nothing to eat in the house. So we're gonna start baking. The kitchen happened to be supplied with one of those already, but thank you for bringing the spares in case of emergency. Actually, I think we should use them all. It's pretty inefficient to bake only one tray of cakes at a time. Depending on how big your oven is, we could do 3 together. Baxter's eyebrows lifted a fraction in surprise. That's true, there should be space. The pans aren't terribly large, I'll double check. Yeah, that will do it. Especially if we use more than one shelf. 3 dozen cupcakes at once. We could almost start a bakery. Baxter? 3 dozen? That's nothing. Those are rookie numbers, Baxter. Those are rookie numbers. 3 dozen. 3 dozen. Like I make 3. Like I could even make 3 dozen. Okay, you know what's gonna happen? It'll turn out being 6. It will. It'll be 6 dozen. Don't ask me how it becomes 6 dozen. If I use a recipe that says 2 dozen, it'll be 6. I can't explain it. He was more than a little tickled by the idea, so you refrained from pointing out that he'd first have to know a bit more about baking to actually run one.
Alright.
Another matter squared away, where shall we begin? We'll start with the batter. Okay, so we're just gonna bake, and then we're gonna preheat the oven. Things are happening. I'm just gonna skip through the baking part because I bake already in real life, so I don't... And like I said, my voice is getting a little tired.
What do you think?
Yeah. Okay, I mean, you could also use like a little ice cream scoop or a ladle. You managed to get the batter sitting evenly in all the cases, etc. Oh my god, Jinsoul, I saw a Reddit post about that, like an Am I the Asshole Reddit post, because someone's mother-in-law, well, soon-to-be mother-in-law, tried on their wedding dress. His Baxter. Portions were uneven. Which had to be... It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Alright, things are baking. La da da. And then we're making the frosting. Which is fun. Da 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 da. You pondered these things, okay, so this one I will read. Yeah. Baxter worked quite hard behind the scenes to give off the impression that everything he did was totally effortless. Maybe it came from being a dancer. You pondered these things during the tedious mixing process. It was so cute. Of course, you already knew Baxter was pretty adorable. Yep. Okay, and then the frosting was being made. Come on, it was a team effort. He provided some emotional support. Yeah, you did. And entertainment. And a view. I'd originally planned to put the frosting in the fridge while we wait for the cakes to finish, though that might make it too difficult to spread later on. What do you think? I think we should keep it, yeah, in room temperature. Da 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 da. Things we're cleaning up. We help out with some of the cleaning. Cakes are done, so we take them out of the oven. Carefully, cautiously, he eased the 3 baking pans out of the oven, placing them one by one into the granite counter. He even recalled which had gone in first, second, and third, and removed them in proper order. Wow. The cakes looked good. They'd risen uniformly, and the color was a nice, rich chocolate brown. They hadn't dried out either. You could see a faint, moist sheen on the surface. That's great. Okay. Do you have anything to go underneath the pans to protect the counter, I mean? Oh, that's a good point. I don't think there's anything here, though. It should be fine, hopefully. The stone is real, not a veneer over less sturdy material. Okay. I never really put anything on my countertops now that I think about it. Whoops. How many of these we were supposed to make? Oh. I don't know. I think... Yeah. 36 should be fine. 30, no, absolutely. 36 should be fine. Like, if there are 36, yeah, it should be fine. I don't think there are gonna be more than 36 people there, are there? Okay. What would be worse, staying up even later to finish anything tonight, or getting up bright and early tomorrow morning? He's not a morning person. I feel like he'd be... Oh, waking early. Okay. So, it's fine, don't worry. I will stay awake as long as needed to see this endeavor through. I understand. Oh, yes. He said waking up early is worse. Yes, because he's not a morning person, and neither do I. I would also rather stay up late. I can manage. Okay, cool. The point is I don't intend to quit until the end. The bitter, but hopefully not bitter in taste, end. Well, after such a rousing speech, I can't exactly abandon you. I hate getting up in the morning. Hate it. I appreciate greatly both your continued company and your help. We'll get through this. What was it? The awesome and terrible power of teamwork? Bow down. Of course, all hail. The commitment made, you decided to put the cakes in the freezer for a short while to help spread the cooling process along. The 3 tins fit snugly inside. Nothing left to do but wait. This has been nice. Okay.
Well.
And then he's like, we should sit down. I'll rest. Maybe I'll just rest on the couch for a little bit. I'd almost forgotten where we were. I'll join you shortly, but can I bring you anything refreshing to drink? I was about to get myself a little something. Just water is good.
Certainly.
I'll bring a glass along. I don't know. I think part of it is the drama I like Jinsu. I think it's just like... Yeah. I think it's just the drama. And also because like wedding dresses, like it's such a huge part of like what brides look forward to. Well, sometimes, you know? So like it depends on the person, obviously, but like yeah. And plus weddings generally are pretty high stakes because ideally you only get one. So it offers a perfect place for drama to happen, drama to ensue. Okay. Da da da. Why am I not surprised?
That's good.
You're sharp, that's why. He's drinking champagne. Smiled to yourself and shook your head. Oh, Baxter. Okay. Clicked your glasses together and raised one to his mouth. Let's keep this between us, alright? Look at me, drinking on the job. What a shameful way to start my new party planning occupation. Pro bono, naturally. Cheers! He took a long, slow sip of his champagne, closing his eyes and savoring the taste. He smacked his lips and let out a low ah of enjoyment. That hits the spot. Much better than the thing they call the baby Bellini. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna thank him for helping again.
My pleasure.
You and your friends have invited me to participate in an event with great significance to you. It's a profound gesture to show to a relative stranger. When it's over and I'm long gone from here, I hope you can all look back on this party for years to come, and maybe for the rest of your lives, and treasure the memory. And if I am a part of that memory, then that satisfaction is enough. Though perhaps I'm in danger of giving my contribution too much credit. Oh.
You know.
Besides, I'm on vacation. I have nothing but day after day of generous free time. It would be silly to begrudge its being used, especially as it's easier for me. This party is only a party from my perspective, which means I can put my head back and simply bask in the occasion of the highs and the lows. For you and your friends, this is important. It has weight. I have to say I'm curious about the situation. You and Terry are both determined to make this a big event, but for all that, it seems rather one-off affair. Not to sound critical, but if you were in the regular habit of throwing each other parties, I would have expected better preparation for, well, the preparation.
To be honest.
Is there something about the specific birthday that warranted such a special affair? Yeah. This might be the last birthday we get to celebrate together. I've known Cove basically my whole life, and Terry and Randy not as long, still they're important to me. Soon we'll be grown up and we'll head off to different places in life. You were getting choked up, putting the feelings to words. You willed your voice to hold it together. I'm kind of heartbroken over it. You know, I know they'll still be around, but it still feels like I'm losing them, you know? As he listened to your explanation, Baxter regarded you with a solemn expression. There was still a pinch in his forehead where his eyebrows had come together. He was all sympathy. I'm sorry you're going through such a difficult experience. I wish I knew how to alleviate matters. It's so uncertain. Sadly, there are few, if any, guarantees in the world. Or rather, such is the case for the vast majority of us. I can believe there are people who remain close to each other in spite of distance and years between them. Those who will remain in your life always. His countenance had softened, a faint hopefulness lighting his face as moonlight on the water. He spoke with tenderness.
I believe you will find those kinds of people.
I really do. And while nobody can say for sure, I bet you already have. I think I found
That's
them too.
wonderful.
Maybe it was partly due to the lateness of the hour, or the ordeal you were both wading through, but you were overcome with a strong surge of affection for Baxter. He'd be the first to play it down, but you knew the memories of your time with him were going to be precious indeed. I kissed him. As you pressed your lips to his, Baxter responded in a somewhat responded somewhat hesitantly at first. Oh. Gradually, he eased into it, holding you gently while moving his mouth against yours. There was an uncharacteristic nervousness to his touch. Oh. Eyes avoidant.
Yes.
Oh. I am so sorry. Should I not have kissed you? I am so sorry. Oh. Okay. Alright. Little bot. Let me just get rid of it. Tra-la-la. Stream manager. Or maybe the bot disappeared. I don't know. It's not showing up anymore on my phone. But whatever. A few seconds hesitation and then, wow. Those cupcakes had better be ready for us. Okay. Even after unwinding, you were rather sleepy. You could keep going, though. But this was it. The final stretch before the finish line. You left the living room and returned to the kitchen, where Baxter popped open the freezer door. We can each take half and do the frosting and dusting in one go, right? Wish me luck. Sounds like a plan. It'll be fine. Okay.
Oh.
Make that 35. The singleton Baxter dropped, splattered helplessly on the kitchen floor. Aww. It's okay. Yeah. Okay. Lids were closed, boxes were in the fridge, and finally the door was shut. It was finished. You'd survived. Check the time, it was almost 2 in the morning. Oh my god. We're gonna be up in like 5 hours. I've a newfound respect for bakers everywhere. I shall look forward to having all my future life events professionally catered, even if it costs a fortune. Oh my god. Okay.
Never.
Never again. Ignore the mess, I can take care of it. And then he's sending us home. And then...
How are you?
Uh-oh. Terry phoned the house earlier, but you missed her. Oh no. Oh no. I'm awake, I'm awake!
Have fun.
And then we have to go decorate. Oh hey, it's Cove! It's been a while.
Oh,
Alright. So basically, we have to get the cupcakes from Baxter's.
Nice to see you.
How is he so awake? We just woke up and he's less of a morning person than we are. Is finally here, excuse me. What time did you- I didn't make it to bed. What? Like what, did you fall asleep? Like, did you just stay awake? Nice long shower. I prefer going to bed with damp hair. Oh, so you just woke- you just stayed awake? I hope you don't feel unwell.
Nah.
Okay. Enough about me. Let's take these delicacies outside and wait for Terry. Okay. We go. Cove was still loitering on the street by the front gate, blissfully unaware of what the secret party planning committee had gone through for this. Good morning, neighbor. Hey.
See?
You are looking at 35 of the finest freshly baked chocolate cupcakes with cream cheese frosting. That's great. Oh my god, he's immediately like, I want to eat all of it. Okay. These won't be the only sweets either. There's gonna be a chocolate fountain too.
yeah?
Strawberries, marshmallows, banana slices, pretzels. Oh my god, he's just listing all of it. Okay. Sensibly assume that she is taking care of it, and by extension, the offerings to dip into the fountain. However, time isn't on our side, and luck has not been either. In order to be 100% absolutely crystal clear about the matter, we should text her and ask. Although she's currently driving. No, let's just, it's fine. We'll figure it out. Because then we could just go to the grocery store and buy stuff, okay? It's fine. Choose some suitable stampers. Terry will arrive, take us to the venue, and there will be no further problems. Unless, of course, we are hit by a car on the way there, but quite frankly, I will be too much tired. Much too tired to care about dying by then. Let's settle this. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, cool. So we got things. We got things.
Not bad.
Well,
It was either that or the protein bars. No, this is good. It'll be a novel addition, not to mention easy for people to hold without a utensils. Besides, I hardly contributed at all. Okay.
right.
I'll get the door. Alright. So now we're just preparing for the party. Are you ready to make like an RPG and party? Not really. Were you ready to have a chocolate fountain? What did you bring to dip in it? Oh, yep. How do you know I had- oh my god. I forgot to bring stuff for the chocolate fountain. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. We have it. You got the goods. Yep, right here. You guys are my lifesavers. How many- I thought this party- oh my god, but don't scare me like that. I thought this party was a bust, and do you know how many times I've thought that in the last 12 hours? You're like, you're not doing this by yourself, Terry? Oh yeah, you got that right. Remind me to treat you to something once this is all over. Deal.
What?
Hold on, you barely did anything yet. Cove.
So,
So he's present now, and it was thanks to him that he realized we were what was amiss. Cove speaks for us all, I think, and you have yourself a deal, Terry. Chocolate candy floss? Fine. Slowly but surely, you felt some of the stress from the last several hours fade away in the company of your friends. Maybe this whole thing would work out alright in the end. Baxter gently tapped the side of the vehicle once again to grab everyone's attention.
Does that sound alright?
With that safely out of the way, I'll part with you three. I'm going to drive along behind in my own car, if that's alright. It's cool with me. Okay. I'll see you very soon. Huh. He's been weird, right? Since we kissed him? Right? Like, he's been weird today. Okay.
Alright.
And now he doesn't want to ride with us? Like, I think suspicious. I think suspicious. We're gonna order some sandwich platters and salad bowls and stuff on delivery, and those should be there for people to eat along with the cake. Sort of like a late lunch, and by we, I mean Randy's mom and dad were off the hook for that part. She threw her head back and whooped with glee, a sound that was pure and clear as the morning. You felt her infectious enthusiasm. Anyways, Randy doesn't want to have her party drag on forever, and we'll need time to clean up before the place closes, so we're gonna wrap things up with the event before dinner. When the guests are gone, we'll have until 10 before we get kicked out of the room. Now, I won't sugarcoat it or even chocolate coat it, team. It's gonna be another long day for all of us. Just don't forget, Randy's gonna be amazed, and it'll all be worth the effort. He was nervous for some reason. I feel like he's avoiding us. But anyway, maybe I'm taking it too personally. But you had your friends and you were grateful to be huddling in the back of a van surrounded by mountains of bags and 35 cupcakes in your lap, to be alive, to be there. You might have been in some danger of falling asleep again sitting down for too long, but before you nodded off, Terry was in the parking lot outside of a large building. Maybe he doesn't want things to end. Well, then you know, answer's pretty simple. Right? Long distance relationships. I mean, it's not simple. It's never simple, but simple-ish in that how badly do you want it, and then make a decision based on that. We're here, everybody out. On command, you and Cove dutifully climbed out of the van. Baxter was pulling up in his car, having managed to stick close to Terry the whole way. Time to get moving. Okay, and we go. I hope you don't mind, I am skipping some of this. Okay.
Very nifty.
Alright. The party is happening. Worked away on different tasks until a groan of frustration echoed through the air. You glanced towards the opposite side of the room. Terry was shaking the chocolate fountain like she was trying to get a prize to fall out of it. Technical difficulties? Oh no. Okay, so he's gonna set it up. So basically, yes, you add the melted chocolate into the machine and turn it on. Takes a minute, but it should start to flow. We can troubleshoot. The melted chocolate? Doesn't it melt when you put in? Oh no. He was smiling placatingly. He had to deliver bad news as pleasantly as possible. Chocolate must be melted ahead of time. It won't cook in the machine. Those novelties aren't that sophisticated. Oh no. I didn't know you didn't know that. I should have asked. I should have known. I should have been the one to set it up in the first place.
Forgive me.
You never used one before, and I have. It's okay. There has to be some way to make that thing work. You're absolutely right. It's not too late. Yeah, this is a temporary hitch. I will take the chocolate somewhere. It can be melted and come back. I'll need some way to keep it warm during the trip. Perhaps a thermos would work. Will you be able to find the thermos and melt chocolate before the party starts? He chuckled, a hand over his mouth. That is highly unlikely. But all you need to do is enjoy the other parts of the event first. Dance, drink, eat one of the lovely cupcakes. I'll return at some point during the evening, and the fountain will go up then. We can even act like it was intentional to bring it out later. Ideally, the fountain can accompany the serving of the cake. No one has to know it was a problem factor. You are a real champ. As flexible as I usually prefer to be, there are some situations where I can be surprisingly stubborn. Terry gripped her chest, overcome with such loyalty and dedication. Be man, you are the man. We'll keep getting ready and keep the party going until you make it. Excellent. Good luck.
Take care.
Take care. Okay. This is gonna be the best party I've ever done, no matter what, because it's gonna be the only party I'll ever throw, never again. Next time someone else is gonna have to be in charge, I'll just help. Baxter is kind of already in charge. If he was, the chocolate fountain would be going already. You laughed even more. She laughed too. Come on. He's not gonna let us down, and we can't stop either. Let's finish this. Yeah. He spun around only to come face to face with a fluffy cove. He'd buried himself further in the feather boas and began fiddling with a balloon he must have inflated. Never, I guess. Right, Cove was left to wait alone the entire time. He stared awkwardly, as did Terry. Is everything alright? We can certainly hope, Cove. We can certainly hope. Okay. Cove left it at that, not any more informed or assured. And so, the party decorating continued with one less person. More balloons were blown up and placed about. Streamers were strung up, and you even moved a bench from a corner to the center stage. It would act as a makeshift throne for the queen of the day. And finally, all the trash bags were carted out of the event space and tossed into a dumpster outside. The three of you returned and stood in the center of the now cleared dance floor to admire your hard work.
Neat.
It looks good. It does, it actually does. Terry was beaming wider than you'd ever seen. After a day and a half of almost non-stop preparations, you'd pulled off something pretty great. It was certainly It was certainly a homemade arrangement by a group of friends at the last minute, but that was half of the charm. Your efforts were easy to see. You sat in a row along the edge of the stage, resting, waiting before the big event. No one talked. Cove tapped his foot, until finally Terry's phone went off. It's Jude. The guests are arriving. I repeat, the guests are arriving. Miranda, her siblings, her parents, her cousins, uncles, aunts, friends, and other people. They're all gonna be in this room any minute. Be ready. Okay. Da-da. Then everyone comes in. Oh my gosh! The dazzling pink room was reflected in Miranda's big sparkling eyes. Surprise! 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 Miranda was overcome with surprise. Really? I couldn't tell. Yeah, that's right. What do you think of your party this year? She queried her friend eagerly, though the quickness of the question was partially motivated by a discreet anxiety. Miranda blinked and she knew her family weren't the ones who put on this event. She answered with wholehearted appreciation. I love it. It's amazing. Way nicer than I ever would have thought. And we surprised you, and you didn't know what we were up to. You thought we were just being nice. You definitely got me. I didn't think this much would happen. Especially not since it's not my 18th birthday or 21st like that. It's like only 19. What? All your birthdays are a big deal. Randy giggled at Terry's assertion. While her eyes were closed, you and Terry shared a look. This party was more important than Miranda realized. Thanks a ton. This is exactly what I wanted, and I didn't even know it. Okay. Let's use the stuff we got. This is obviously for Baxter and no one else. Yep. I love the oversized glasses, so everyone's taking them now. You donned a boa and sunglasses. Nice, nice. Okay.
So great.
Did you buy this? Nope, they're homemade. They look like they're from a pro bakery. Can I have one now, or are we waiting until it's time for cake? You can decide.
Fun.
I declare we can eat all cupcakes right now. What a gracious hostess.
Sounds good.
Works for me. You took a cupcake. Okay. And they all ate it. Where the fuck is Baxter? He's taking a while, isn't he? I stuck by Cove. He's our best friend. But yeah. Do we have any favorite birthday parties that we've ever done, ever had, ever experienced, ever thrown? The drinks are going around. Okay. To the birthday girl. Happy birthday. Listen, Heather. Words escape me right now. It's a little late. You tapped Cove's cup. Spilled a little. It's okay. You took a sip. Okay. The afternoon was the party to end all parties, for better or for worse. Yo, Randy! Food's here, it's cake time. Uh-oh. Wait. Let's eat. Wait, no, it can't be cake time. Oh, there she is. Oh, thank God. He is. He's right there. That's the day. Wait. That was the day after I flooded the hotel room much too. Oh! You flooded a hotel room? Well, please do tell the story. And there, along with Miranda's parents, was Baxter. Okay. And there's the whole chocolate fountain. You filmed the whole thing, even for self-defense purposes. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I hope nobody got hurt.
Oh.
Why is he setting up a chocolate fountain for my birthday party? B-Man was a crucial member of the secret party planning group who made this whole thing happen. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep. So we told Miranda about the whole thing.
Hello.
Thank you.
Baxter gave a considerate smile. You should be able to manage the fountain now that it's running. I hope the rest of the party will be a lovely time. You're leaving? Wait, he's leaving?
Yeah.
My job is done. I was only here for that. What? What could you say against it? Of course, he couldn't invite himself to Miranda's surprise birthday party, and she never had a chance to give him permission to attend. Wait, but you come as a +1. You should stay and enjoy the party too. You're a gracious host.
Fine.
But I can't do that. What? You don't owe me anything. Certainly not a place among your real friends at your birthday party. There's no reason. What? He's being weird. He's been weird. He just left. Why did he leave? You wouldn't let it end like that. Yeah. Derry. Could you do me a favor? Thanks. Amanda's party will be going for just a couple more hours. It'll be done way before the place closes, and Terry said we've got the room for the entire day, so tonight, after all the guests are done, let's use this venue for an after party. No, it will be a different party. Another party. Yeah, another party. Not a birthday. It could be our very own, chocolate fountain celebration. And it'd be just for the group. And we'll have slow music at this event. You know how much you wanted to dance, and I knew how to dance well enough. Okay.
Let's
Okay.
do it.
Okay. Great. Great idea. Thanks, everyone. Okay, so now we walk out to see him. Oh my god, where did he go? He's at the end of the row, moments away from getting into his car. Okay. Pushing yourself further, you shot down the wide open space.
I swear.
Did something happen? Please tell me it's not the chocolate fountain again. Nothing is wrong. Could have fooled me, however, you shouldn't be running out of a building if there aren't any issues. Go enjoy the damn fountain. No. I'm going back. I just have to ask you something first. I see, I'm all ears. So, I know you've already done a lot for this party, and us, but if you're not too exhausted, could you come here again tonight? Around 7. Baxter's almost unshakable smile was lost to suspicion. Not good. Okay, this was a surprise you were planning. You threw out the first cover that popped into your head before he could even speak the obvious question. I just don't want to ride home with Terry. No, it worked. Convinced you needed him. All doubts are settled.
Certainly.
Okay, great. Quick kiss, and let's go. His warmth lingered even after, and so did the sparkle in his dark eyes. Thanks, I'll see you soon. Yes, you will. Parted from you yet again, but as you saw him, off, you felt good about it, and this time, him leaving didn't mean he was simply gone, it just meant you'd have time to prepare for his return. Great. And then we sing happy birthday. It's cake time. Second win, because there's a party and dancing happens. Okay. At 60:55, he double checked the dance floor for any debris. It was pointless. And he returns at 7, thank god. Okay. Excuse me, may I come in? Unsure of what he was walking into, Baxter paused at the precipice. Yes, we've been waiting. This is all the encouragement he needed. Baxter came into the party room. He smiled graciously at the cluster of people silently standing ahead of him. Cove leaned over stiffly like a balloon slowly deflating. He whispered awkwardly in your ear. What are we supposed to say now? Are we shouting surprise for this?
How are you?
I hope you're well. Yes, yes. How good of you to come, Baxter. Now the guests have finally arrived and we can begin. What do you mean? I should think the guests have left at this point. Baxter had a generously low level of confusion at the strangeness, merely raising his eyebrow rather than making a hasty retreat. Even though Baxter would probably be the last person you knew who'd be scared off by villainous shenanigans, you decided to avoid any potential misunderstandings. We've been waiting to start the chocolate fountain celebration. A chocolate fountain celebration, you say? You got it! This event is Miranda's birthday no more! She dramatically crossed her arm over the other and flung them outwards. As if swearing off the entire concept of her birthday, Terry had to rent out this room for the entire day, even though we needed it only until the middle of the afternoon. So we decided to use the last few hours we had here to have another party, one that's for the group of us, so you're invited. He didn't flinch as you draped the whole white feather boa over his shoulders. His mouth opened wordlessly as he stared down at your face. He tentatively lifted up a hand, brushing his fingers against the flat feathers surrounding him. He had to check that it was entirely truly there. Okay, then he grinned.
To be honest,
I must admit I didn't suspect it at all. I never should have doubted your abilities to throw a surprise party. Didn't I tell you the best way to have something be a real surprise is if you do it all at the last second so no one even has a chance to put it together?
Very good.
Okay. Okay. Miranda had joked that Baxter could take the throne if he wanted to. That part came with the broom. He cautiously declined. At 7 a.m. that morning, you'd left to prepare for Miranda's birthday, and 12 hours later, you were still there, lazily enjoying each other's company after an extremely long day couldn't be overappreciated. Addressed Baxter without being spoken to first. Okay, there's dessert for you too, a slice of the cake and one of the cupcakes. Thank you. I'll try the cake Terry made, but I've had quite enough of the cupcakes. He was well acquainted with the confections, even if he'd never taken a single bite. Then can I have it? Please do.
Absolutely.
Don't forget the chocolate fountain. It's still going strong. You gotta try it. However, he chuckled. Alright, if you insist. After all, that is the namesake of this event. Yes, it is. For all the trouble it caused, the fountain had indeed kept flowing even as the night went on and dozens of treats passed through it. That was the only part of the equation that was in good shape, however. The platter of goodies alongside it had become a plate of baddies. What remained was some snapped pretzel fractions, scraps of fruit, and mostly the full-sized granola bars. The cookies and marshmallows had, gone to the shock of no one, been more of the popular choices. They were long gone before the first party had even finished. Not one to complain, Baxter had plucked up a granola bar and slipped one end into the rippling sheet of liquid chocolate he'd melted for himself. Cove, meanwhile, wasn't going to settle for that, despite being the one who brought them.
Honestly.
What does it matter if the chocolate clumps? I wouldn't care if the fountain broke at this point. It's all good. Okay. You tried dunking a piece of leftover cake. This late in the game, there were no rules left, but it was still a challenge to actually achieve. When you put the cake under the flow, it collapsed into the pool. Oh no! And if you tried lowering it directly into the basin, it got stuck there and tore off. You didn't give up no matter how many crumbs filled the fountain. Sure, it wasn't ideal, but it was fun. When the slim pickings became non-existent pickings, even the most daring among you had to call it quits on the fountain. Terry used the final chance to fulfill her most basic urge, sticking her tongue directly into the stream of chocolate. That's so fair. That's so real of her. Miranda giggled and squirmed at how wrong it was. Terry gave a thumbs up. Putting body parts into that contraption was recommended, apparently. Alright. Terry cleaned herself off before making a new announcement. This isn't a birthday celebration, so you know what that means? It's not weird to have a slow dancing as our main event.
Huh?
This party of 5 is going to have slow dancing. Like, you'd gotten him into a trap after all. I'm beginning to get the impression that this impromptu event is less for the entire group, but more for me specifically. Oh no. Baxter's arms folded as his gaze wandered over each of the faces around him. He was searching for a reason. He wanted to know Baxter's motivation for his own behavior. Well, yeah, it mostly is. That was the plan. But why? You didn't have to. He insisted immediately, defensively. The chilly reception didn't hamper Terry whatsoever. Perhaps she took him for being shy in the spotlight. She wandered away and hit the music, setting it to a lovely tune with a gentle pace. A nice enough song could smooth out any of the bumps. Baxter remained defiant. Oh no. He couldn't and wouldn't accept the situation. This is not good. And a fur and sheepskin jacket, yeah. I see. That was enough of a hint to all be clear. You were the planner of this party. Of course, that's how it happened, was what you read in his expression. Baxter no longer traded stares among the crowd. He didn't see anyone else in the room except for you. You deserve some thanks. Oh, curled his ringed fingers into a fist. You'd have to take the initiative this time. For the second time that night, you'd approached Baxter and you offered him your hand. Wanna dance? The crease in his brows cracked Baxter's hardened expression. It was frustrating and wonderful to him, and you had your suspicions on why he struggled with the gesture. Delicately, and still without another word, he accepted. For the moment, Baxter could let go of his concerns by holding on to you. Fair. Okay, see? Hand in hand, you walked into the center of the lit-up floor. The room was so quiet, you could make out bits of conversation the others were having. Terry offered to dance with either Randy or Ko. Both of them refused, with varying degrees of nervousness. Terry could only laugh. She knew it was coming. Out of the normal group, you might have been bold enough to do that with her, but you already had a partner. But that meant you had the whole space to yourselves, though at first that you could only prompt Baxter into swaying in place. With time and encouragement, the dance moved onward until Baxter swept around the room with you like the pro he was. You were able to move with him nicely. He kept his steps at an approachable level. And when the song ended, the enchantment both of you were under vanished. Baxter settled himself enough to speak with you.
Well.
So, he murmured pleasantries a hair's breadth away from your face. Was the birthday party a success? Everyone had a great time, especially Miranda. Baxter's lips quirked. It must have been a relief to know that for certain, nothing fell apart once he made his retreat. I hope you'll get well-deserved sleep after this. Sorry for keeping you up even longer. Don't be. This is more than worth the trouble. Okay, great. So he's not mad at us? I'm not lying when I say this is one of the grandest occasions I've ever attended. Oh. What?
You're...
I hate to be a bother, and you went through so much trouble. It doesn't matter now. The effort is sincerely appreciated. Okay. You were sleepy and relieved you could finally just be happy with your charming suitor. He accepted the affection readily this time, snuggling against you sweetly. Thank you for inviting me to your party. Well, hardly, we didn't do anything. Heather! If he wants to think that we did a lot, let him. Well, also, like, you know, we're tired too. Not as tired as he is because we got some sleep, but he didn't. But, you know, excuse me. Just like this might be your last big party with Terry, Miranda, and Cove, it could very well be the first and final time for Baxter too. He'd accepted that as a certainty. Baxter was always so ready to leave with parties and the town on the whole. He treated everything that came his way as temporary, to merely be embraced while he could and then to freely release. Even though you knew that, even if he'd never done anything differently, you hoped that he would keep having a reason to return as long as you reached out to him. Okay, y'all. I think that's it for the day. I am tired. Oh. Whew, I am tired. My voice is tired. So I think that's what we're gonna leave it as for today. Y'all. I really appreciate y'all so much. Okay, so I'm starting my job. And I think, would it be alright with everybody if if next week, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes too, but like I want to take it a little easy on myself because I know I'm gonna have much longer days next week and I'm gonna have to sleep early. So would it be all right with everybody if we did just one stream next week, potentially on Thursday night, and like we could do that, like a little short stream. We'll do more of our life or something. We'll do like something that's short. I think our life is better for something short and easy. Um, and then we'll do that next week because it's a little, it's like I'm gonna have to wake up at 5 in the morning. And I'm not looking forward to that, but I do have to do that. So, yeah. Um, but anyway, thank you for your understanding, y'all. And as I get used to my job, hopefully I will be able to figure out what streaming schedule works better. But in the meantime, let's start with like a Thursday, just Thursday, and then maybe something on the weekend, depending on how the weekend goes. I also just want to make sure that I have time for plans with people too. So, but yeah, okay, y'all. I love you guys so much. And so whether you were lurking, whether you were chatting, whether you were using me as a body double, I really appreciate it, and I appreciate you being here. I can't wait to see you guys next week. Hopefully, I think we're getting to the end of the game. So, yeah. It should be fun. But yeah. Okay. Y'all, I will see you guys whenever I see you. I appreciate you. Please take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.